renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since the cradle. Built different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain. You could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'ma try to win my enemies, and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day, you don't wanna test me. This ain't no play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day, or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky, or you gon' turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah. You better run. Renegade. Who got the crown now? Heart of the city, I'm the man now. All of the villains, woo, stand down. Pardon the many, many men down. You better run now. I got the cloud. I'm in the clouds too. Ain't no coming down. You better run. Don't mean to be blunt. I'm already a weapon. I don't need a gun. And you don't want none. See, the new #1 is up for the hunt. I'm annihilating any violators. Man, I see so many I can buy a hater. Man, I'm in my prime. I retire later. Do it now before I'm dying later. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Go, 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 go. I don't really know how to go slow. Oh no, oh no. I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride to chauffeur. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quota. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb that's ticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it coming, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rumbling, better start here running. I'll bite like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes two ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my sharp tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it coming, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rumbling, better start here running. I'll bite like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Slide like a tiger, baby, I'm not here to play. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Baby, I can strike like a viper. Feel it coming, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rumbling, better start here running. I'll bite like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper.
Great white sharks just out there swimming. Been a bad man since when? Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me. Lord knows they're the Ellis. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows we say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors when we come through. Straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Jacking out quick on the table. Say so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming. You know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Wow. Kick down doors when we come through. Straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Jacking out quick on the table. Say so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming. You know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering. Bleeding, begging, but nowadays you gotta pay me that feature. Man, a different breed, a creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. With that little turning, add a little season. And that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing. crown, I'm on gold. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, I'm saving the day, ain't no one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a
flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a princess when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now, I feel alive. I have arrived. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing, yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing, he Mr. Bean. And then for that screen I've been scheming. Need it in all black when you see him, this is that.
Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not play with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite, I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say.
You don't wanna see me wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout, in a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout, in a dark space, but I'm climbing out. Right now.
I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive.
Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right?
Yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive.
Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout, in a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout, in a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now.
I feel alive. Right now, right now. Hey, come alive. Sweating. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive.
Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is night, come alive. Tonight is night, come alive.
I feel alive.
Always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I make their own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can notice that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know, bouncing my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow, ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know it's my rap so cold, been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's, not about that, no, don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me? One of the greats in the game, better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this one. Best.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. It's disclosure. The fire out. The pace slowed. Nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I miss my opportunity, there goes the opening. Arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus. Grip this old road, I'm at liberty to trudge, so it's the same old souls. Same old goals, just stick to the script, but sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink, but oh, the cold's crept in. No momentum to stop it, I swear my prayers on repeat. All I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge to stand up in front of, convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me, to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest from the belt. There's only one thing left. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. This thing's closure.
And that's it. No more doubts, it's over for 'em. I'm promoting it with no more routes. We're yawling, debt collector about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shook for more well-conditioned. I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back, so it's breaking off, shackles off before Mother Nature is at work, and we cooking up a storm. I'm coming, my feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory, the vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears. Winding back the clock, I guess we button in the years. Now we light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up.
I'ma keep running.
I came from the bottom, but ain't nothing stopping me now. Haters, I got them, don't worry about them, putting them all in the ground. Prodigal child with a style, you'll click a whole bunch of clowns. I'm lining them up and laying them down. Who be the man that's in charge? Point him out, show me the face. Down on his knees while I'm testing his faith, pleading his case, make no mistakes. I'm execution, the judge, and the jury, and I lack patience, so I'm in a hurry. Your position ain't one that concerns me, but you should be worried, cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. Both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running.
Yeah, I'ma keep running, but I ain't no slave. I just keep running, the track has been laid. Run up the numbers to stack when I'm paid. She gon' keep coming, her back getting break. Oops, I mean broken, I'm loud and outspoken. I laugh to the bakers, no joke, I ain't joking, we're joking. Stop all that talking, I told them, yo, can get rolled up, I'm smoking. Getting blood money, my crypto, the token. The take what was closed like the legs make it open. They say whenever your boy come around with the smoke, they don't want it the way that it's potent. I know this for sure, it's some more that you got that I never could mess with, cause yours is just bogus. I do no look as I pass, your hook is not magic, you couldn't take that shot if you open.
Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, running, running.
early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah, yeah.
We get your block lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We get your pop split. We get your pop hit. Pull up with the drop tip, yeah. Up at the stakes, whatever it takes to level the pot quick. You better look over your shoulder and be on. You wanna send shots at us, you better be God. You ain't no tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. We gon' bring them back dead or alive.
Plagued by the worst one. Voice in my head get me undone. Eyes in the sky can't be outrun. Wolves waiting on the midnight sun, yeah. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. We gon' bring them back dead or alive.
I've been a bad bitch to pay phone. I've been a rat kid for your station. I've been a quiet storm in the terror zone. I've been a big show worth taping. I keep it 100 and I take a lump sum and I keep a good vibe in rotation. As far as the waves, they're amazing. I'm talking like best in the nation. I hold the 8 ball of the relevant. Watch the meat rise from the sediment. Crew of OGs and they hit it home. Bunch of big bags to deliver on. Pronto, I'm the head honcho. Big chief of the realer, the bigger the winners. Don't feel up a killer on a tuna, I'm talking animation. The beat is on the floor. A beat, take over. A beat, not on the door. We going up. A beat on the floor. A beat, take over. The beat is on the floor. The beat, take over. Big Ben. That's how they clock in the queen when I walk in the building. Big lens. Feel all the eyes in the room, hit the floor and the ceiling. I'm chilling. Watching y'all shaking and quake like a door to a mailman. Damn man, y'all got an ailment. Ew, call the doc with the deal film. Still me. Still at the top, I'm a star, that's the real me. Big B. Big on the bag and the brain and the buzz, that's the real T. It goes on and on and on. Ain't falling off, I don't campaign for a damn thing. Bitch, I'm a dawn. It's done. I won. A beat that's on the floor. A beat take over. A beat not on the door. We going up. A beat on the floor. A beat take over. The beat that's on the floor. The beat take over.
Yo, I think you need an upgrade. You ready for an update? It's time for you to level up. Listen, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's I'm spending hours to develop and train. You don't get a medal for setting the pace unless you're ahead at the end of the race. I wanna get better by stepping my level. Attackers up until I'm dead in a grave, yeah. I never said I was brave, nah, but these other men are afraid, and they're only here for the rep and the fame. So don't be thinking me and them are the same. I step on a stage where legends are made. Forget that your claim is weapons ablaze. I'm ready to spray and let out my pain. Tell everybody not to get in my way. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. To be a master of anything, you've got to put masses of effort in. So if your mentality's negative, then you might never be classed as a veteran. But don't turn your back on your enemy, cause they wanna capture your territory. You can't let them damage your health. If your energy's low, then you have to replenish it. You might need to balance your regimen. Well, life's like a battle, you never win. So what really matters is legacy, passing knowing that you had your integrity. Cause your credit's in a negative, developing a deficit. But when you're dead and buried, every penny is irrelevant. Instead of getting treasure, and it's better to be generous. And then when you're in heaven, you'll be ready for the benefits. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up.
Faster, faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, bet you feel the boom. Gone in the wind, when you see me better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, so fast you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning, beginning, beginning. Do I have your attention, attention, attention? Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster, faster. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, they say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, it's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprint. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster, faster. Faster. Faster.
I ain't got the phone, just say sicko. I spent you run up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty throwing spits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. I ain't gon' front, she can throw it back, yeah. I like the stunt, oh you notice that. Count up the bands, hold up on it back, yeah. Okay, that was fun, but now I'm done with that, yeah.
getting dicey, I'm in psycho mode. They like the ice cause the ice so cold. Wrap up the bands cause they tight won't fold. Taking every shot like I might grow old. Going under every single night though. Had to get it in before the flight though. Hope I don't get blinded by the lights though. Hope nobody tryna read my rights though. Hope I got somebody in my corner. Hope she realized that this ain't for her. Going overseas and over borders. Going in and tell I'm out of order. I ain't got the funds, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. And that's not like every single thing I know. She said she my boo, but I'm single though. I can't have just one like a Pringle though. I'm antisocial, but let's mingle though, yeah. Call up the Uber, yeah, let's go for a ride. Too drunk to drive, but I'm parked outside. Too up to fall, yeah, I like this height. If I'm going out right, yeah. And it's 5-star, but let me fitting kinda cozy on a dime. Yeah, I just need my racks and then I'm gone. Yeah, you can go and do whatever you want. I'ma go infinity and beyond. Doing the Birdman finger rub, cause they itch. And I've been kinda distracted, but now it's back to the mission. Hey, I ain't got the funds, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary.
For the whole thing. Instead of stepping, we like big rings. Rose gold for the whole team. Top flight, we do that. It's a mismatch, they running up. Get back, you ain't tough. One punch, they fold enough. Life hard, I'll show you some more than just a one and done. Front line till the war's won. Also back tendencies, tend they get their heads spun. Real world problems, they didn't teach in school. Now we playing catch up, gotta keep up. With celebrating courses when you in the field. Mental trauma that we got, I can't wait to heal. I can't wait to seal. Winning hit different, we don't got a choice. Negotiation for a better life. It's more than what you bargained for. Trust and believe in the process, hard work, and forcing what you doing it for. You see the needle, keep pushing it forward. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. Got a lot more in store. A lot more than we got to endure. Alright, time to set the record straight. Something to say it to my face. In the 90s, we was got your face. Everybody got a stick, now they want to spray. Say it with your chest, it's how we was raised. These kids don't know how to pray. These kids don't believe in faith. These kids don't know how to pave. On the other side, we're coming back to clarify as soon as I arrive.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that
Boss level energy, I'm in my villain mode. Eyes on my enemy, handle my weaponry. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber. I'm in the zone. Focus like laser. I want the throne. It's in my nature. I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade. I won't ever break. I don't play around. I don't hesitate. I just level up. I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god.
Please stop messing me up, just cover it up. And I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's Do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. 3 blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover it up. And I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, never doing bands, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man. So he wishes he was us, and my lady has no trust. So let me tell you that's the crux. So you're looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup. Yeah, she on track, she spent a couple racks, some tats and a fifth, make it lame, let's smash. I'm on her ass, I mean, I love her ass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Or while you rolling the back, or while you rolling the joint. I think I'm missing your back, I think you're missing the point. I haven't seen you in a minute, let me see you in a minute, I mean. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. 3 blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover it up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, put some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. 3 blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover it up. But I just stole her from my dad.
going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, like. And your man's, yeah, he wishes he was us, I'm never going to the country club, yeah.
10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down to fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 Texas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot, I'm blessed and I'm all with ease. All these men when they talk that breeze. Did that big chat, did that scene, but I won't go back, no I switch that theme. Let's get that P, now I got that team, now I hit that pump, that get that clean. No rest in peace till I said my piece. Now we gotta run with a different league. Look, changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Been through phases, hit them with a flow and it's so contagious. Bet I'm a vet and I roll with the greatest. Shoulda, woulda, coulda got me running my paces. Get in my space and you're gonna feel mad cause I can't sit still like I'm running around tracks. And I ain't gonna stop till I go to the max. I can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. Back big moves, take notes. Could've been huge but I say no. Me and you ain't in the same boat. Been around and about but I lay low. Stay so gonna break ground when it ain't seen. Not the best, no stress cause I'm better than I been. One shot, level up to the top, no cheat. Putting in work, this life ain't free, no. That changes life in the blink of an eye through phases.
You wish. Get up. In the dojo. You want to head high. In the dojo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not but inside I know.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise, ashes raining down. Try to hold it in but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn to run, now look what it's become. Outnumbered 10 to 1. Back then should've bit your tongue, cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun, you're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise, ashes raining down. Try to hold it in but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for.
day 3 of the World's 2024 Swiss stage. You see Brandenburger Tor. We're in Berlin, in Germany, and today 2 teams will already book their tickets out of here to Paris. Our fans have been here every single day to look at, to gaze upon this beautiful trophy and to gaze upon us, because there is in fact a window. They can see whatever we do at all times, but we can see them as well.
Hi.
And we love them. So I hope everyone has a great time. Us, you know, we could be dressed to analyze or to sell you some wonky stocks.
I couldn't help but notice that I got left out of the group chat. You know, you guys.
I mean, it's you know, the pinstripes, little 1920s.
But this is how you find out that there's only 2 real best friends.
Yes, 2 wins, 1 win. Okay.
All right. Are any of us proud about our regions? Are we all a little shaky right now?
You know, I'm proud of some of the HLE G2 game. Some of it.
Yeah. I think if we clip out just the right moments and send them back to the people
There's
with no other context, we could really convince people that TL and G2 won those games.
Yeah.
You could.
We
just
could.
need the right place.
Yeah.
You don't have to convince anyone about how strong the LCK is. They, in fact, have 3 teams in the top 4 of this part of the Swiss stage, and they have many chances, Eldest, to qualify to the next round. And that's quite interesting because last year, it was quite different. We'll take a look at it in just a second, but they won all of their games yesterday, Azil.
Exactly. I mean, the LCK has been doing incredibly well, and it's felt like, you know, over the last couple of years, it's often been about the quality of individual LCK teams and the quantity of LPL teams that they're having to take down to actually win. This time around, we have 3 of the top 4 teams thus far being from the LCK. The big tournament favorite from the big 3 that everyone was expecting to be here, BLG, has already been knocked down. You know, they're not in that 2-0 match. And when you compare that back to last year, it was only Gen G from the LCK that made it into those 2-0 matches.
True. LNG doing it again.
LNG doing it again is so impressive to me. I think the fact that there's not really much of a spread, that it is 3 LCK, a testament to how dominant the region is, and also just a reminder of how difficult it is to stay at the top, right? Like JDG obviously making it out when they had won MSI, Gen G now doing the same this year. Like that tenacity, the fact that they're continuously able to put those performances up, even after a shaky playoff finals, is just a reminder why this region, not just a single team, is so dominant.
It's also cool because if you were to take kind of the top 4 bracket at the end of the tournament last year, we had LPL and T1, and now we have you know, the 3 LCK teams and LNG in the LPL team. It's cool. We'll see if that trend continues. At least 1 LCK team is, of course, going to be qualifying into the quarterfinals today. And now I see that production has prepared a game for us.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, let's go. You know, I'm nervous. I'm really bad at games.
Well, also, you never know. You know?
never know what
we
it's
don't know
about.
what the game is going to be. So.
It's kind of hard to know where we're going to end up here. Is it going to be how many different ways? Were we embarrassed yesterday? Are they going to remind us about how dominant the LPL and LCK are some more?
Let's do a quiz about childhood trauma.
Yeah!
I win. First, guess the champion from the Swiss meta.
Okay. What do we got?
All right. Do I have to play in all the rules?
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, this is it.
10 picks, 87.5% presence. Okay, 80% win rate.
I think it's Yone.
It must be Yone.
It's got to be Yone.
Well, you shouldn't say it out loud. We're playing versus each other. But
Are we playing versus each other?
We're not being collaborative here?
Yeah. You know what? NANEU, we should be banding. It should be Yone, right?
We need to be banding together.
My problem is the second you said that, any other champion left my brain, and I have no option but just copying what you put down.
There is no other champion in the game.
Yone is absolutely dominating at Worlds. I'm doing Yone.
Are we being hoodwinked?
I don't think so.
If you misled us here.
High presence and 80% win rate, this champion is.
Yay! Good job, Isaac. One for the team.
Let's
we all
go.
win.
Okay,
notice how we're the team now. We weren't the team earlier when we were picking out our outfits.
No.
Yeah.
But when you want to give us free answers, we'll take
them. All right, next is, I believe, a player related to that champion. 7-1-7.
7-1-7.
It's Scout. I remember this game.
You remember that?
I'm pretty sure it's.
Why do you keep saying it out loud? I thought we learned this.
Can I just give a hint? People have been talking about Scout's hair. And look at this outline.
Okay, so I remember guessing off of outlines last year at Worlds.
And they used a different outline.
And I knew who the outline was, so I guessed that player.
Is that
and it wasn't that player.
Or not?
Wait, Scout. Just letting Isaac carry us.
Stealing everything from Isaac.
I'm pretty sure it was Scout. I apologize if I'm wrong.
Hey,
Scout versus DLG.
The correct outline.
No, because last year I remember I guessed off of our Darshan outline, and it was actually not Darshan, it was Dokla outline, and it wasn't him.
Oh, it's about champions again? Oh my God.
Okay. Presence, win rate.
62.5, win rate 83.
Damn, wait.
It's something that has a really high
damage over
win rate.
gold. Okay.
Something Something has a really high win rate, but not that many picks. Damage over gold seems like that's pretty high, so it's got to be a carry position.
Isn't that high?
Yeah. I have a guess. So if I'm not supposed to say it, I'm not going to tell you guys this time.
Wait, it's a carry position?
Well, I would think just because damage per gold seems like quite a bit, but I don't actually know.
What'd you do?
I went Ash.
I went Jin.
Oh, it's Rumble. Wait, I thought Rumble had higher presence than that.
It's Rumble?
What's crazy to me is that
I knew it was something that was doing well, so it had to be like LPL, LCK type teams that are picking it. And this is looking good.
All I'm saying is I'm surprised that Rumble isn't higher presence in picks and bans.
They can yap, you can continue production, don't worry about it.
Which player?
The outline is not relevant, okay? And I do really good.
Early game. High damage share.
Wait, I think I know.
I know.
I think I know this because I read Hoopu comments.
Oh, really?
I think.
Are we revealing? Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Reveal!
Ah.
We both went Zika?
We both went Zika.
I went 369 because there was a comment. Oh no!
Yeah!
See, the key is you have to look back to when he whiffed that ulti versus TL to know his damage wasn't going to be that high.
I misremembered. Do you know what the Hoopu comment was? It was like he went 4-0, and they were like, "Oh, maybe next time you should go 6-0, and you might actually influence the game." It was, woof, it was brutal.
So those are
okay.
6 picks, 50-50, 9.8 CS per minute, 6 picks.
Maybe this is our beloved 4.
I'm running it back.
I'm also running it back.
I was revealing. I'm running it back.
All right, hold on. I'm just going to
go for a redo.
Wait, is this including play-ins, or is this... Oh, my handwriting's so bad.
It says Swiss stage.
Oh, it does.
Damn it!
I said Trist. Small.
It was an 80 carry. We all guessed 80 carries. Well, I mean, it had to be something like that because the CS.
Yeah,
the CS is obviously too high.
Well, that win rate is just completely padded by the LCK, no?
Yeah.
For the rest of us, the other regions are just letting it down.
Here's the answer.
Is it?
Yes.
That's very confident, so I'm copying.
It's trauma.
I'm just gonna list the other guy who had a really good game on the pick, right?
Yeah.
I hope I didn't bait you, but...
Chovy did have a good game on it.
One of us will be right.
Hey, yeah. Trauma response.
Okay, let's go.
I'm getting hard. I feel like I'm getting hard carried by Azael this entire day.
Excuse me, I have more correct than you.
You're also getting hard carried. We both getting carried by Azael on like the first 3 questions.
Check the tape. Meanwhile, we're going to check in with Chronicler for a primer on the LCK teams today.
Really excited to talk about my LCK teams. Very excited to join all of you soon in person. But for now, this is a bit of a throwback to when I was in Desk Channel in 2021. So I'm always really excited to talk about the LCK teams. But DK for me in particular is a team that I feel really strongly about. I think their Challengers teams is one of the best teams, and I've been a really big fan of back then Damwon ever since they ascended to the LCK. DK in particular is, I think, the one LCK team for which even making quarters will be a really big deal. Obviously, there is Lucid and Moham, 2 players who are playing their first Worlds, first Internationals, and Moham has been around a little bit longer. For Lucid, they play in the LCK a little bit, but it's still a really big deal, especially with him coming in this late into the split. Lucid individually is the players I'm most excited about. I think he's incredible, and I can't wait to see him perform here today against an opponent the caliber of LNG. But for Showmaker, after not making it out of Swiss last year, I think he really wants this. More so than maybe anyone else on the team. So I can't wait to see whether or not they're going to be able to actually do it here today. So secondly, we got to talk about the LCK Finals rematch. Gen.G versus Hanwha Life is a series which, in the entirety of summer playoffs, in my opinion, actually really delivered. Even though the first series was a 3-1, that Gen.G was able to win, I think, pretty decisively. There were still a lot of indicators of what would happen a week later. And for Hanwha Life in particular, it's really important to note that this team was close to Gen.G for the entirety of the year, but were never really able to surge ahead. They were never able to actually take them down when it mattered most. And I think that the way that the finals went for that team is a really, really big deal. And the fact that they rematch here to get the best possible way of making it into the knockout stage and the guarantee that you won't be facing against the other 3-0 team is a really, really big deal. And Gen G and Hanwha Life are in so many ways intertwined, right? If you look at the players on the teams, so many of these players have played with one another. We've had the jokes about Gen G Orange versus regular Gen G. And that is something that makes it so cool every time these two teams face. And the stakes this time are higher than ever. I think for both these two teams, just making quarterfinals is not going to be enough. Basically, everyone on these two teams has been able to get to that point before. It's about where do you go after that, right? It's about, can you actually make the deep run that, on one hand, for Doran and Peanut in particular, has been a really big problem for them, right? Especially when we get to knockouts. And then on the flip side, for Gen G, even after their MSI win, Chovy himself said it, it's not enough if you don't win Worlds. So I think that this matchup, both from an LCK perspective and for this deeper run at Worlds, is a really, really big deal. I can't wait to see who wins. I think this is really hard to call, and I hope you guys are all gonna enjoy it as well.
Thank you so much. Chronicler is on his way, of course. Thank you for previewing that rematch of the LCK. I missed him too. Summer finals, but first we have D plus Kia versus LNG, which is also a rematch from the 2021 World Finals between Scout and Showmaker. Not LNG versus D plus Kia, it was versus EDG, but you catch my drift, Drake.
Yeah, and this was such a big series for both of these players. Obviously, Scout and EDG winning in the end. Incredible 5-game series, 9 different picks showing up in the mid lane across those 5 games. It was so much about those mid laners as well, and I think really an interesting time in the career of Showmaker, where he had a year that was full of so many moments where he was close, but not quite able to pull it across the finish line, not able to replicate that same success. And so for both of these players, there's a lot of nostalgia. There's a lot of weight behind a series like this.
Well, and I think it just, again, emphasizes how important having a world-class mid laner is to have international success. We've seen so many teams, so many dynasties, they are built around these mid laners, enabling them over the years. And when you get one, you don't want to let them go. But to talk about DK a little bit, this team, obviously, you know, Showmaker, definitely a big centerpiece there. But they've been a lot more up and down this year. This is not necessarily, you know, the DK of old, where they're really huge tournament favorites. They are incredible when they are on it, when they are playing at their best. They are absolutely, you know, near or at the top of the world as far as those levels of performance. But they're not always coordinating. They're not always on the same page. And as much as on one hand they can dominate you in a team fight, create a massive advantage, with the other hand they can give it right back to you with a bad Baron call or with a mistimed engage.
Yeah, we've seen that even in the microcosm of these best of ones that they've played. Dracos, for me though, they can have the makings of a possible dark horse at this tournament. The draw is aiding them just a little, some would say, but with the meta being a bit more in favor of Showmaker, with Lucid, who has a little bit of, as Chronicler told me, young player syndrome, that sometimes he goes a little bit too deep. But if that all works out and the jungle mid is showing some cohesion and synergy, then, you know, with aiming in the bot lane as well, they have a great base to work off.
They certainly do, and I think of all the LCK reps, DK feel like the most explosive team in a positive way and in a negative way, but you often see mid-jungle, snowballing games. Best way I think they have to win games, the other backup option, aiming, can always be this powerhouse as they go later, so they do have a lot to work with.
They do. They're up versus LNG. LNG, who took down BLG just yesterday. Not a lot of people would have said that. Of course, best of ones, you know, you gotta just peek in that best of one, of course. But I think similarly for me, even when you watch them in the LPL, right, you have games where their macro is solid, their early games is solid, everything goes their way and it looks good, and then you have games where it doesn't work out and they lose their head.
And I gotta say, both early games that we've seen from LNG thus far, they have fallen a bit behind, but in both games they've also found excellent comeback opportunities here. There are a lot more dominant fights following this one from Scout, but this is the one where I feel like they really cemented their advantage, brought themselves back into the game. Partially the power of Yone, yes, to be certain, but finding these advantages, punishing BLG, the #1 seed for overstepping, is something you need to be able to do if you want to go far.
Well, and I think that's kind of the beauty of Worlds, though, is you have the strongest champions in the hands of the absolute best players in the entire world, and you get to see what is the real limit of what you can get done on these champions.
It is super interesting to see. I said we have 2 best-of-3s today, and our first 2 tickets will be punched to the quarterfinals. Will it be Scout again getting the upper hand over Showmaker, or will D plus Kia be the team that, even though they haven't been believed in coming out of the LCK, and also not amongst my analysts, I think, will they be the ones to punch the very first ticket to Paris? Let's find out as the Swiss stage continues here at Worlds 2024.
일단 미드라이너들이 저는 되게 한국인 미드라이너들이 좀 더 높은 단계에 있다고 생각해서 다른 미드라이너들보다 이런 결과가 나온 것 같고 그 미드라이너들 중에서도 제가 최고가 될 수 있게 더 열심히 하겠습니다.
1군인 슈메이커 선수를 많이 보고 배우고 자랐는데 그 선수가 일단 프로적인 마인드도 되게 좋게 깔려있는 선수인 것 같고 그리고 인게임적으로도 많이 알려주고 많이 아는 선수라 생각이 되어서 존경한다고 말했던 것 같습니다. 일단 처음에 올라가서 게임을 하게 되었을 때 뭔가 이게 꿈인가라는 생각도 되게 많이 들었고 이제 되게 행복하다, 이런 잘하는 선수랑 할 수 있게 되어서 너무 행복하다 이런 생각도 했었던 것 같고
제가 이제 프로 데뷔를 할 때부터 이 디플러스 기아라는 팀에 계속 있어 왔는데 계속 이 팀의 유니폼을 입으면서 경기에 계속 참여할 수 있는 게 너무 영광이라고 생각하고 있고 저는 작년 월즈에서 2승 3패로 C스테이지에서 탈락한 적이 있어가지고
KT! They take down D+. They will take a bow. It's time for them to go home.
이 3승을 따내는 것이 얼마나 간절하고 중요한지 잘 알고 있어서
아무래도 이제 그런 엄청 값진 경험을 한번 해봤던 상황이었어가지고 이제 또 재작년에 그렇게 좋은 경험을 하고 작년에 좀 많이 내려갔었어가지고 좀 더 욕심이 있었던 것 같고 다시 한번 그런 무대를 경험해보고 싶은 욕심이 많았었던 것 같고 올해 잘해서 다시 한번 증명을 하고 싶다는 걸 보여드리고 싶어서 엄청 큰 다짐을 했었던 것 같아요. 일단 뭐 2년 전도 그렇고 지금은 시간도 많이 지나고 해서 또 제가 성장할 수 있는 시간이 충분히 많다고 생각하고 또 이번 대회를 통해서도 좀 더 많은 걸 보여드릴 수 있는 자신감도 있어서 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
일단 월즈에서 결승까지 못 가봐서 그게 아쉽기도 하고 그리고 여태까지 월즈에서 엄청 좋은 폼을 보여줘도 생각하지도 못해서
월즈에서 좋은 성적이 저에게 얼마나 중요한지보다 제가 해야 하는 일이라고 책임감을 느끼고 있습니다.
세상에 정해진 건 없고 제가 바꿀 수 있다고 생각합니다.
去年止步8强，让很多信任我的人失望了吧？我回来就是拿回属于我的东西的，就是首先是我们自己知道，或者是很明确我们自己是上限特别高的一个队伍，所以我们相信我们能打赢任何对手。我们有信心100%可以进到8强。
저는 저를 믿고 저희 팀을 믿기 때문에 부셔버리도록 하겠습니다.
파리에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
긴장해라. 우리는 질 생각 없고 이기러 왔으니까.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2024 and welcome to the first promotion series to the quarterfinals in Paris. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Dagda to bring you this best of 3 to determine which of these two teams between D+ Kia and LNG are moving forward here today.
What a way to welcome you boys to Worlds 2024 with some absolute bangers to line ourselves up with. Super excited for this one. Flowers and I got off the plane less than 24 hours and we are ready for some action.
I cannot wait, man. This is going to be such a fun one. It's 2-0 head-to-head day here at Worlds 2024. This is your chance to show everybody that you are a menace to be reckoned with and be one of those first tickets punched into the quarterfinals.
And especially for LNG, I feel like starting out 2-0 with one of the wins being against BLG. Yeah, like that is so big for them. Scout being able to even be here and play with the team was already huge, you know, but him on the Yone really embracing the meta and being such a big part with him and Zika combining for so much of the comeback win that they got there.
And I think that's why so many people were scared when they saw that Scout wasn't potentially going to be coming, because this guy has been the lifeblood of the team, and when you've got Zika firing all cylinders with the Rumble alongside him, it looks absolutely fantastic. But you're up against no slouch. Showmaker has definitely hit his stride in this meta. The Silas yesterday was sick, so I am excited now to see these two Titans go up against each other.
I mean, the mid lane matchup, Showmaker versus Scout. This one is guaranteed banger territory with how these guys have been performing, how these guys have been playing, not just here at Worlds so far. Remember, each of these two teams has only played a couple of games so far here on the World's main stage, but now that we're into the series part of Swiss, I'm really looking forward to seeing not just the individual performances game to game, but the way they adapt between them.
Yeah, I do want to see a little bit more cleanliness coming through from D+Kia, though. Saw them have a great start to that early game yesterday, but against FlyQuest, but kind of got a little rocky as we started to transition into the later part of the game.
I like watching Rocky personally, so
yeah, I mean, we got 3, maybe 4 movies out of it, so it's good, you know. But
I'm down for some DK randomness. I'm down for some action here to break out. Absolutely did love, like you're talking about, the Silas pull out there from him, being able to use that, you know, steal away some key ultimates. Absolutely massive performance from him, because honestly, people were looking back at this year from Showmaker and not sure what to expect coming into this tournament, you know, not quite as confident, so very happy to see the good start there.
All right, so immediately starting off the draft, funny enough, there is only one player out of these 10 who's played the same champion in both of his games so far. It is Zika on the Rumble, and immediately D+ is saying, you know what, not gonna happen, taking that one off the table first, alongside the Yone, who has been terrorizing mid lane at this tournament, and Aurora continues to remain a top ban.
And we talked about that combo for LNG was so big in their game versus BLG, so much damage at that dragon fight to be able to get them right back into it.
Yeah, I still think, though, there's kind of a difference in approach to the mid laners here, because Scout has still been going back towards things like the Tristana and the Yone, so still playing kind of a foot in the past when it looks at the meta, whereas Showmaker has just gone head first into the LeBlanc and the Silas. So I think it'd be interesting to see how the mid lane is approached here and how the pieces around that supported, because even the fact that you're putting this party ban on towards like the Rumble and the Yone, you're still looking at things like the Ashe, the Orianna, these big picks that can be very strong, especially with a Nocturne ban. I think D+Kia are saying, hey, look, we don't actually want to look at a potential Ori first pick, but want to remove a Nocturne Orianna combo from LNG on the next rotation.
Yeah, wow, they're really going off the recent plays there from LNG, right down that ban list. All 3 of them keys that they used versus BLG. Like you're saying, though, too, I'm also looking at some like just tournament-wide power picks. The Skarner has been such a big, you know, front line for jungle right now. Really popular. Definitely expect that to be some early priority and really continue throughout the tournament.
All right, so alongside that Rumble, Yone, and Nocturne banned out by D+Kia, you can look over at LNG. You can see the Jax and the Gnar banned out there as Ziggs makes it through. This has been a priority ban so far in Worlds, and now it's picked by DK.
I was going to say both these guys are great Ziggs players as well. Gala, known as the best Ziggs in the LPL, so I was going to say you don't probably want to let that slip through, so not surprised to see D+Kia pick that one up very quickly for themselves, but it does open up Showmaker now to have a plethora of different champions he can play in mid lane, because you can go for that AD mid with the Ziggs locked in.
All right, so we're gonna grab the early blind Renekton, very good blind champion here, and then Skarner actually pairs really well with Ziggs too, so maybe you actually want to take that away earlier in the draft, since Skarner can like group people up for Ziggs ulti. We've seen that used.
Vi is very good. That's just that back line, hey, point and click, lock you down, but Weiwei's going to take that one away and deny it, so maybe the Skarner is now the answer on the opposite side.
Okay, let's see how they want to go ahead and approach this one. Seeing some frontline, seeing some dive threat on the side of LNG. DK thinking about a couple of options here in the jungle. There's our favorite Scorpion hovered for a second. We'll see if they do want to make sure and lock that one in. Has been pretty high presence so far throughout the tournament. Not overwhelming, but according to the numbers I got in front of me right now, is tied for second highest presence there at 5 picks thus far. So the thing that beats it out though, right there, the Maokai also at 5 picks, but with the higher win rate, they'll lock that in on DK.
I also just think it's a strong pick into what LNG are kind of showing for the moment. You want to at least have some sort of dive potential set up with this Vi, so having that Maokai 1 to deny that is always great because teams have to play into you, but it also works very well into Renekton and just keeping him in check in a lot of these fights while setting up for a very potent long-range composition, and those are two ultimates that could definitely disrupt a backline now.
Yeah.
All right, so the smolder continues here at Worlds. Even with those nerfs, still has been performing, still has been showing up. And when you have the Vi that you talk about, it's either a, like a LeBlanc or an Ahri. It's these AP kill-oriented mid lanes, and with the hover over the LeBlanc right now, possible favor there for a Scout. But again, there are multiple options that you can still run with the Vi. Lots of mid lane AP champions combine with that really successfully. So they actually drop the mid lane pick in favor of the full-on dive. Yeah. You get Gala's Kai'Sa. So that is a mega pick for Gala himself, but also with the dive that they're already showing.
And this was a pick that Gala brought out a lot in the LPL, was one of the proponents that still brought it out into the Ezreal and a lot of these picks, so not surprised to see him go back towards it, and I think it's the right call. It's still something that can do very well on the dive, but also just if you land that Void Missile, immediately jumping on towards the Ziggs, trying to burst them out, and I think trying to get rid of, or trying to find something that can support that, like a Nautilus, could work out really well here for Hall.
Yeah, anytime Kai'Sa is not going to have to face like super aggressive bot lanes, it's going to be really nice to be able to get to that mid game, high kill potential, and there we go. Some of the champs we were talking about, even though they were trying to distract maybe with the hover on LeBlanc, the Ahri that we also mentioned, such a deadly pairing on this patch, especially with the Vi.
Yeah, the mind game's not going to work out there. As you can see, the K'Sante and Poppy banned out by LNG here in the second half. So no K'Sante versus Renekton top lane staple matchup that appears all the time everywhere. Rakan also going to be banned away here. They're trying to respect further investment into that full-on dive comp. Seeing the three options already locked in on LNG, they'll get rid of it. But LNG are not asleep at the wheel. There's plenty of other good options for engage and dive here in the support role, and Rel is one of those.
Yeah, very strong, but also just waiting to see exactly where Smolder is going to go, because there's still some windows where you can send a top lane for King in if you want to. I don't think it's great into the Renekton, but at least you get to see that maybe there's an opportunity to bring out something like an Orianna instead of going for the LeBlanc, because with the options that you have with the Rel engage and then that Vi setup as well, there is some windows to just burst out a Smolder or a Ziggs in this later portion of the game with that Orianna combo.
All right, the Alistar locked in. This is a pretty standard response, I think, to Rel because of how easy it is to use the headbutt, knock the champion away when she tries to go for the crash down. It limits her engage options, makes her have to play around different angles. We'll see what they want to go ahead and round this draft out with now. Still need to see this one last pick from DK. What's it going to be? Hovering a couple of different things. Back and forth, back and forth. Okay. The Olaf locked in.
Oh, baby, I love it. Whenever you see, like lots of CC to be able to ignore, it looks like a good Olaf angle, and you've got like the AP bombs coming over the top of your head to kind of support your movement forward too.
The Sylas, though, locked in for scouting the opposite side. This is kind of sick, because you look at, oh, well, I got the Alistar, which is just a great ultimate for the Sylas to take. Even the invulnerability now coming through from CC on the Olaf can work out perfectly. And in dire situations, you still got Bomb, you still got a Ziggs Bomb. These are great ultimates for Sylas to steal.
Oh yeah, Alistar ultimate is historically the best ulti for Sylas to take. Whenever Alistar is overwhelming in the meta with his presence, Sylas becomes an answer because of how powerful he is with the Unbreakable Will. I love seeing how fast they are ready to slam this pick in, because they're also slamming it in against Showmaker, who is the only Sylas so far played in the tournament.
Yeah, Scout says, if you can do it, I can do it too. Really juicy ults to steal, as both of you have already talked about, that just further complement the theme that they already had going with the entire draft being mega dive. Now you add the Sylas, multiple options to steal. A Maokai ultimate to set up your crazy dive would be beautiful as well. It's just like, oh my goodness, this one will be an action-packed game to start out.
Yeah, especially when you look at LNG yesterday against BLG, they were scrapping for every Void Grub, they were scrapping for everything they could get their hands on. So when you've got a composition that is 4 melees, you kind of want to get involved very early in these fights and try and snowball, so this is going to be a banger.
Well, we've seen of these teams so far, they look like they like to scrap. Backstage before this game, I was telling you guys, I want to see this series be a bar fight on Summoner's Rift, and based on the compositions we're seeing here after the first draft, I'm hoping for nothing else right now as as we're into game one in this first series to determine the first team to punch their ticket to Paris and the quarterfinals.
And holy moly, we may not get a lane swap, thank the Lord.
That's a dub already. All right, we're already winning, boys. We are already winning. As we're taking a look at what everybody's doing here at the start, pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, the reason why it's such a dub for me in this game to not have a lane swap is like, we're going to get some really brawly lanes. Especially as a jungler, you love to see volatile lanes because you get options for where to go influence. Olaf versus Renekton on top side will be very volatile. They're threatening some very fun level 1 stuff here, both Sylas and Rel possibilities of jumping over the wall, but they do not go for it. Ward in the tri-brush there.
Oh, crash down. Hung just gonna get not a whole lot more than that, really. Moan and Aiming still just trying to get back away from this one. Gala and Hung still continuing to push forward, dropping the Ignite, forcing Aiming to flash back away to the safety of the tier 1 turret.
Now, Aiming still has his teleport, so he should be able to kind of catch these waves and TP back into lane, but he does want to wait until he at least kind of works up towards something like a tier to get that reset, so trying to force him out early to deny that quick reset is working out well for LNG if they can try and get him out.
Yeah, it's really big here for LNG to take advantage of the Alistar Ziggs lane at level 1, take away that flash, take away any big possibilities there. Now, like, Gala and Hung are going to have a really, really nice free time, even though their jungler is pathing away from them. Both junglers are pathing towards the top side, towards that really volatile matchup that we're all looking forward to, the Olaf Renekton on the top side. So you got to expect the junglers will definitely intervene very early up there. Meanwhile, of course, that Sylas getting pushed in early by Showmaker, so nothing to see there. We will, of course, also be keeping track of Showmaker's stacks on this.
As you have to.
You have to, especially because it's a melee matchup, and so you should be getting a lot of stacks very early on the Smolder.
But this is the surprising thing to me. If you were to tell me that these two players were coming into the day's matchup, I thought these two champions would be flipped. I thought Showmaker would want to avoid the AD carries because it wasn't really his wheelhouse for the entirety of summer. Whereas for Scout, he was bringing out the Tristanas and looking good on things like the Lucian. So I'm kind of surprised to see Showmaker be the one that's bringing out this motor. But the LCK has had great showings on this motor pick, so not surprised to see it brought out fully.
All right, Kobe, you said you were expecting junglers here in the top side for the volatile matchup. Zika jumping forward, trying to lock up King in here, flashes in for the Ruthless Predator, and Wei is there. Vault Breaker playmaker, first blood over to Zika.
I love that. Anytime you see those volatile melee matchups, and the Olaf pushing in early, of course, so Zika with the flash punishes so nicely there. Wei able to get the Vault Breaker across, such a good setup, and dropping your top 2 camps there, you know, he doesn't have to fully finish off. It's really important for junglers to recognize wave state, and because of the matchup, and it's just an Olaf with Ghost, so it should be an easy stun setup. It's just nice to see like the versatility here to be able to react to the current wave state, and really nice punish.
Especially because DK had already spotted out with that ward on Raptors where Wei was. I think they just thought, oh, he's going for a full clear. I can crash this wave and get back, but Wei kind of catching them off guard, getting that early kill, going to help out massively for Zika.
Yeah, everybody always highlights like efficiency for junglers and like, oh, you need to full clear, you need to full clear, but that's a lot like solo queue where you can't rely so much on your teammates, and in this case, really good diversion there. So we'll see about the other side of the map as well, as you're going to have the cross Wei, of course, going all the way to the bottom to get the bottom Scuttle Crab as well before fully recalling.
Yeah, and you can see DK ready to crash this wave here into the bottom lane. Tier 1 turret, Hung and Gala should just be able to farm this up. No big problem. LNG still just enjoying the gold advantage from the first blood, but not really anything more, so there's no huge lane advantages popping up anywhere for any of the just matchups that you would expect them to be coming up from.
Yeah, I just want to see how the timing here is going to go for Wei, because you're down on this bottom side. You could immediately go for Dragon as Hung. Should you interrupt the reset? Yeah, nice here from Mohan. The Ziggs.
Oh, he wanted to use the Ignite to cancel the reset, but it wasn't fast enough. It got him during that last quarter second. So Aiming still manages to get his recall, and now that's Summoner down for Hung.
And I think that was where they could have tried to look for some sort of pressure on towards push at the wave, maybe try and get an early reset, move up towards Void Grubs. But now that Aiming's back in the lane, he's going to be able to keep up this pressure. Gala's just a reset down. So trying to move up towards an early Void Grubs is going to be really tough for LNG now.
Other thing I'm looking at that's kind of tough for LNG, Scout has already used his teleport, and so always, you know, on Silas, you're kind of like trading your health, trying to keep up enough CS and trying to stay in lane, but so much pressure from Showmaker here, just spitting out fireball after fireball. They do force Scout back, and that is going to turn into, hey, there's no teleport on Scout, I've got the advantage here in mid lane, pushed him in, chunked him out, we should be able to grab this dragon.
He crashed down there on the Mohan, but he's not a whole lot more worried about it than just that. He can walk that away as the rest of his team is continuing to just pick this Drake up. Bottom lane's job is to make sure that the enemy bottom lane doesn't rotate over, try to cause any trouble, and that's not going to go down. So Lucid can finish picking this one up, no problem, should be.
Weiwei's starting to get a little bit of an advantage for himself, though, because he's moved into DK's top side, stealing away the Gromp. Going to, I imagine, could move over towards the Wolves or just immediately move back over towards the Voidgroups, which is what he's going to do with Silas actually getting that push now that Scout has come back into lane, and Zika doing a good job of controlling Kingen. So it is going to be a trade, but even just the camp starting to tick over in favor of Weiwei.
Ooh, wow, Scout going in, looking for a little bit more on Lucid, but takes him down to 250, has to back away.
Yeah, and that's a really good, honestly, scouting play for him, where he's not really looking for the kill there. He's looking to make sure that there is no possible contest on these Void Grubs.
Yep.
No, nice early use of the ultimate, get a big chunk onto the Maokai, make sure that DK are not going to have an option, because, you know, they did have a really early timing on the first dragon, so there was possibilities here, especially with, you know, Mohan reset here, and they are swapping up to the top side for DK with their duo lane, but already, because of that play, LNG secure their grubs.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's unusual to swap Aiming and Moham up now, because yes, you can try and get some turret plate damage, or at least try and opt out of the matchup, but oh, Zika actually getting knocked back a bit, but
yeah, he's fine.
This wave should still be picked up by Zika. He's going to be relatively okay. You can even see the rotation coming through from Hong and Weiwei just to make sure he's going to be fine on this, but you're just leaving Gala now to get free time.
All right, LNG's bringing in some backup. Vaultbreaker getting charged. Flash engage comes out from Hung, and they're immediately just trying to chop down that tree. Lucid gets away with 200 HP as Zika tries to keep everybody else locked up with a disengage coming out from Moham. Knocks him back into the river. The big bomb coming in from the Ziggs. Aiming needs one more shot, and Lucid's going to get the kill credit. DK 1-0 in the scrap.
LNG tossed everything into the tree, but they couldn't chop it down. You didn't have the damage to follow through, and Zika just gets mowed down by Aiming and Moham in the mix.
Yeah, that was really good peel. Turnaround. Lucid does not panic as they jump on him, immediately able to disengage and throw out his Maokai ultimate, and Aiming plus Mohan keeping them at arm's length, allowing them to take down the extra kill for them. This one already spicy, boys, but very glad that is evened up as well. The only thing we're still a little bit worried about here, Showmaker's been stacking up quite nicely on that Smolder, so we will check back in on the mid lane. We'll see if Scout is able to pull off any really big plays on any steal away ults.
Also, I'm not sure what happened in the bot side. Gala ended up losing out about 10 CS there as well. Was even going into it, but wasn't quite able to finish it out. So Kingen didn't burn Ghost or anything, but was watching top side. So nice job at least by Kingen to deny some of that CS away from Gala and put him behind as well.
All right, 12.7 to 13.6 thousand gold, 1K up for an LNG squad that also owns the first 3 Void Grubs. 2 minutes until that second set spawns. And honestly, the second Drake only being slightly mistimed with that means we could have something interesting go down, but most likely probably just a handshake trade on the objectives.
Yeah, I think this is where we're probably going to see a little bit more interaction between Weiwei and Scout, because even if you can just get that output from Weiwei immediately on towards Showmaker, you can burst them out or start to burn some summoner spells. So getting those summoner spells out before a big dragon or a void grove fight are going to be really crucial. And when Scout has again just been such a strong focal point for this team, trying to get those resources onto him has always boded well for LNG.
Yeah, and then of course Gala, they're looking at trying to scale this Kaisa. He has the Cole, really trying to make sure that he will be able to cash in, get to his couple item breakpoints. And that's where your dive comp really excels, is once you're able to bring the Kaisa over to a lot of those skirmishes. Until then, like you're saying, you're going to see some of those Weiwei Scout combos, see if they can get some you know, skirmishes, some engages, pick people off as they're rotating between objectives, and we really get to live in that melee brawl world.
Just about to hit 10 minutes on the clock here as Gala and Hung head back down into this bottom lane. You can see their opponents are up slightly in terms of the gold. It is a plus 20 farm lead for aiming on the Ziggs. This is a pick that has been banned a ton so far at Worlds 2024 in the main stage. Second highest ban rate overall. The fact that it went through this one, a little bit surprising. But when we look back at the draft, a big reason for that is a lot of targeted bans. We talked about how DK was aiming at all the stuff that LNG used to beat BLG. So when those specific strategies come out, the more general OPs get through. So I'm very curious to see what aiming can accomplish with this pick as we go forward.
And of course, aiming, you know, has been very consistent for them. As we see a 4-person move towards top.
All right, we got the big play. The dive coming in from DK, and Zika's about to drop. He stays alive for an extra second, but it is not long enough. But now the Maokai ulti coming out, stolen away by Scout, but it will not matter as everybody on DK exits stage left.
And they fully commit to this. They're like, you know, second spawn of Grubs, we're going to send everybody up to go for the tower dive first, but now the chase.
The immediate counterattack coming out from LNG with a Vi ulti into the follow-up from Scout. They take down Mohawk, but a teleport arrives, and Kingen is ready to tear through on a rampage. He chases Hung down, but Hung gets back over the wall as Lucid has to try to escape back into the mid lane. It's a 3-man chase from LNG. They won't get a kill, but the enemy jungler now so critically low on HP, and LNG are heading back up into this topside river. They claimed one of the second set of Grubs, but there's still 2 to go, and nobody from DK to contest.
And even though DK, quote-unquote, successfully get their dive, this is so massive for LNG. They got so much money onto Gala. Gala had just been farming on the bottom side, and they're still able to get their chase down counter kill. They're still able to get their Grubs. Can they finish the last one?
Oh, no, they will not. Stolen away. How now, Mr. Cow Weiwei stuck in the pit and he ain't getting out. It's the final Grub plus a kill of a DK.
I can't believe the Cow is the one that steals it in all of that one. Incredible from DK, because I was looking at LNG going, oh, this is such a sick timing window. The reset came through from Kingen. We have the numbers advantage before the TP can come in. Let's take the fight. But then they're like patting each other on the back and they think they've done it, and suddenly DK come back.
Yeah, it was so... And look at the mini-map as this play starts. Gala's on bottom, farming, he's doing damage to the tower, so that will be consistent for this entire time. And LNG, as they get their chase out here, key that Showmaker popped Mohan's ult there. He was able to force it out with his Maokai ult, and then Weiwei says, I'll follow up. Scout had gotten the early ult down on Mohan, and so then Weiwei followed up, they got that one, and because you saw the smite used on that Grub, he's not going to have his next smite charge available for the final Grub. As you know, stolen away by the Cow. Really fun action so far.
All right, as we get back to live, turrets are collapsing in bottom and top lane both, as LNG grabs the first down in the bottom lane, immediately responded by DK, though, up there in the top side, using the power of the Ziggs and the Satchel to make sure that they can force that one down as well. As you can see, the second Drake also get taken.
This is an awkward spot now for DK, though, because you can rotate Gala up and still have a tower you can threaten on top side. You're in position to fight for Rift Herald, but Amin, I think, kind of has to open mid or top here, because he still needs to try and match Gala, but can't really threaten that bot lane turret and still be in position for this upcoming Rift Tower because his TP isn't available. So DK kind of a step behind when it comes towards how they want to operate in the map right now.
Man, we are 15 seconds away from Rift Herald spawning with, what, 500 gold separating the teams. Couple of good moves early on from both sides. Drake's tied at 1-1. The early game from the first game of this BO3 has delivered so far.
Massively so. And this is, again, I just want to see more scrapping. Like, this is such a fun compositions on both sides to see exactly how you can try and come away with this. But LNG, a bit late in the resets, Weiwei only now starting to come out of base, means DK get to set up nicely in river, and the push in mid is fairly simple with Amin opening up there.
Okay. Let's see if we get a whole lot of trading back and forth here with just some of the poke tools being used. Gala firing off the Void Seeker, but bouncing bomb's not going to connect in response. MasterCard Lane Economy snapshot showing you that, yes, it's a bit of a gold lead for Kingen, but all of the other gold leads going the opposite direction. Down here in the bottom lane, though, 1v1 between our ulting top laners. Zika trying to wait for those cooldowns to come back. He doesn't want to stand there and fight the Olaf. Auto attack v auto attack. Zika looking to chase him down now. A little bit more is all he needs. Run, Kingen, run! Zika with the the solo kill.
Zika played that so well. He jumped into the minions, got the last auto attack for his Fury build-up, and then got that massive heal from both hitting the champion and all those creeps at the same time. Now gets to push in on bot, could even look for a quick reset now that he hits 11, and teleport back in as it's about to come off cooldown. Oh, where's Scout off to?
Okay, oh wait, Gala, very low on HP, down to 150, having to try to get away from this with a killer instinct. Last bouncing bomb ain't gonna hit him. The AD carry from LNG staying alive as Moham has already used the ultimate. The Unbreakable Will no longer available. Counterattack coming out from LNG now as Moham has to try to get away. Another stolen Maokai ulti. They go in, and LNG finds themselves another kill. They get everybody right on back out, and the scrap continues.
Sick Vi ultimate there from Weiwei as Moham tried to headbutt him away. They get their kill again. Cow down. LNG punished that dive attempt.
And LNG just caught DK off completely. Scout TP'd from that top side of the Rift Herald pit down to where DK's Raptors are to come in and find Moham off kilter. So LNG doing some really fancy stuff here and getting that kill back when I thought it was Gala who was going to die.
And guess what? We're going to see a lot more of Gala on our screen pretty soon. He has been farming up a storm and is very close to the Rage Blade. The Static Shiv obviously helps a lot for holding mid lane when you're trying to deal with so much Ziggs push. It sometimes can be really hard, but Static Shiv does a lot, and then really nice ultimate and some jukes from him to keep himself alive. But once the Rage Blade is done, then you get to see Gala going way more offensive with it. And LNG, they have so many tools to start up these fights.
Well, how about this, Kobe? We got the Rift Herald still alive on the map, and in a minute and a half, we also have another Drake spawning. So I think there'll be plenty of reasons for that Rage Blade Kaisa to get himself involved in a little bit of PvP. LNG now up 2,500 gold, 2.5 minutes after we were saying that it's less than 500, separating the two squads. However, that's going to be assisted here a little bit for the other side as DK manages to grab yet another turret thanks to the Zig Satchel here in the mid lane.
And as long as Aiming can keep up this threat on Gala as well, DK just owned the mid lane, which makes it very easy to start to drift across these objectives. So at the moment, DK playing a very calculated game on how they want to open up and making things a little difficult for LNG, despite the gold lead that they have.
And Aiming himself, has been so good for DK, both on, the traditional carries that you expect from him, like the Zeri and stuff, but him really incorporating the Ziggs so heavily in regional finals, and now being able to steal it away and pull it out here could be the big difference maker. That big AoE on the item spikes here might be amazing. Regardless, though, is going to be Rift Herald picked up, and Kingin.
Ooh, yeah, Kingin trying to get himself away. Zik is going to stop the back. Kingin knows that the only way this works out okay is if he takes somebody with him. He cannot escape there. He tries to put the damage in, but it is not enough. LNG pick up another.
This counter pick is not working out at all for LNG, or for DK there, by the way, for Kingin. I mean, just think of the beginning of the game, the setup on the gank, then he also got the solo kill, then his team arrives here. It has just been all Zika all day, and now
we got some more problems for Moham and for DK as Scout is ready to jump in after him. Stolen Alistar ulti means he's totally unafraid of any sort of a counterattack. Hung now just also continuing to try to chase this. Scout got knocked back over the wall. He misses the abscond ducked, but Void Seeker from all the way in mid lane. Gala's the one getting the paycheck.
Man, Scout is way more brave than I am, because I was looking like Weiwei's on bot side. There's no way they're ever going to go in, and Scout just bops himself into the middle of 3 members of DK. It's like, I got this, it's fine, but it worked out. So great call on the bluff.
I mean, that's the power, though, of Alistar on the enemy team. As soon as you see Alistar, you just take his ultimate. Okay, I'm Tryndamere for the next 8 seconds. Sure, I'm not going to die. 1v3, I think they're going to need 2 more if they want to try to kill him.
Yeah, now I'm Alistar with damage.
Yeah. Now it's scary. All right, nice stuff from LNG here so far in game number 1. We've got another Drake secured for them. We've got 50 seconds until Baron rears his head on the map. Yes, it is an LNG lead, but I'm not exactly expecting a 20-minute Baron attempt or anything of the like unless we get another big explosive fight beforehand that really decidedly goes one way.
Yeah, much more looking for LNG to try and set up their vision so they can get a really good dive fight that is not having to go under towers. It's a pretty good defense available mid lane here for DK. Their mid lane tower is still very healthy. They still have their flash on Showmaker, flash on aiming, and those are the two that you're really looking at, those critical summoner spells on DK, that if those get blown early, it's kind of step 1, and then step 2 for LNG, just the full send on their dive. So Showmaker and aiming right now have been doing very well, even though they're in the gold deficit. It's mostly in...
Oh, Scout.
Oh, hold on now. TP coming in for LNG. Scout might be a little bit too far forward. Seals away the Maokai ulti, which means he doesn't have the tankiness from the Alistar that he would like to have. Scout jumping back into the Baron pit, flashing back over the wall, barely staying alive. Mom roars in. Scout steps to the left. He lives. He walks away for now. But that was audacious from the LNG mid laner.
Yeah, I did not expect that one to be going the way of Scout. I thought he was going to fall there way too deep and very little vision, and now he got Rift Child, but...
Well, we're doing it again. TP blank. We're doing it again. This time, it's the Crocodile. Moham trying to get away from Hung off to the side. Zika does not want to just jump in there with 2/3 HP. Gala's also removing the Rift Herald from the Tier 2 turret at the same time.
So you don't actually get the Tier 2 tower off the charge because of that play. Everyone backs away to respect Zika. So it kind of works out weirdly for LNG in that one. But the other one is DK now need to move down to this bottom side because this 1-4 setup that they've been using with Kingen on the side lane and trying to use Showmaker with aiming to threaten the Tier 2 tower has kind of netted this opportunity for LNG to continuously push insides with the stronger 1-3-1 setup.
Showmaker on the Smolder, currently sitting at 167 stacks. That's honestly, gentlemen, not a lot for this point in the game. He's still going to need a couple of more minutes to hit that 225 sweet spot, as now LNG might have themselves another opportunity out of play. They will not be able to catch out that enemy Alistar, but aiming's in a lot of trouble. Flash for the Ruthless Predator, and Gala's on a killing spree. TP arrives too late from DK to do anything about it. With the enemy Ziggs down, with his flash blown, it's problems for DK. Beautiful engage coming out from Hung as LNG follows up, and a Void Seeker finds the heart of Moham. DK just collapsed, and LNG hit him right in the ribcage.
And that's going to be a Baron as well on top. The cherry on top of those two plays for LNG. They're going to blow this game wide open with Baron buff and the 5 grubs. They should actually be able to take a ton of towers.
I mean, I think I just heard the words fatality off the back of that one. LNG, that was really the punch that they needed to make things happen. And a great engage off the back from Hung as well, because this is a guy who has been criticized quite a lot in LNG for just not having the best of moments, but when this guy has his high highs, he is such a strong support, and you get to see it with the engage off the back here.
And this one, you see, hitting the Void Seeker, Gala immediately right in there, and Zika again, another big play from him, being able to get this first kill. But then it's really the second one that you're kind of highlighting, and it is that re-engage, even under tower. He goes straight for it. Hung's able to get the lockup. And there's no real threat that's going to force them off because Olaf is top lane pushing out. So LNG are like, whoa, you are stepping up. Even under your tower is a little bit too close to us.
Too far forward, man.
Yeah, you can even see like the Alistar ult was stolen again. It was like, we can tank this for days. We're going to be fine going underneath this tower. So DK now very firmly on the back foot with very little control. You're more than likely going to have this top tower be the main focus for LNG to push out and then start to set up a ton of vision in the enemy jungle. You can already see it existing on the bottom side of your screen, or bottom side of the map, but I think this is where LNG, this 1-3-1 is going to be such a threat for DK.
We're at Worlds. We get to see some Gala Kaisa sniping already. His 3-item power spike with a full dive team right in front of him. This one looks like, unless DK pull out some crazy magic, it is going to be very, very difficult for them to pull game number 1 back at least. Thankfully, we are into the best of portion of Swiss stage though, so definitely will have some more opportunities for DK.
But also, I think it kind of just setting up a very strong point for LNG to say, hang on, no, we are a force to be reckoned with at Worlds. Because I think a lot of people coming in were talking about, hey, you know, there is the top esports, the BLG from the LPL, and then there's that drop down to LNG, but they've been looking absolutely spectacular, both in this game so far and also in the game yesterday against BLG. So realistically, I think our LNG have come in and said, no, you have to look at us now at this Worlds caliber and say we are a real contender for those top spots.
I mean, when you're playing like this, you just demand demand respect, right? Like, we're talking about 3 players who are all still deathless nearly 25 minutes into the game. We're talking about a Renekton that you guys already touched on it. Yeah, we've got an Olaf counter pick that countered nothing. So there's not really a whole lot going on here. And even in the jungle, 0, 1, and 5 for Weiwei been critical for setting up a lot of these plays as LNG going to take out that tier 2 turret back in the mid lane. 9-3 kill advantage, 5-3 turret advantage, 8,000 gold ahead. They've still got Baron for another 15 seconds. They're going to use it to try to force the play onto the tier 2 turret top, but DK holds the line for now.
Yeah, and the Renekton that you mentioned with the over 2,000 gold lead, by the way, against that counter pick, is hitting inhibitor tower right now. So being unanswered, the Ziggs bomb tries to push him off. The minions were still empowered by the Baron though, so they didn't all die down there either. And the Renekton pressure is going to be relentless while the rest of the team...
Yeah, there's not a whole lot left to Lucid here in the top side jungle. As long as they have the tier 2, it ain't gonna matter now, but hold on, Gala and Weiwei are gonna keep pushing the issue further forward. Over the wall, the abscond of Duck doesn't catch anybody else, and Scout and Hung gotta try to get back away. Zika showing up for the reinforcements, but Kingan, nobody takes Hung out of the picture. Zika fighting 1v3 on the front line, but he has to disengage back into the jungle now. Here to the rest of the team, LNG. They are smelling blood in the water, but DK wants to stay the hell out of the pool.
DK retreated to the castle. They drew up the drawbridge and were like, no, you don't get in here. So LNG, this quad melee composition, couldn't get over the wall, and they're just getting free hit the entire time. So DK get to hold on for the moment. They'll get some go back, but LNG still continue to rock them.
Yeah, they hold on for the moment. We'll see how long that continues because they absolutely deleted Lucid here. And then, yeah, they go a little bit deep and give one back, but still are going to be able to return to their same pressure. Can't get over that wall. They take a lot of damage on the way out because of the Ziggs and the harassment from the Smolder. You know, DK, the Smolder is something we should touch on as far as these comeback hopes, even though the comeback is going to be difficult. Showmaker continued stacking up in 241, so, you know, pretty close, pretty nice there for him, as well as the double item power spike starting to come in. It's really when you finally get your rapid fire, though, and you get the extra range, that those hopes will really start to bloom.
I do think we've seen a difference in the way DK have approached the Smolder, though, when we look at like Chovy or someone else who picked it up, because it has very much been a case of, hey, we are sending you to a side lane, you are picking up every stack that you possibly can, whereas oftentimes you've actually seen Showmaker grouped with the team like this. He doesn't go off to a side lane, and I think a lot of that has been trying to hard force onto a mid lane play, but it does mean that the stacks have been hurt as a result, so this Smolder hasn't really come online as quickly as you'd like to, and LNG now are getting to play through that fact and really bully with the gold lead that they have.
Yeah, the control that LNG have now over this game one, 27.5 minutes in, cannot be understated. Baron spawns in about 45 seconds, and then another 45 after that. You've got what will be the Soul Drake for LNG, also going to spawn. Yes, it's a Kim Soul, that's usually not the one that you would want, but it is just extra power built in. It is more to just push you over the line, get you to that Nexus, and get you to the next game. LNG focused on the top side river, though, with Baron being that objective spawning sooner, as Lucid and Moham gotta be careful, man. They are so far behind. One misstep, one face check that you shouldn't have checked is instant lights out.
Oh, hang on, no.
Yeah, never mind. Fight starting off. Weiwei jumping to the back immediately, going after aiming. Who has a flashback over the wall, trying to stay safe as Weiwei's gonna get bursted down by Mom, but the Sterex keeping him alive for an extra second. Showmaker grabbing the kill on that one as Kingan is scrapping and fighting back against LNG. Zika has to try to get away, staying alive with a Sterex of his own as Gala's going to be taken down to 1/3 HP, and he's going to continue retreating back to his own jungle. LNG have lost a man and killed no one on DK. DK standing strong, starting up the Baron, but LNG is still here. Scout looking for the opportunity to go back in. He steals the Alistar ulti away, and now he's jumping in on top of Lucid. Kill the jungler, kill the Baron. It's that easy. Moham trying to get back away now as well, as Zika wants to go in for a pincer attack, but Gala with a beautiful shot takes out the enemy support. Jungle and support on DK down. LNG still in the driver's seat.
DK got a little too hyped on their comeback potential there. They're like, Showmaker hit 250. Oh, we can go, we got some kills. But way too much to go over towards Baron, and then Scout able to use the stolen Alistar ultimate, and another snipe from Gala.
But this was such a sick turnaround from Moham, because I want to watch as the engage comes through here. flashing in to interrupt Hung, making sure that Hung can't get that big crash down, then sets up for DK to play in this choke point. Gala can't step forward because there's so many things that are just being tossed his direction, and that's that slow fight then playing through Kingen on this ulti and Olaf to tear through LNG. But right as you called it, Kobe, it's Scout going, hang on a second, there's a cow still here and I have ultimate available. So he just immediately goes, thank you very much, I'll take that. Lucid, you're first to fall. And even watching Zika again, putting pressure on towards aiming, means that he doesn't really have a position to try and follow up, despite how low Scout goes off the back of this. And guns out, cow's gone, and it's another team fight victory for LNG.
2 Void Seekers in a row from Gala right onto the Alistar. That Alistar was actually more of a help to LNG. Stolen ultimate and then kill him off with a couple of snipes there. Really nicely done from LNG to kind of stabilize what was possibly the first step in a big DK comeback. So I think DK, though, they're still looking at that defense. It is very difficult when you're facing a team like this that has so much dive potential. As you can see, a really good toggle of vision here by the observers, but you're gonna have to expose yourself if you want to keep them off of this Baron. And so they slowly move up, trying to use the Maokai sapling temporary vision for themselves.
Well, the Baron might not have got claimed, but with the Dragon Soul now in the possession of LNG, their combat power is that much more intense. We're already talking about how powerful Scout is with this stolen Alistar ultimate. Now in below half, he's going to have even more of that damage resistance, even more threat. It's so scary for DK at this point, with the topside river being totally controlled by LNG, sitting on the control wards, waiting for their opportunity to go in. Scout immediately stealing away the Maokai ulti.
But I do think DK have read the situation well. LNG need Baron to close out this game. Against Showmaker, against aiming, these waves are never getting close to a tower that you can actually take, especially with 4 melee members and a Kaisa. That tower does not get tickled, so this is why LNG are starting it up. They need this objective.
Kaisa with a death cap too. I'm very scared of that thing. Okay, let's see. Is DK also scared of an LNG looking to force down the Baron? Wei loses his, was that the Sterix? No, never mind, that was just Allied Shield. Okay, I was worried there for a second. We're doing good here for LNG as they are now up just shy of 10,000 gold. They've got the Baron secured. Dagda, you already pointed it out. This thing is imperative for ending the game. So these next 2 minutes and 40 seconds from LNG need to get some work done.
I think they should be able to do that too. We mentioned the death cap here. That's going to mean that, oh, we're so scared of this rapid fire smolder. Not. Actually, our poke is insane too with the Kaisa poke that can come out. So it really transforms from like, oh, full dive comp LNG to just, hey, we have a lot of options to punish you if you go anywhere, you know, else on the map that's not under your towers. But we also have some poke options ourselves here.
Man, LNG is just totally in control of the whole enemy jungle now. It is dark in there if you are playing from the DK side. Scout's just going to shoot off that Maokai ulti that was stolen earlier, use it to help get this wave shoved up. They still want to pressure so many different points at once. You can see Zika up in the top lane looking to take care of the last couple of hits onto that tier 2 they couldn't grab earlier, so now that one's out of the picture. They'll try to pressure 3 different lanes at once. Scout using his TP to rejoin back with the rest of the team as Kingen versus Zika, the 1v1 on the top side, while the remaining 4 players of either team fight over the tier 3 turret back in the mid lane. Zika continuing to try to shove as LNG's wave is cleared out back in mid.
Yeah, all you're looking for is LNGs to try to land this poke as Gala, see if you can try and force someone off. Now you do have the Banshee's Veil completed for aiming, which makes it a bit tough, but trying to dive could be a bit scary because Showmaker has that Seeker's Arm card, but Kingen feeling rough now after a great combo from Zika.
Yeah. Kingen not loving this situation as the tier 3 turret's going to be killed in both top and mid lane at the same time. Zika pops the Dominus, looks to rotate over to the greater fight. They're going to lock up Moham here at the very start as Scout steals away the Unbreakable Will. He's so tanky there on the front line. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do a thing. Mid lane inhibitor down, top lane inhibitor exposed. LNG still doing just fine as DK scramble to try to defend.
And they're teleporting right back in.
Gala jumps in with a killer instinct. He wanted to go after Showmaker, but he ain't going to find him. He stays alive with the extra bit of time from the stasis. Kingen's on the front trying to hold these guys off, putting a couple of hits into Hung, but it ain't gonna matter. Scout steals away another Maokai ulti. LNG with 2 inhibitors down in the enemy squad continue to push forward. Moham barely stays alive. Wei getting himself back into the fight. He's trying to stay alive, but it ain't gonna work out. It's 2 dead on the side of LNG. But Zika, Scout, and Gala are still pushing pushing. The minions are finally going to get cleared away, and DK's looking for a little bit of extra punish, but they ain't going to find anything here just yet. The game goes on.
That last auto attack from the cannon minion, though, gets one of the Nexus turrets. Scout, is he finished yet, though? Still hovering around, considering since he has that Ziggs ult that he could do some serious damage, but LNG routed, they are pushed back, but every single time they come knocking at this castle, more and more of these structures are falling.
And more LNG convincing us of their dominance in game number 1. They still have the Dragon Soul. They've got 2 inhibitors down, so it should be an easy repeat here. With the extra pressure of 2 inhibitors down, that Elder Dragon that's about to spawn, as we will go back to live shortly, is going to be pretty easy for them to set up a dangerous situation for DK. But here is that defense that you were going over. Weiwei had another good buy ultimate there, even as they were trying to disengage him to make sure they could get that kill, but they still get the chase off. DK defend for now, and so we'll go back to live and see about the setup for that Elder Dragon that's going to spawn. They have to deal with double lines of super minions, plus the big gold deficit, plus no vision leading up to that area of the map. So only 13 seconds on the clock. LNG should be able to set up like a death trap here, leading over to the big objective, and DK gonna have to pull out some magic again if they want to stay in this one.
Because it's definitely not scary to face check a Vi, Silas, Renekton.
No, not even a little.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, easy. Easy as you like, you know?
It's such a scary place to be, man, because when the Elder is up, you know if you give it away, you instantly lose. But if you face check a brush on the way there, you also instantly lose. DK trying to take the long way around, wrap up from the bottom lane. They shoot Mom out just because they think, what if LNG is already on the objective? They weren't, but now the Smolder ulti no longer being available for the upcoming fight puts DK at yet another disadvantage. Zika still hanging around and waiting. It's Weiwei and Gala DPSing the Elder just by themselves as a 2-man unit, as Hung's gonna run interference, looking to keep everybody else away with a crash down to the Magnet Storm. Zika's ready to follow it up. They got the Elder, and they're looking to tear through DK. The remaining 4 players trying to get out, but it ain't gonna matter. Scout's got an unbreakable will, and LNG's got unbreakable lines. Mohan will be the next to die as a double kill for Gala will seal their fate. Scout goes on a rampage. 1 goes back, but it will not matter. Ace for 1. Game 1 is going the way of LNG. They'll push down that last Nexus turret. They'll make a statement 18-8, and LNG is up 1-0 in the first promo series of the quarterfinals.
Scout, deathless. Gala, deathless. LNG on top, 0-1 in their favor, taking the game number 1.
DK speechless. That was an incredible performance from LNG. The fact that they were able to control so much of it, even when DK tried to put threat on them, but it was just next to nothing.
Beautifully, beautifully done by LNG in this first best of 3 that we're getting to see here in the Swiss stage. They are fighting, man. They are ferocious. This team is so fun to watch.
Certainly is. I mean, Showmaker even with the Medjai, or Scout even with the Medjais there, keeping that one alive, keeping it stacked up. Very exciting game number 1.
Yeah, I think especially when you're looking at, like, I think we need to go back to the drawing board for Showmaker. I don't think the Smolder was it, but I'm very excited to see what they come back out with when they go towards their style.
Yeah, I would love to see Showmaker on something that can make some more plays, right? Smolder's great for scaling, like you're talking about. You know, you got to get him to those stack points, though. You got to make sure you're giving him too many resources. He can't just walk up to the fight and abandon farming, since it's the whole point of the character. And LNG did a great job playing around it. We're going to be back for game number 2 here shortly. But first, we're hitting a break. Catch you back here real quick.
안녕하세요. 저는 디플러스 계약 정글을 맡고 있는 루시드 최용혁이라고 합니다. 제가 존경하는 프로 선수는 DK 쇼메이커 선수입니다. 오랫동안 잘하는 선수잖아요. 기량을 유지하는 것도 되게 대단하다고 생각하고 또 우승도 많이 했던 선수다 보니까 마인드 자체도 되게 좋게 깔려있는 것 같아서 저런 선수가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 많이 했던 것 같습니다. 이번이 첫 월즈인데 좋은 성적을 내게 된다면 앞으로 프로 생활하는 데 있어서 되게 많은 자신감도 얻을 수 있을 것 같고 앞으로도 더 잘해낼 수 있을 것 같다는 자신감도 많이 생길 것 같습니다. 항상 응원해 주셔서 정말 감사하다는 얘기 드리고 싶고 앞으로도 더 멋진 좋은 선수가 되도록 노력할 테니까 앞으로도 많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 항상 감사합니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想 Jackie Lau 还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一份。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice. I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little walk in the bright. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge. I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew pew. Kill him in the new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since a cradle. Build different, homie, you could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. I'm related, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain, you could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission, I'ma try to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. I tell the world, never label me the same. I thought nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't all play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky, or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a
They're still able to get their grubs. Can they finish the last one? Oh, no, they will not. Stolen away. A little bit more is all he needs. Run, King, and run. Zeka with the solo kill. Means he's totally unafraid of any sort of a counterattack. Hung now just also continuing to try to chase this. Scout got knocked back over the wall. He misses the absconda ducked, but Void Seeker with his flash blown. It's problems for DK. Beautiful engage coming out from Hung as LNG follows up. DK just collapsed, and LNG hit him right in the ribcage.
大家好，我是 LNG 的上单兹卡。能赢下 BLG 的话就很开心嘛。对于在世界赛队伍上的话，都是以一种全新的版本，然后我们就是打任何队伍都是差不多的，主要是看谁成长得更快。就是我们设计的比较好，加上我们5个人本身实力就也挺厉害的。面对 LPL 的队伍的话，就是我们是不太愿意交手的，然后更倾向于交属外赛区的队伍。能赢下他们，我会非常的开心吧，然后也会增加我的信心。
LNG are not the team that usually goes for this, but...
Arrow blocked by On. Here we go, the engage, but it's taken by Elk in the end. The re-engage comes through from On as he jumps into the back line, but isolated is Hung. He has to flash away, but Scout brings them together to clap. LNG are taking the fight, and BLG don't know what just hit them.
我觉得就是个人方面的话，我们选手实力都是很强嘛。但是从团队方面的话，有更多的版本理解啊，就是需要增强。我觉得3个0的话，可能会休息的比较久，然后打的对手也会很少，磨练的机会就会少很多。所以我觉得不一定是好事。面对后面的比赛，我们会变得更强，更有信心冲击决赛吧。
Well, you're halfway there to that 3-0 and that time off. You want Zika, and LNG comes out on top in this first game. He said a lot of interesting things, actually, that we're going to touch on as well in terms of kind of the meta and how it's developing. Also said, rather play a team from another region than from the LPL, Azael, and well, we saw how it worked out for them.
It worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
But it also worked out pretty well against the LPL.
It's true.
Certainly did. I mean, this is a game that was so interesting because it's, when you look at it on paper, this is not at all the preparation, the strategy I expected DK to bring in. And while some parts of it worked out really well for them, when push came to shove, it fell apart pretty damn quick.
What did you not like?
Showmaker spent the entire year complaining about playing 80 champions, how it doesn't fit his playstyle, how it's not what he wanted to do, and then he comes out on stage in his first best of 3 and he plays kind of the only ranged 80 champion that has seen success. And I get it, Gen.G did it, but it doesn't line up at all with how DK have found success in the past. And not only that, I've read and watched 5 interviews at least where Showmaker said, I don't want to play this, I don't like it, I adjusted late because I didn't want to play it, because I was hoping that it would get patched out. And here we are, and he's playing it anyway.
It's like you're going on a diet, and you're saying, I'm not eating any more cakes, okay? And then all of a sudden, there's a cake there, and it is so perfect. That's exactly what you want, and it has like
it's like he can.
Toby's having cake over there.
You don't understand. It's like he wants cake. Cake is now available, and he's like, no, guys, I'll stick to salad. It's like, bro, the cake is there.
Smolder is
you
definitely
love
a cake.
No, it's salad. Nobody likes Smolder.
But it's
Smolder is a necessity. Smolder is not joy. No one goes, oh yeah, I'm gonna sit there and do less damage than everyone in the game.
It's protein. We gotta abandon this storyline. There was a very important sequence in this game that really, I think, broke the game for D plus Kia.
Whether or not Smolder was a salad or cake, they were in a pretty good position to win this game. So we can start rolling this clip, and I just want to highlight this is what really kind of broke him from the game. Mohem actually hits the vision plant. He had full vision on what was going on over here. He sees the Vi. He reacts very late on the retreat. Kingen comes in to try to bail him out, and then again, if we could pause here, highlight aiming. He saw Gallo walking over the ward. He decides to come in and actually start harassing him, trying to keep him away from this play. So it's all coming off of this initial play that Mohem saw with full vision. Aiming knows that Gall is here. We roll this out. Mohem loses his flash, loses his ult. Aiming was not aware of the fact that Zika was coming in from below him. He gets killed. Then bad gets worse as Showmaker here uses his E to actually chase in towards the brush, knowing that all 5 are there. Like, this to me was crazy. It's a comedy of errors here from DK, where unfortunately they lost their minds a little bit, and everyone comes in and is trying to bail out your opponents or bail out your teammates from that mistake that they made. And this is something that is kind of one of those bad habits where you overcommit to a play. You're like, oh, Shock's made a mistake, so I gotta make up for it. And then Drake is like, oh, well, Isaac made a mistake, so I gotta make up for it. And then they're just like running in there.
So I don't know.
You're right. Fair. I wish we could say the same about DK, because it was frustrating because the entire early game, they were disciplined. They used their pressure. They set up vision before they made plays, and then it all just came crumbling down.
Hey, we had a whole point still about kind of meta reads and melee comps and scaling comps and range and whatnot. So since we couldn't say it, you could just guess what we wanted to say. Back to the casters. You guys should guess, casters.
Don't worry, Shocks, we got y'all downloaded right up here. From your brain to our brain to all y'all's brain out there at home, we got the brain game going on, and we got another game going on right now, and that game is game number 2 here between DK and LNG. LNG came out swinging in this first one, man. I love the Silas pick into the Alistar. Yeah. I did not love the way the Olaf turned out on the other side. I did not love the Smolder for Showmaker. Felt like we wanted to see him on something with a little bit more personal agency. So I'm curious how the draft is going to adapt now in our second game.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing little adaptation, at least coming into these first few bans, but still the Rumble. Well, the Renekton, I suppose, being taken away from Zika this time around, saying, hey, look, we don't want Kingen to have to try and deal with that and go back towards the Olaf, but it's still, I think the the change needs to come through how DK approached the early game, because it felt like they just didn't have any sort of push or ability to skirmish, which is where LNG started to take over.
Yeah, I mean, now they're in a spot where they're double banning Zika on the top side here, having to drop a lot of their draft priority into that, and then still you have to cover Yone. That has just been way too massive here, so no surprises.
It also says that Showmaker isn't comfortable on this, because you are banning this on blue side. Yeah. This should be a pick that you're happy to just first pick. Like we've seen Caps go for it, we've seen other teams go for it. This just says Showmaker doesn't want to go towards it.
I mean, we were literally talking about this behind the scenes before the game started today, about how Yone feels like it should be a perma-ban phase 1 red side in this tournament. And if you don't do that, or if you ban yourself on blue, you're just announcing, we don't play it, we don't want it. It's not the name of the game, but that will be banned out alongside the Renekton and the Rumble that you guys talked about. Jax, Gnar, and Aurora banned out by LNG. First pick of this draft is the Vi. Remember that Wei picked that one up for LNG in the previous game, so DK gonna snatch it away.
And so already to me that seems like it's going to set Showmaker up for one of those AP threats that people want to see from him, rather than the AD carry. So really high priority there, kind of translates into a better pick for Showmaker, I think, as well. So we'll see what the response is here from LNG. Very quick. Interesting if you go for a Camille blind and so early. Like, Zika is just so confident. I mean, this tournament already is having an explosive start, but locking in Camille plus the Sejuani threat here is great, a great pick potential.
But this was the pick that Zika made his name on when he initially joined IG for his first year in the LPL. He was a monster threat on the side lanes. Now, this hasn't been something that he's been able to find the greatest of successes on since he's come into LNG. They've kind of moved away from split push into, hey, we want you more on the Renektons and the Kazantes and these kind of things, but this is giving a lot of trust to Zika, saying, we know you can beat Kingen, go back to your comfort and let's slam that home.
Well, also, we're talking about how it's blind and it was fast slammed for being first pick of the draft, but when you look at the bans, it feels kind of like blind with an asterisk on it, because you know Jax, Gnar, Rumble, Renekton, 4 out of 6 of these first bans being used on the top lane does eliminate a lot of things that you otherwise might expect to potentially be there, but it's Ziggs and Poppy locked in for DK, expecting to see aiming back on that Ziggs here again, as Wei is playing the Sejuani this time. Remember that in the game #1 draft, it was the Kai'Sa locked in as the last pick for the first half for LNG and for Gala, and they're hovering it here again.
You are playing into the hands of this Poppy a little bit, though, with the Kai'Sa lock-in, because that's now 3 dashing champions that are all potentially stopped by this steadfast presence. So I'm a little concerned, especially since you can just pop that Poppy down to the bot lane for Moham, and you should be relatively fine. Still could give it to Kingen if you want to, but yeah, I think in this position, this Poppy value is just starting to go to an all-time high.
Yeah, LNG came into today with a plan, and their plan is we're going to dive, and we're going to dive you a bunch. And they slam a bunch of it here again, with the mobility of Camille and with the ultimate of Camille, allowing them to get side lane picks, allowing them to get, opportunities for Gala to just jump on in with that Kai'Sa. Looks to be very similar.
And I think that's why if you're DK, you have to start looking towards things like Orianna, the LeBlanc, these things that can facilitate a Camille that is diving in onto the back line, or try and keep multiple of these carries safe, because if not, I think you're in a pretty dire situation with the amount of access that you have for aiming and how much DK struggled to keep him safe in the last game.
So the one thing that I always look at when somebody has Camille picked up is that you can't get away from Camille's ulti, but you can get Camille away from her own ulti. That's the escape, a yeet button. That's what you can use to deal with the Camille. Poppy has a yeet button. Ziggs has a very small one.
It's smaller.
It can kind of work
Tiny button.
if she's at the edge. But there are a couple of options there with something like that. The Smolder banned away by LNG, so they want to make sure they don't have to play against that eternal stacking here again. Even though they beat it in the first game, they're also going to ban out the Tristana, and the Nautilus banned out by DK.
So are they going to also ban out like a Rel or something here? I mean, it could be a similar situation. Since LNG have red side, they have full counter pick for Scout here. So they could hide the Sylas again, and if you let the Rel through, then they pick the Rel for LNG, and then you pick, if you're trying to counter with Alistar again, then guess what? You get hit with a Sylas again for Scout. So it's a decision here, and it looks like they will let it through. So they let the Rel through, then there's a possibility of the Alistar answer, and the kind of the chain of events there is available.
I do think you just swap Poppy to bot side, though, and you say, hey, we're going to play Poppy into this Rel. She's still fine. The crash then gets interrupted by the steadfast presence, and then you just end up taking something different for Kingen. So I think you still have options here. This would be one that I didn't expect, though, to come through.
We'll see. Well, we won't go until we see the timer run all the way out. Okay, well locked in. Now, I am a big believer in fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, that's my fault now. All right, if they pick the Alistar again and leave this Sylas option open, I am fully laying the fault of that at DK. We know how powerful that combo was last game. We got to see Scout play like an absolute madman.
The Annie over here, this is something that we have seen a little bit, but I think, yeah, just going back towards an Ahri, something that can kind of set up for alongside this buy dive is going to be perfect. But it does open up again, though, for Scout to go back towards the Sylas, if he really wants to. Sylas was traditionally what we saw as an answer into the Ahri, and then even the Orianna, too. So I think you've still got multiple answers here for Scout.
Yeah. All right. Not going to feed him another Alistar, most likely. Just put the Poppy bottom. And let's see, what do we got into the Camille here? Is it gonna be a lock? That would be a super fun matchup. I always love Camille versus Fiora. I'll wait until it's actually locked before we get excited though.
You always gotta wait. That one is ever anything is not Cassante is hovered.
It's so fun though, because of the riposte and because of Camille wall jump and then trying to like put it a little bit to the side so you can still proc but then not get hit with the stun. But we don't even get to go into it because it will just be another Cassante.
All right, so what's the fun part about Cassante? Camille, come on, hype me up. Hype me up. What do you got?
Camille wins, really.
Okay.
I mean, Camille should be advantaged. So, you know, traditionally, I think the Cassante is like a little bit rough into the Camille here as far as really good scaling for the Camille in side lanes and really good setup with a Galio here. That counter pick still used very effectively. Galio mid, by the way, has been on a recent tear with the full damage build. For solo queue, it has been massive. The rank 3 guy in Korean solo queue really got a bunch of people playing. Galio mid was really maining it with the Storm Surge. We'll see what build Scout goes for here because Galio, of course, did get the extra health ratios, so you still, you know, can go the more defensive routes, but solo queue's had some really nice full damage Galios going on, and I like the look.
Man, Camille Galio, such a classic combo. Hex Tech Ultimatum into the hero's entrance, especially when you look at both carries on the enemy team. That's a Ziggs, that's an Ahri, that's magic damage, plus a little bit more magic damage. Galio's gonna fly in there and protect Camille, and it is gonna hurt whoever is locked up in the way.
Yeah, the Ziggs little knockback doesn't work anymore. You need way more to try and deal with this. Because even if you get the Camille out, there's still a Galio coming down too. So this has suddenly become a far more potent composition, and it still does rely heavily though on the Kai'Sa damage and also then having this Camille get ahead so then she can one-shot someone in the backline, because otherwise the ability to have this long-range damage and the disengage options that you do have with the Poppy could come back to bite LNG.
Alrighty, boys, let's do it. Game number 2. DK wins this one, we get to play one more here in this series, but if LNG takes it, they are going straight to Paris from here. They will find themselves locked in for the quarterfinals at Worlds 2024. They are putting themselves in an incredible position to really, really be a threat, really be one of those squads that everybody else is kind of like, hey, we don't really want to draw these guys anymore when you head into quarters.
Yeah, especially with the versatility that they're showing, right? Like, yes, Zika has kind of been going towards these Renekton's Cassantes, but has always had these big carry picks. The Rumble has looked great for him. He's even got that counter pick Rise in his back pocket at times as well. So, and now Scout, the Tristanas, the Lucians, the Galios, the Sylases, it just feels like you never know what LNG are going to bring out. And I think for a team that definitely was talked about as having these specific picks that they kind of relied on to have these big performances like Scout's Lucian, like the Yone, I think it's great to see that versatility being shown on the world stage.
Let's see what we get here as DK is doing a little bit of a late invade in the enemy jungle, sweeping out a bit of vision. Moham and Kengan are going to face check right into this brush, and they'll both lose bone plating and not a whole lot more.
Yeah, they're trying to do the little bit of delay and go in.
Okay, we are getting a scrappier 3v3 at level 1. Zika got to try to get away from that one a little bit faster. Him and Weiwei both down to half HP. Third and Tofo strike knocks the Sejuani on back, but nobody's really that close to death. Critically, you can see the big Raptor going over to Weiwei, but he didn't get the entire camp, aiming there with a 1 CS.
But even getting some there is like a bit of a steal away, you know, whenever we have the lane swaps and DK trying to go for that invade to push him off so that they would have the full topside map for Lucid, but successfully taken away a little bit there by LNG.
Okay. Hung just trying to be a nuisance here in mid lane, but does not get tackled back close enough to the turret there for the range to shoot.
I'm curious to see what happens now with the supports though, because we have seen some changes where for like the light and stuff, he would try and match on the bottom side. You'd have King and then TP in to join him and try and play down for this bottom side, but it looks like both teams, and actually Mo, I'm kind of trying to do just that, but getting caught out by Hung, so it looks like LNG just trying to dissuade Kingen from being able to TP down and pick up this big wave.
Lucid just going to continue clearing through that enemy jungle here as Amy and Kingen have the wave about to crash into the turret. Here's your TP coming in. Weiwei, Hung, Zika, Gala, everybody's here on LNG. Moham wanting to show up and try to reinforce. He will not be able to close the distance in time, but he is close enough that no dive is going to happen. LNG backs it away.
And that's the thing, Moham did his job there. All you needed was for Kingen to get the experience and make it work. He's level 3, healthy engaged though.
Yeah, Moham jumping in there after Weiwei. He is going to get stunned up. Void Seeker fired out, but Kingen wisely intercepting that one, making sure that it doesn't collide with the Poppy.
Nice little chunk there. Easy defense. DK are able to keep Kingen in full experience over here. And Zika, of course, teleporting up to the top side to grab the top side experience in the 1v1. That now, looking at the mini-map, he's actually going a little bit aggressive, tried to get in there onto aiming and actually chunked aiming Ziggs out a little bit. Meanwhile, the rest of the red side takeaway here for LNG goes according to plan, even with a bit of chunk of damage onto Weiwei. Didn't really have to divert their plan at all.
Zika does still have to be careful, although he's getting good damage on towards aiming. You can see where Lucid is on the map, because easily try and get in behind him, but sitting just above half HP, he should be fine. But at least getting a good answer on towards aiming at the moment and keeping himself in check in the lane is going to work out perfectly for him.
And they've got the timer on the respawn of these Raptors. Raptors number 2 here, so they know.
Ooh, Lucid going after Scout, forcing the flash out of him. Summoner spell for summoner spell there, but DK's happy to take it, make that Galio more vulnerable.
Yeah, LNG know that, yeah, they could come for our second Raptors, but it doesn't matter if you know. Nice little bit of damage there, gonna force Scout's flash. Pretty big here for Lucid. They, of course, invest their own flash, but trying to get pressure onto the Galio is really big. Whenever you're running Vi plus Ahri, you want to have the level 6 kill potential really be there. And with now Scout on the Galio with no flash, he will certainly be a viable target, as Zika right now is the target.
Yep, knocked back with the satchel charge. Zika trying to get away there, jumps towards his opponents with a hook shot for the extra distance, but it does not matter. First blood over to aiming on the Ziggs.
So I think Zika was expecting Lucid to try and go for the Q and was hoping to flash over, but instead he only ends up flashing into the waiting arms of Lucid and sets up for that kill.
It's so hard versus Poppy angles too, because he's like, I don't want to get too close to the wall, but then if you flash that angle, then you're getting banged into the tower, and they still got the stun, setting it up for aiming for Ziggs to get fed. Now the opposite dive.
Yeah, they want to get this dive onto Kingen if they can. Doing a good job defending himself for now. Turret shots flying out, but Scout's made his way down to the fight now too. 4v1, Kingen still level 5, nowhere close to being able to go all out, but he knocks him back, doing a beautiful job so far. Kingen, one-man army from DK, he finally falls. LNG barely stumbling out of it.
Yeah, he got a couple of them low, but he still goes down, and Showmaker could not clean up. Even with the 2 low health members, due to the tower, he could not clean up any extra kills.
And he just there hit level 6 as well. That would have been such a big difference if it was slightly faster, but unfortunately for DK, LNG, even though they had a tough time doing it, they got it done. Gala flashes back over the wall. Showmaker with a Spirit Rush to try to chase him down. He's all out of charges now, though. The orb flies out. Showmaker doing a good job flashing away from the hook shot of Zika, who does not have his own ulti. The Camille's still only level 5, so that's not going to be a return kill.
And now with the map state that it's in, Lucid able to move up towards this top side. He's going to get the Void Grubs. You push for aiming on towards this top tower as well. This should fall. So despite it being that top tower, it actually looks like first turret is going to go the way of DK. This is a much better early game for the LCK representative.
Yeah, aiming up here on the Ziggs, just destroying this tower. And he was also the one to get the last hit onto the kill for the first blood that they got on Zika. So it's going to be a very, very dangerous Ziggs very early on into this game.
Yeah, there you go. Turret down. Ziggs doing what Ziggs does, and Kingen now goes all out here with a Cassante chasing after Hung. But he can just join up with the rest of his team. up here in this bottom side river. Weiwei still working on the Drake. They're level 4, they're half HP for the support and jungler of LNG, so they got to be a little bit careful here, even though they have a massive numbers advantage. They catch King, and he went way too close. What in the hell are we doing, King? And that was not the right choice. LNG getting a punish, and now the fight might just continue. Lucid wants to try to get away back over the wall. The ball breaker ain't gonna work. DK just throwing their men into a blender.
Is that Dragon Pit the Mabruta triangle? Like, they're all getting lost in there. What in the heck are they doing, Flowers? That's 2 free kills.
I'm so confused. I was like, oh, this is really cool. Kingan's getting some nice damage down. They're just making it awkward for them, and like, Hong will have to reset, so then you can play it on the map. And then he just kind of keeps going, and I'm looking at the mini-map, I'm like, Vi's not there, Poppy's not there. Lads, this is 2v4. Like, this is not where you want to try and take this fight. And sure, they get the damage on Hung, but this is such an overextension.
Yeah, you can tell. The call is try and delay them. Hey, we're on the way. We want to try and punish them. We want to catch them. But then not only does our Cassante die, but then Lucid dies for a control ward inside the Dragon Pit. The Dragon Pit where the dragon had already been taken, nonetheless. So 2 free ones there. I mean, LNG are very happy to get that extra money because DK had been building such a good advantage in this early game. Their Ziggs game plan was going full steam ahead. He already got his Ludens so much money with the isolated tower gold plus the first blood money. It had been going so incredibly well for DK, and you might look back at those couple of kills that you gave away really early on into the game and really, really regret those. We'll see though if you know, LNG are able to get their dive game plan going. We now have our level 6s for both the Galio as well as the Camille, so our possibilities of the traps, that kind of goated combo that you look for is going to be operational.
Man, that was not what DK needed. They were 3 grubs ahead. I mean, technically they still are 3 grubs ahead. It just doesn't feel as good after the blunder there in the Drake Pit. 9.5 minutes into the game. Second set of grubs spawns in 60 seconds.
And I would say your game plan of the Fed Ziggs is still going really nicely. Already rotated him into mid lane here, can easily destroy these minion waves, keep up the early push, allow you then to set up your play as the Rift Herald is about to spawn, push mid wave, get everybody over there. Top tower's already dead, they already pushed out top wave, so you, even though things like this happen, you have to get right back into focusing on the next step.
And I think the fact that you've got this setup for aiming in fights is perfect as well, because Lucid, the immediate follow-up with that ultimate, that's why we often saw the Ziggs paired with things like Nautilus support, because it just gives them the fire at will on this specific spot and you will murder someone. So I think for DK, the likes of being able to lock down Gala, potentially even just take Zika out of a fight, makes these upcoming scraps significantly easier. So LNG need to pull off some kind of magic to make these next few fights go in their favor.
Yeah, and they should be able to set up nicely for that second pack of grubs that we're looking towards. They get the recall off for Ziggs as well, so gets another purchase, and looking at the 6 stack of grubs would be very nice for them, even though their bottom tower here is very close to going down, and 3 members of LNG are coming to try and make sure of that.
Yep, we got another teleport coming in to try to turn this into a very one-sided fight. It's another bad experience for King and around the bottom lane. 0-3 and 0 on Cassante in this game.
I think that's a great call from LNG, because they're like, fine, you can have the next pack of grubs off of your push on top side, off of your push in mid lane, but we're gonna know that you're taking those grubs and make a play on the other side of the map.
I think it's always one of the most critical skills in League of Legends that really separates the top teams. Hold on now, another one of those skills is a dive when you can find it. Beautifully done from DK, but a nice interruption as LNG want to get that counterattack now on Lucid, who tries to escape off to the right, but it's not going to do a whole lot. You would have to think. Lucid still staying alive for now, still trying to get himself back away. One more punch from Scout's going to get it done as Hung gets slammed back into the wall there by the Poppy, but a DP's coming in. There's your Glacial Prison. There's a double kill back over to Scout. There's Zika making his way into the fight as King goes unstoppable with his reinforcement, but the fight's already finally done. LNG fighting back after Gala got dove.
It looked so good for DK. That was the combo that we were just talking about, where you can annihilate Gala, but just end up going that little bit too far forward. Lucid gets caught, and every member of LNG comes out of the woodwork to try and turn that one around.
I was about to say, before that happened, one of the most critical skills of being a good team is knowing when to just let something go and take something else instead. But LNG was not willing to let Gala go unavenged, and they hit right back.
Even with the scrappiness of this game, even with the chaos that does bloom out of this game, you still have the one constant, and that is the Ziggs taking towers.
Yes, sir.
Aiming got right back to duty. Aiming is the one staying focused here for DK. As usual, you know, he is going to be the real consistent damage for them as it gets later.
Scout immediately greeting Showmaker with some damage as he teleports in.
I was going to say, the tank Galio doesn't really hit as hard as you kind of hope for when they're teaming in, though. It's kind of like, oh, you take none of my health, but I also take none of yours. So, good day, sir. We'll back away, but they will back away towards this dragon, which is working out well for them. Yep. And Zika now trying to see if he can just put some pressure on towards Moham, but he cannot defend this top tower by himself, but the wave isn't quite in position.
So last game, where we had more of an even spread of the neutral objectives, Grubs didn't all get 6-0. The first two Drakes went 1-1. This time around, it's all Grubs over to DK, both Drakes over to LNG. The Soul this time is more valuable as well, being a Mountain Soul, particularly against a Ziggs who's going to be spamming out that poke. Having the extra shield to just resist some of that consistent long-range damage could go a long way. So I'll be very interested in tracking and noticing how DK is going to respond to the future Dragon attempts that come out from LNG, especially considering how effective Ziggs can be at those neutral standoffs.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, though, you still have a Ziggs with 6 Grub buff, right? So you have to be so careful here as LNG about how you set up, because the second Ziggs goes on to a turret, that turret's gone. And I think at the moment they're doing a decent job of moving Scout into positions where he is kind of being the defensive side laner, where you have Zika being the offensive side laner, and having people like Wei and Hung play towards him. As long as they can keep that and you can continue to clear these waves, they should be fine. But one misstep and DK can rip so much gold off the map.
Yeah, especially because so much of their gold is from turret plates and turrets themselves that the Ziggs has been able to get for DK. So we'll see about the setup now as everybody heading over towards top river. So I feel like we might get a nice little scrap here.
Yes, sir. Rift Herald has spawned. LNG with a 5-man play going in. They find the Glacial Prison, but it's only on to Moham. How much do they want to commit to this? Looks like the whole kitchen sink. Should be a 1-for-1, though. Hung barely getting away. Showmaker finally going to finish him, but Lucid's going to drop next. 3v4. Aiming is still alive. Kingen trying to cut off Zika. Hero's entrance looking to back up that top laner as Kingen is once again in a bad spot. He has to flash to try to escape, but it's Scout back over the wall. LNG doing a beautiful job as the fist of Scout finds the forehead of Aiming, and that one is going to be a clean fight for LNG.
The Galio punches are very satisfying there. That was actually beautiful kind of dissection of the fight from LNG. They cut off both members here as you see Galio ultimate used up to the top side and then jumping right back over the wall.
Yeah, and it was just a great setup because you see the steadfast presence go down, which means that Zik is just waiting for the follow-up there, threatening Lucid so Lucid can't go in. Once Lucid does, the immediate ult from the Camille means that he can't really threaten on towards the back line. And then Kobe, as you just highlighted, the split up here. Gala staying away from the wall so King can't really get him into position. Wei getting that knock up. You've got Scout who's peeled now for Showmaker and happy to take the brunt of that damage thanks to having that Hollow Radiance and the MR from that alongside flashing over the wall to finish off Aiming. Beautiful stuff from LNG.
Yeah, I love it. You know, Scout, he protects the top side with his ultimate, then he flashes over to get the taunt and combo on the big threat of DK and finally allow them to take down Aiming. And like Scout has just been so good for this team. You can see why they really wanted him here. Why Gala himself even spent his own personal money along with some of his old teammates to really help Scout get here. And he's paying them back in gameplay.
He's paying them back in gameplay, and we're paying them back in gold as well. We were talking about Aiming being the win condition, Aiming being up 1,500 gold. Look at the bottom of your screen right now. That blue number says 136. The lead for the Ziggs has evaporated compared to Gala, who on this Kai'Sa, we saw it in game number 1. This dude can tear through the enemy team. The build, not the same as what we saw in the previous game, going for the Kraken Slayer this time, working towards that Rage Blade here yet again. But once he gets online, when you've got this Galio and this Camille working with you, chugga, 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 chugga. That's the dive train, and it's leaving the station.
But this is the champion Gala made his name on. This is the pick that he was associated with for so long. The ability to have these big playmaking picking moments, understanding exactly when he needs to go in with the killer instinct, and even picking up numerous pentakills on the champion. So it's kind of been comfort for him over the course of this series, and he's getting to show back why he's so feared both domestically and internationally for his Kai'Sa play.
Okay, so let me ask you guys. This game, early on, started off way better for DK than the first game did, and then just fumbling the ball over and over and over again, getting outplayed by LNG. How do they stabilize this and try to take themselves to a game 3?
I do think a huge amount of it has to be a combo between Lucid and Aiming. Just try and delete Gala off the map, and then you can deal with Zika by himself, which is the amount of CC you have, because the build that Scout's going, he has the Hollow Radiance already, he is tanky, but the damage behind that profile isn't quite there yet. So as long as you can deal with one threat in Gala, it becomes significantly easier to deal with the other threat, which is Zika.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's either like Lucid and Aiming ults coming over, or Lucid and Showmaker, you know, dashing in to make use of that pick. But it really does come down to that Vi ultimate being your biggest tool in actually forcing some picks in your favor. And you really need to leverage those very early on so that LNG don't get to set up their combo.
But the problem is you've got Scout on the Gallia, right? So even trying to get that moment may cost you your lives, but it may be a sacrifice DK have to be willing to make, as third Dragon started. DK, a lot of respect here.
LNG with total control over the bottom side river, and one of the reasons why they have it is because they dropped the Rift Herald back in mid lane as a distraction that needs to be answered by DK here at the same time. Showmaker's gonna step up, but the Mountain Drake is already secured by Weiwei here on the Sejuani. LNG now at soul point, 3 Drakes to nothing.
And when you're running a team like this that is based on picking people off and all in sending that dive, it is really, really, really beneficial to be able to have the threat of Dragon Soul to draw the enemy team out into the open areas of the map, and then you jump on them with all of your engage.
And I want to go back to what you guys were talking about as your answers to the last question. How does DK win? How do they stabilize? The common denominator in those answers was Lucid needs to find a good ulti on a value target, and we're talking about a guy who's a rookie. We're talking about a guy who, when we heard back from the desk at the top of the day, he has some of those moments where he goes in too hard, or he has, like, you know, that young player, like, lack of experience type of decision making that can show up in some of these high pressure situations. So the way I'm looking at it from here, the pressure is on for this young jungler from DK to show that he's got what it takes to find those angles and find a moment that might be able to still save him in this series.
If we remember last night when his Vi goes really deep in onto the Ashe there with the ultimate and gets kind of taken off for a ride all the way into enemy team. You know, they still win the game and everything, but yeah, those are the ones where you go a little bit more far than you kind of bargained for. But it's critical to also, like, pull this play off in transition, you know, so that LNG don't get to use their full combination of a team. And right now, LNG are actually splitting them across. They're going to be able to have bot side push with Zika. His flash and his teleport are both ready on the Camille, so he gets bot lane push first while the rest of the team is able to transition down from mid lane to secure jungle.
Trying to go into Moham, not quite able to get him, but LNG is a team that has struggled when it comes towards actually playing out a map state in a 1-3-1 or these kind of split push scenarios. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on how they start to play this one out, at least getting these early objectives. They have been playing relatively well on Scout, kind of hovering to create a lot of that pressure, but you still need to see these turrets really start to fall.
And in watching LNG with a lot of the LPL teams, I feel like LNG is very good and methodical when they've got these nice leads and they've got everything that they need set up. They're the ones with their nice gold lead already. They already have control over this entire bot side jungle leading up to Dragon. It's important that you get those wards out early, so it makes it easier as the Dragon gets closer and closer to set up the next ones. And they're even teleporting down there.
But this is the play that I was going to say that traditionally LNG fell back onto when they had these split pushes, which is overloading these lanes with Scout and Zika, and then using Zika as a TP back to try and play off elsewhere. But DK have read this.
Yeah, Showmaker and Lucid both around here. Mega Inferno Bomb used to just clear the wave. Scout's Justice Punch gets interrupted, so then he has to flash to try to escape, but a nice charm from Showmaker to lock him up, and LNG is going to get punished immediately. The Vile to stop the hero's exit. Beautifully done there to ruin the game plan of their opponents. DK showing that they're still paying attention here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, great read from DK. This is kind of a set play that LNG have used a couple of times. Zika just hops over the wall, where they will try and just overload good one side lane where they have these TP advantages to make some sort of magic happen. And you've always got Scout who can use his ultimate to get back alongside Zika with the TP, but DK were aware of it. They already had Lucid moving into position as that wave was about to crash, and it's a great turnaround for DK.
It's a huge moment. Our eyeballs were just all on Lucid, and him being able to use Vi ultimate to lock somebody down, and they have Showmaker there, and they make the play. So very nicely done for them. Nice little punish, but it doesn't completely change the direction of the game because all of the setup work that LNG had done is still pretty much true. They still have their deep wards in the jungle leading up towards the dragon, so they can still set up nicely here as it's now only 1 minute away, and this is going to be a very early soul fight.
The big thing that I'm looking at here is Scout not only died, but he did lose both summoner spells, the TP committing to be there as well as the flash trying to escape, so neither one of those tools will be available for this upcoming soul fight, and if LNG ends up getting forced off, or even if they decide to fight forward and they lose by a small margin, that could be a big difference maker.
I think this is where we will see LNG just go for tower takes though. They're having an awful time breaking these turrets because aiming just sits in mid, clears out the waves all day. Showmaker's been doing a very similar job matching wherever Zika's trying to put pressure on the map. So in this situation, I wouldn't be surprised to see them look for the reset, lean in towards this top lane, and just try and take turrets over anything else right now.
Drake 15 seconds away. A little bit of vision from both sides here in the bot side river. Aiming just continuing to force these waves down. So easy to do it with the Ziggs. Vision in the pit from LNG though, with this Drake about to spawn in less than 5 seconds now. Mohan and Hung fighting back and forth for the vision control in the brushes around the area. Both teams know how important that control is going to be as DK brings everybody down.
Yeah, both Zika and Kingen do have their teleports ready. Zika's going to be able to push the wave first there on top side as Dragon gets leashed out. Good job taking control of that little curved bush in the river, by the way. This one they're fighting over right now. Wei clears it out again himself. That one is so critical for these fights around Dragon. So retaken vision control now by LNG in this bush.
Keegan keeps trying to reset. I'm not sure if he's come close to that item completion, so may want to try and get that in just so he can come in with the TP, but LNG giving up a lot of space here to DK.
I think the fight on top lane is actually really important too, to be able to see where that goes, since it is actually 2 items for Zika. Slight advantage here over Kingen, who hasn't been able to complete. And he's trying to make it work. He does get his teleport off, so LNG, they want this soul. They're going to send everybody.
Zika here first. LNG with control of the pit. They're going to pour some DPS into the objective. DK still got to be careful about their approach, but they're going to be a little bit too little, too late. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top as they want to try to get their jungler in there, but instead the counterattack coming out from LNG. The Drake is going to be secured. That is Mountain Soul over to the LPL squad, as now they're going to take the full fight, but they got to be careful. Zika here on the front line going to be taken low, but he barely survived thanks to Steric's Gauge. Now the Wombo combo. The damage back over onto Kingen's going to be good. LNG still chasing, but Wei is at death's door. Aiming takes him down, and Hung is going to be stopped. LNG still scrambling to fight. A double kill back over to Aiming. Make it a triple for the Ziggs. Scout about to fall, and the Void Seeker won't get one back. It's soul of an LNG. It's fight for DK.
And Baron is up. They can go. Did Aiming just save the game? It was also an amazing ultimate from Kingen. He was actually able to Cassante ult away from the Camille Galio combo, and now they can go for the Baron response.
Gala, low, won't be able to get into this. DK, yes, they gave Soul, but they might be able to get Baron and take so much more on the map. And again, this is such a crucial component to LNG, actually being able to take these towers because of these double AP mages that are just buffering through these waves.
I want to see the fight again. Gala here, though, is going to try and fight them off the Baron. They're still rushing it down. It's 3,000 health.
2,000 health, 1,000 health secured by Lucid and DK. LNG, they wanted to try to get something back. They even used Scout's TP. That is now back-to-back TPs from Scout that have been completely ineffective. Hung wants to try to stop some backs, maybe desync them, but it's not even going to work.
I really want to see this fight again, because I believe Kingen, Cassante ults Camille out of his own ultimate so that nobody was locked into the Galio combo. We'll take another look, because it starts out so nicely for LNG. They force them off the dragon, they take the dragon, then they Camille Galio ult here, and then it is Kingen takes him out so that Lucid's able to escape as well, and nobody gets caught in the combination. The re-engage then, sacrificing his life there as Kingen goes in to get the knockback. And they get so much damage out of this Zig. Chunking Wei so low, Aiming can flash forward, and he also gets the knock onto Hung to make sure he can get that double kill.
All right, back to live. Engage from Lucid, going in, tries to find the slam on Away. The Sejuani not anywhere tanky enough to survive this, and DK with momentum barreling down the bottom lane.
They saw Zuka in this top side, so they immediately go for the pick. They get it, and the reset now from Kingen to defend this top turret as well. DK getting a lot of value out of this Baron buff and outplaying on the map right now.
This is such an exciting one. Oh my goodness, the comeback possibilities here for DK. So much gold injected into this team off of that fight.
DK coming back from the precipice of another really bad game state, and they are now over 4,000 gold ahead. The Ziggs war machine is absolutely pumping damage into these structures. 5 turrets to 2 favoring DK. Dragons are not necessary. They've got everything else in their control right now.
DK is always so fun to watch. So much damage coming out here from aiming. Him still remaining consistent for this team. Now, you know, he's even over the 2,000 gold lead, but we also have gold leads for Lucid, for Showmaker, you know, big capabilities here. And Showmaker also picking up his arm guard, so big possible plays out of this Ahri. Yep. He's got a 2-level lead over Scout's Galio to boot. Really want to see this pushed to a final and deciding game. But LNG, of course, are going to be able to still wield the power of the soul that they got.
But I think the double Zanya starting to be completed for both Eamon and Showmaker just nullifies so much what LNG want to do. We know the combo well. Zika goes in, Scout ults, try and pick someone off, but when your main targets are just able to go invulnerable for the entire duration of that, it makes things significantly easier to defend. So LNG, I think their window of opportunity is starting to close in this game unless they get creative, which looks like they might be on towards Showmaker now.
Thing is for LNG as well, the difference between this game and the last game, look at Gala. Last time around, he was going with the very heavy AP build, right? We saw the Death Cap, we saw the Magic Penetration, we saw Nashor's Tooth, all these things. This time around, it's much more of a fighting, shooting, DPS dive build. If you're not diving, you're not really doing anything on LNG's side. And if DK continues building their lead, the dive gets tougher and tougher. Moham, very low, but he still stays alive. Critically, Kingen trying to also continue the retreat. LNG keeps the chase alive. Scout doing a great job, locking up the enemy Cassante. Zika's already killed off Moham, but meanwhile back in the jungle, it's Gala under pressure. Huge damage coming in. Gala is saved somehow by the hero's entrance plus the shielding. The Kaisa stands tall.
The locket from Wei barely keeps Gala alive as that last punch comes in from Lucid, and it just means it's a pick. LNG saw the TP from Showmaker on towards mid lane and saw their chance to bite back against DK.
What a game. What a series, man. This is awesome.
What a world. This entire event has been sick so far.
Kobe, we flew out at the right time, dude. This is a
jet lag. You waking out, lads? You feeling it?
Yeah. Got off the plane just in time, baby.
Feeling good. Feeling good.
That's kind of why I want to see another one, another game of this. But LNG, of course, don't want that. They want the express route into the next stage of Worlds here. They want to be able to finish out this game. And of course, the power of a Mountain Soul is so big in these all-in fights where they just get the full commitment, they can make use of this full shields, and they have had, you know, lightning quick engages here. So we'll take a look at the combinations. You have to, of course, always keep checking back in on the flashes, and most of them have their flashes back and available. It's just, of course, Scout Galio not going to have his ready.
Well, we had a very early Dragon Soul this game, the earliest possible one you could get 4-0, but that also means early Elders. This buff so often ends the game, and right now, bottom river control belongs to DK. LNG just trying to get their waves pushed up, trying to be careful on their approach here. They still have the Scuttle Crab vision in the bot side river, but everything else is DK's.
Looks like side lane push acquired here by Zika. Level 16, now 17 on the Camille as the rest of the team comes to hover.
That Ziggs so huge here for DK. Zika jumps in for the immediate stun on Kingen, but the Cassante can't really be the target. It can't be the focus for LNG if they want to have a good fight here as DK groups up and exits back towards mid.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure that Scout can't come in behind them with a big taunt. Zika trying to wrap around completely out of vision. Lucid trying to mark him and spot him out. We'll just see him here now.
Okay. They've got eyes on Zika, but now the fight's gonna start off. Lucid wanted to go in, but it ain't gonna work out here quite yet. Aiming forced into the stasis here immediately, but a massive engage coming up from Hung. He locks everybody up, but where's the follow-up? Kingen's gonna die. away. Gala takes him out. DK trying to get themselves away. Zika still barely alive here at about 25% HP. Back into the Drake pit. Lucid over the wall. Still thinking about maybe trying to fight for it. Moham at 1/3 HP. Aiming. He needs to recall, reset, rejoin the fight here with a teleport. The Dragon at 6,000 as Hung again still looking for an angle. There's your taunt coming out from Scout. Zika back over the wall and Lucid is down. The charm on Gala will finish him off, but Showmaker dies to Scout here as well. Aiming and Moham trying to get themselves back away as Weiwei will be left alone here with the Elder Dragon. Hung still chasing, and Elder execute would be almost immediate here on Moham. He's about to take the damage. The winds of war are blowing, and they will burn down the house of DK. Aiming, the last man standing. He's kiting them all the way through the jungle. They got to be careful about this one. The Ziggs is so damn hard to kill, but they've got so many more men. Weiwei still coming back around from the side. The Elder Dragon Sejuani trying to cut him off. Aiming with a beautiful Mega Inferno Bomb to take out the enemy support, but he pays with it with his life. And LNG get a delayed ace plus Elder.
It's Aiming versus the world against the dragoned up LNG, but he just can't do it, and he can't get it done here either. The LNG play out this fight so incredibly well, picking off Lucid, immediately turning on towards Showmaker. Zika buying so much space on the top side alongside Hung, and the eventual turnaround to pick off the members of DK.
And that fight is only the second wraparound after they had already got the first kill. In the first fight, they actually, even though they see the Camille coming, there's nothing you can do about it. The Camille ult breaks the Vi ultimate, and they still got their engage. Great follow-up from Hung in the last
just a
one.
Great guess
But
by Amy.
goes down there to the big Ziggs bomb.
All right, back to live. LNG going after Baron. And there is no contest on that one. All right, LNG have Elder for another 60 seconds, Baron for 3 minutes. They want to try to force a fight if they can while the super buffs are active.
I think they just get to set up their waves how they want. You can already see Zuka pushing in that top side. The wave was controlled by Showmaker on the bottom end, but a potential play from LNG is always on the cards. Zika going to reset. I think he's looking for a TP back in onto the play, having finished off a GA. There those, and now going to come back in immediately onto the top side turret.
Yeah, keep your eyes on aiming. The whole game is
Camille's
about
already in. Camille's on the tower. Camille's still leading the tower.
He needed one more hit. I don't think he's going to find it. Hook shot to escape in time. Glacial Prison over the wall to block any sort of a chase that DK would have wanted to execute on, as Gala, now with a space created by Zika in the top lane, can secure the kill in the tier 2 back over in mid. Tier 3 turret in top, still just barely standing as the push, the onslaught from LNG continues.
And you just, that top tower is gone. You, the next minion wave, Zuka just walks up, hits it, hook shots away, and is gone with the gold and to boot. And DK trying heavily to pressure onto the wave state, but LNG, they're there.
Zika's still your target, but he's staying alive for now. The TP coming in. Zika with the Hextech ultimatum, trying to take out the Cassante. All Out's not going to bring him out of the ultimatum, but he still has to retreat because of the damage pouring in as Moham leads the charge. Weiwei's still going to keep disengaging. Zika very low, no teleport to rejoin the fight. He's going to have to reset.
The charm from Showmaker was clutch there because it drew Zika in behind Cassante, so King could actually ult through him and get to the edge and away from LNG. So nice job there by Showmaker, but still DK, they hold on. You've still got at least 2 more waves that you can play off here as DK or as LNG, but the base still stands for the moment.
Yeah, LNG, of course, they're so short range. It is hard for them to take down the final defenses of the inhibitor tower, so they really do have to rely on their split push, even with the Baron buff. Camille almost finishes off that tower, though, so the topside tower, extremely low, extremely close to going down. Of course, that team fight damage does tell the story that we already know from the side of DK, where Aiming was pumping out damage, trying to do as much as it can, but LNG, of course, still with their Dragon Soul, with all the extra gold that they've now gotten too, try to come and finish off the other side of the map.
Oh, Moham finds himself in a bad spot. He's down. Zika seeing the angle to block his escape. Now a 5v4 for LNG. Glacial Prison on the Kengan yet again. The 0-6 Cassante has had such a struggle here in this second game as LNG, their Baron is about to expire. They want to try to get all the value that they can. Rotating back over to the mid lane now as the wave is also about to crash. Mega Inferno Bomb with very little potential value. Mid lane inhibitor would be the first one to fall on DK's side as LNG maintain their 5v4 advantage for the next 10 seconds. There's nothing more to claim here in the base. They're going to retreat for now. Still hanging around though, seeing if maybe DK gets a little bit too greedy on the chase, but it will not happen.
A minute and a half until Elder Dragon though, so he may just have to rinse and repeat. The fact that DK held on to that top tower though is crucial, because no super minions away from that side of the map is going to work out great, but Kingen Zuka realizing that wants to move up towards this top side, I think put pressure there so that then he can encourage more members of DK to try and defend away from the Elder Dragon.
It's just really good movements from LNG. To be able to take over jungle, make it so dangerous, get their pick off, then rotate from bottom lane up towards mid, another bunch of chunks. Like, it just seems so hard at this point for DK to retake control. And with another Elder coming up and your mid inhibitor down once again, it is going to be that very dangerous situation where you're going into an LNG vision controlled territory, where they also have the big gold advantage that they've retaken in this game. Yeah. And they, again, just have so many tools to force the fight on you when you come to face check. Similar to their full dive in the previous game, it is on LNG now to just finish this one out with one more big fight.
I thought LNG would leave Zuka on top side because he doesn't have enough gold to buy another item and they could just continue to put pressure there, but now drawing him down onto this bottom side, it will mean that he has a good flank opportunity for this potential Elder Drake, especially with the waves he's now pushed down, and there's little vision there. So Showmaker now moving in behind the pit. I imagine it'll be Showmaker trying to mark Zika as he moves in here.
Big items to look for. Guardian Angels on both Zika and Gala. They both have that second life, but you've got the double stasis for the carries on DK at the same time. Zika still at a pincer angle here, not on top of the ward, as the Drake started up, aggroed a little bit here by LNG, but no real DPS put into it from either side. DK still attempting to approach here on this river angle, but now you got a TP coming in as Zika just bought his Death's Dance. It is full build Camille going into the second Elder Drake fight of the game. Gala taking the poke though from aiming as Showmaker's forced into the stasis. He's got to try to get himself back away. Zika into the back line, but he's already isolated. He's going to be knocked down. Surely though, right? Hero's entrance ain't quite going to find the way that it's looking for. Zika into the back line, aiming trying to get away. They need to lock him up, beat him down. Wei finds the kill on aiming, and DK is looking like a graveyard right now. LNG barreling down mid lane. Game 2 was closer. DK was stronger, but LNG still are better. Kingen jumps into the middle of everybody, but it ain't gonna do a damn thing. Showmaker gets shown just who's the better team here. And LNG are the first team going to quarterfinals in Worlds 2024.
Zuka is just too rich, man. Over a 6,000 gold lead individually. The full build Camille with the Guardian Angel to go in and just force the last fight.
What a showing from LNG. Let's toss it back over to the analysts.
Thank you so much. It's LNG that booked their tickets to the quarterfinal in dominating fashion after D plus Kia did get something done, even though we absolutely hated their draft. I speak for everyone here. LNG, simply just better.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup between D plus Kia and their own drafts was really historic here.
It's so frustrating.
The drafts came out on top, but D plus Kia did play the best game they could.
They tried their hardest.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to just sit here and talk only about the draft, but the part that kind of adds insult to injury is that DK had so many good fights.
Yeah.
So many good fights where if there was just, I don't know, just a sliver of physical damage.
Just a crumb of physical damage.
Just one crumb, sir, please. They managed to stop a Camille with a 6K individual gold lead like from doing anything in a team fight for like 10 seconds. If you have any damage at all, you win that fight.
You miss Showmaker on Smoller now, don't you?
Yeah.
I do. The turns have tabled. Bring it back.
Turns have definitely tabled. Wow. Super interesting game overall. The Galio came out as well. I want to reference Raz and his tweet because someone was asked, like, what about Galio? Like, what's going on? And he said, well, it kind of symbolizes what happened for LNG because Scout, he couldn't come, then everyone banded together for him, then he made it, and he landed in glorious fashion.
Heroic entrance, baby, right there, just in time to build MR and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, you could see it there, right? D+ tried their hardest, but they could not kill him or anyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Oppo Player Series is going to be Gala. He was smurfing in this game. You know, yes, it was the team in front of him creating so much space because they are so incredibly tanky. But Gala really was playing out the team fights well. I do think, you know, in the second game, he could have maybe made his life a little bit easier for himself if he did a similar build to what he did in the first game where he went more heavy AP and had that additional range. I do think that caused some of the troubles because I did feel like on the other side, we were seeing DK do a good job zoning Gala out of some of these fights. But overall, he played incredibly well.
There's an awesome interview on Cheap Esports from Armand with Gala as well, where he talks about like Kai'Sa is his favorite champion, right? Is his signature pick, so he's happy to play
LPL
it.
Kai'Sa, man.
Absolutely, and where he's talking about how he's really hungry for international success because that MSI title was, of course, 2 years ago already, and they're a cohesive unit, and I think some of these fights really showed it for LNG.
They absolutely did, right? I think overall their confidence was good. You could see them fumble a little bit when the range advantage and the kind of the peel tools were there, but overall, fantastic game.
Indeed, and Weiwei is standing by with Lore in the Verizon post-game interview for LNG's victory.
LNG is the first team advancing to quarterfinals, and I have Weiwei and Christina with me for this interview. Congratulations on making it to quarterfinals, Weiwei. I want to talk about a video that D+ Kia published yesterday on their social media, laughing and being really, really happy that they drew you. How did you react to that if you saw the video?
恭喜你们在这局的 BO3 当中成功的战胜了对手，晋级到了8强。第一个问题想问到的是，在昨天的抽签环节结束之后呢 ，DK 他们在社交媒体上发布了他们对于抽到 LNG 的一个反应和表现。想问一下微微有没有看到过那个视频，以及是你们在抽到 DK 之后是以什么样的感受？
就看过他们那个挺开心的那个视频吧，然后抽到他们的话就也挺开心的吧。
Yeah, actually, I saw the video they published. I saw they were so happy to be able to draw against us, but we had the same feeling.
Oh, really? But did you think you were gonna dominate them that convincingly? 2-0 was really crushing.
那昨天在看到那个抽签的时候，有没有预测到你们今天能够以2-0的表现非常稳健的击败他们呢？
就感觉就是就抽到就感觉已经要去别的地方了。
So when I saw the draw show, I felt like we're going to go to the next city.
All right, convincing victory here, and I love the confidence. I want to follow up on an interview that Gala did with Armand Luc from Cheap Esports, saying that it is really important that you 5 are here competing together and how happy you are playing together. Can you tell me more about the relationship you have with your teammates?
那在此前呢 ，Gala 在接受一个外媒的采访的时候提到了，他非常开心你们 LNG 的这5个人能够一起来到参加到全球总决赛。那想问一下微微，你是怎么样看待这次你们5个人可以一起出征，然后是怎么样看待你们队伍之间一个协作啊这样的关系的呢？
就能5个人一起打比赛，就感觉就非常好吧。然后，我们5个人的就配合什么就理解也是越来越好。
I feel like I was very happy to be able to get we 5 players here participating in the Worlds 2024. And also, I think we have a better team synergy and also the understanding to the game.
Absolutely, and really performing well so far at Worlds, which goes against the expectations that people had for you and LNG Weiwei. So, did you feel like you have something to prove coming at Worlds this year?
那在来到这次全球总决赛的时候，可能人们没有对 LNG 有过这么高的期待。那想问一下微微选手，你觉得自己和队伍的表现现在怎么样？有没有说什么想要在这一届全球总决赛的舞台上证明的呢？
就感觉不被人看好的，就感觉就挺好的。
I feel pretty good that we are underestimated by the others.
All right, because coming back at Worlds as the runner-up from Worlds Finals last year, you're the first team to make it to quarterfinals. What is your resolution for this Worlds?
那微微选手是作为去年全球总决赛的亚军，现在呢，你们 LNG 又是第一支成功晋级到8强的队伍。想问一下，你对于这次总决赛的决心是什么呢？
就希望比去年成绩好吧。
I hope I can have the better result than the last year's Worlds.
A lot of expectations here on your side. Wei, thank you so much for the interview. Xie. Christina, thank you so much for the translation as well. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the LCK Summer Finals rematch. LoL Esports versus Genji.
I think the most likely person to flash forward would probably be me, because I could get overexcited in fights and I might flash forward for like a montage play.
탑라이너들은 기본적으로 플래시를 길게 할 때도 쓰는 경우도 있기 때문에 포지션 특성상 어쩔 수 없지 않나, 그래서 저를 뽑았습니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good. I just feel so good. I just feel so good. Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, ain't no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. No, it's so worth the ride. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it all. Yeah, this fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. No, it's so worth the ride. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it all.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2024, and ahead of an incredible matchup later on that is going to be Gen G versus HLE, I wanted to highlight some of Gen G's out of this world team fighting against Top. So let's just talk right about it here. You can see the positioning. Chovy's going to be down on one side. We're going to have Kingen, Pays, as well as Lehen's kind of in the middle, and then Canyon is going to be up on the top side over by himself, while TES are going to look to collapse on Canyon. They're going to be looking for a fight over there. Notice Chovy here is already prepping his Q3 on the Wolves, and as TES goes back over towards Canyon, he's going to pop his ultimate, and then Gen G is going to look for a pick here onto Jackie Love. They're able to catch the Jhin here. The follow-up is there from Lehen's. They get him incredibly low. Even with this ult from Tien actually peeling out Chovy, you can see Jackie Love is just barely going to survive as the barrier comes out. Chovy can't quite finish him off. And now this is going to put Pays in a bit of an awkward position because Pays has to go in the backline with the killer instinct to actually kill him. So now if we pause and we stop down here for a second, you can look at the spot that they're in. Chovy has actually snapped back. You can see him on the minimap. He's back over by the Wolves right now, charging up his Q once more. Pays, yes, they could try to fully commit onto him if they were top. You can see the equalizer was dropped to try to zone him off, but Pays could just flash out the left side of that pit. So instead, they're going to look to try to finish off Canyon, who is low health. Again, he'll use all of his resources there. He W's in, he flashes out, and now Chovy has kited these Wolves back in towards the mid lane, has the Q3 ready, and again, watch where Pays is staying. He's always ready to re-engage on the fight. TES see the collapse coming in. There's a perfect re-engage from Chovy. Pays comes in over the top. They shut down Cream. And now, again, talking about resources, your health bar, your summoners, your ultimates are all resources that Gen G are going to use to the maximum here. Instead of flashing back defensively, we can roll the clip. Pays flashes forward into them, knowing he has the cleanse for the Shattering Strike, knowing he has a full health bar, and he can spend that to get the kills. Chovy collapses. They flash forward. They get every single kill. Look at the health bars on this Gen G team, by the way. They're all very low. They have all spent their summoners. They've all spent their ultimates. It is incredible to see how well they can coordinate and how well they can really navigate the razor's edge in a team fight like this. And it really shows you the gap between the very best in the world and everyone else. So let's now see how the fans voted in our MasterCard fan predictions here. We're going to bring that up, and it does look like Gen G may have the edge.
It looks like it, of course, for people who are not in the loop, but I'm sure everyone knows by now. This is a rematch of the LCK Summer Finals, where everyone did think that Gen G was going to continue on their golden road after winning in Spring and after winning MSI. But it wasn't the case. It was HLE, and I dare say it was also because HLE, in part, team fought better in that series, even though usually Gen G is much better at that part.
I think that Game 5 especially, Zeka obviously was the MVP for that series, and you can see why. He absorbed so much pressure on the Yone. He made so many big plays. There's a reason why he stood out and a reason why we're so laser focused on this mid lane matchup.
Absolutely, and that mid lane matchup, is going to determine a lot. Zeka doesn't get the upper hand of Chovy a lot, but when he does, it's in the most important moments, and this one is one of those because one of these two teams is going directly to the quarterfinals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCK to Worlds 2024. As up next, we have a matchup that everybody can get excited for, man. This is a rematch of the LCK Summer Finals. This is Gen G going up against HLE. This was a match that right before it happened, you could see the prediction graphic over there at LCK. Everybody except for one man, everybody except for Ox was predicting Gen G. It was a pretty big upset, and you could see even in the way that the fan predictions were going, more people today are expecting Gen G to take it, but you can't sleep on Hanwha, man. These guys are tough.
But that's why I think so many people, even after the finals, the LCK casters, K-Droll, a lot of like the talent was just saying, hey, look, even if we were to replay this series, I would still go in expecting Gen G to win. And I think that says a lot about the dominance that Gen G's had in the LCK, but Hanwha stepped up massively. They were no pushovers whatsoever, and I expect another banger of a series that goes the distance with both these teams just playing off minute differences to find these big wins.
Yeah, I feel like Hanwha really deserves so much credit, for their success in that series, and they were already, jumping off of like the AD mid strain. Yeah, the Tristana, Zeka was playing it and got some really, really big wins, including a solo kill, which was quite nice. But you know, the Corki is out of the meta now, and Chovy was spamming the Corki. So I think that is going to be the main thing that changes in the draft here, because all the other champions that they were playing in finals are still being spammed here at Worlds. And it's just going to be a deviation. Drop the Corki and move on to the next iteration.
But pick up the Yone here potentially for Zek, and the fact that it slipped through the draft. That could be, well, in my eyes, the difference maker here for Zek. He's been incredible on that pick, has fit directly into his wheelhouse, and I think it'll be such a massive pickup for Hanwha here.
I feel like it's Worlds 2024, boys. If Yone's open and you don't lock it B1, I'm wondering what you're doing.
Should always be first pick.
Yup, HLE immediately jump on the chance to do that. We'll just make sure we catch up with everything else. Bans Nidalee, Ziggs, Skarner banned out by Hanwha Life, and then Gen G taking out the Smolder, the Jax, the Maokai.
So Aurora had actually creeped up to be the most banned champion, even with all the nerfs that were received heading into Worlds here. This champ is still so powerful in picking off, especially AD carries, and the ultimate has been used so successfully. Now you're going to combo it actually with a Nocturne ultimate to cover darkness over.
And I think this works out great for Canyon, because the shift back from the carry AP junglers into the Sejuani Maokai felt like he kind of not struggled, but like couldn't have the as insane of an impact as he would have traditionally on the carry pick. So going back towards that carry style now on the Nocturne kind of unlocks him to be that mega threat on the map. And it'll be on Peanut rocking the Sejuani here to try and control and dictate the pace of that. We have seen teams go for these early invades on towards the Nocturne. With the Gnar on that top side, that could be a pushing lane you could look to play around, but you still need some sort of control on that bottom side to look to threaten this Nocturne at the early stage.
And the insta-lock here from Chovy, bringing out the Ahri here. Again, another like double AP solo laners coming through, but we definitely expect them to also have some very strong AD threats as we jump down to the bottom lanes as well for both of these teams. So take out a couple of those options.
Yep.
Viper's Ezreal is the first one to hit the ban phase.
Yeah, they'll take that one off the table. Very evasive, very slippery, very difficult to deal with sometimes if you don't have enough lockup to deal with him. However, Sejuani and Yone, plenty of lockup on that one, plenty of CC, plenty of engage potential. Let's see what we want to ban out here on the Hanwha side. Get rid of the Kalista, get rid of some of that early power available through the marksman role.
Yeah, and I think that's really what they're trying to hit, because this comp, when it gets to level 6, just pops off as Gen G. A ton of early skirmishing power, so trying to alleviate a lot of that early pressure seems to be the game plan for Hanwha. On the opposite side, I'm curious if it's going to be a Jhin ban. Just get rid of something that kind of plays out of the main team fight and makes it a little bit more difficult for your dive to function on Gen G's side. But other than that, I don't really, there's the Jhin, because I don't really know what other self-reliant marksmen, apart from Viper, who has brought out the Xayah. But do you really want to go for the Xayah in this meta? It's a bit hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, if you're facing a lot of the dive, you know, Kaina always is nice there. I like what HLE have gone for with banning out some of the lane dominant champions here with the Kalista. Of course, Pays, amazing Kalista, showed it again versus Weibo already this tournament. Had his 28 bomb at MSI that he was able to drop. That also had Lehenz's Blitzcrank in it, by the way. You know, one of the super flavorful picks that they have up their sleeves. Let's see what they go for here. Okay, now this does bring some more structure too. You know, you're looking at this scheme comp and you do want some more CC in it. The Varus does offer that, as well as a pretty strong lane phase.
But it does feel weird, because Varus kind of gets left on his lonesome with the way the rest of this composition wants to play. And against the diving Gnar, the dive from the Yone, Pays is going to be very vulnerable and heavily flash reliant, it feels like, in these fights, if Gen G ever want to try and aggress. So I like that Hanwha essentially just doubling down now on this potential, saying, hey, look, we're just going to continue in with the Kai'Sa for this dive and just put a ton of pressure onto Pays in this game.
Always love seeing a Kai'Sa, man. Especially after last series, we got to see some pretty fun Kai'Sa. Hopefully we're going to get to see we're going to get to see some pretty fun Kai'Sa here in this one as well. But we do need to see what they are going to round out this composition with here for Delight in the support role. Delight on Engage, I am not surprised to see that whatsoever. The Rel is the name of the game here for him.
Yeah, he's probably the best engaged support in the world right now. This guy's absolutely insane on the Rel, the Rakan, so many of these picks that really start to stand out for him. But I do like the Rel specifically in this, because not only does it have great engage, it can also work very well with the peel that you need, thanks to that Magnetic Storm for Nocturne as he dives in, things like the Ahri as well, just being able to keep them off of your backline. But I like just the all-round hitter here for Hanwha. It comes off great.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting dichotomy that we have because, you know, they have really hard engage here on HLE. The final pick for Lehens is kind of counter-engage with Renata, trying to get your ulti off to buy some space. If you can create darkness with Nocturne and avoid damage, then Gen G can pull this off. But again, Gen G are going with a way squishier comp. You know, it's so much more health, just baseline going to be built on the side of HLE, and they're so much more straightforward with their dive, with their full send. But Gen G, this is a team where you do have faith in them to be able to pull off these squishier ones.
Yeah, this has to be an early macro masterpiece from Gen G. Otherwise, the lack of someone to face check is going to come back to bite you against what Hanwha have drafted here. So I need to see early control for Pace and Lehens on that bottom side. Great mid-jungle control with Canyon playing heavily for Chovy, trying to play off that charm into fear, getting the picks this way, and ensuring that Keen can bully through his range advantage in that top side. Otherwise, I feel like this just falls apart so quickly.
And I think there's going to be a lot of discussion about the draft, I know, after this game, because if you have a result where the Aurora does not find a lot of, you know, effect in this game, then everyone's just going to flame you for giving over the Yone. Like, they gave over the Yone first pick, and yeah, they got to trade back and grab the Aurora for themselves, which I think is a very strong champion and has been very useful and has been highly banned in this tournament. But if you're unable to, you know, put the extra pressure onto Viper with it and make good use, then everyone's just going to go back to, well, look at Yone's stats this tournament. Hello, he's barely lost any games. He's absolutely crushing it, and you're giving it over to Zeka, who loves this champion, already used it to beat you. So and it's also, there's a lot of talk I can already see.
Anime protagonist, you're putting in the block and just saying, hey, show me what you've got. And that's kind of where this like Yone edgy guy just gets to show his stuff, right? He wants to be close and personal with you, so you're kind of just setting that up. So curious now to see how Gen G want to try and make this happen. I don't think they want to opt in towards a lane swap, but it looks like they're just trying to deny a potential lane swap. But I didn't catch there if Viper was spotted as they moved through.
All right, as we're waiting on minions to spawn, we do want to bring up that our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz this game is right there in the mid lane between Zeka and Chovy. These guys that have had some serious blows back and forth before, even though the all-time record doesn't really favor Zeka. I was looking at some stats before the series today. Zeka's all-time series record against Chovy is 2-16.
Two important ones, though.
Yeah, the two ones that he won were World Semifinals 2022 and then LCK Summer Finals just this split. Two big ones for Zeka to say, hey, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality.
Is it kind of Chad, no? Beat you in some really, really big ones. And of course, we do have the lane swap that HLE have started out. So that means our supports are going to come mid. Actually, we have Keen coming mid, so it's not going to be the support plus, you know, mid laners here for soaking level 2, at least for the side of Gen G. And Delight's just going to pass on through and try and peel some of the jungle attempts here from Canyon, since they did have the ward.
Yeah, I don't think Gen G spotted that Viper was topside. They only saw Doran, so thought it was going to be standard lane. So Gen G had kind of gone for this in finals, where they went for the lane swap and they played for basically what Delight is doing now, which is playing down towards that bottom side, having your top laner TP into the play. But I think it's a good call from Hanwha, because Keen in a lane swap just not going to do that great, especially on a potential dive. So they kind of have to adjust now on Gen G's side.
And it's kind of interesting to me because a lot of it was in the previous iterations you're talking about, the support actually soaking the full level 2 from the mid lane. But because he went over to Canyon and kind of messes around with Canyon while Canyon's doing jungle, you still have Delight on the level 1 on the rel. And so the defense is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Okay, Doran eating a little damage here, but because Delight shows up in time to keep him protected, I would think that Hanwha would still be all right here. One extra turret shot there onto Keen as Doran transforms back into Mini Gnar.
But that was the nice adaptation here. Doran wait until he's about to hit Mega Gnar, then TP's bot, so the potential dive on a Mini Gnar is way more difficult. Delight now gets into the bottom lane, hits level 2, and now that completely dissuades the dive. So not only do you have Doran, who's gotten into a great start here, he gets that whole wave, and you can see that XP advantage already for the Gnar.
Yeah, and it was kind of, Delight was like, okay, fine, you know, I don't get my level 2 for it, but then Canyon also wasn't level 3 for it, so then you didn't have the extra threat there, and they kind of domino effect. So nicely done here out of the lane swap. And it should be just continuing on with those sides of the map kind of split and finishing their clears off.
Ooh, Pays forced to flash away there from the crash down of Delight as he did find the wraparound attempt there on the Gen G 80 carry.
Yeah, fake the reset. So traditionally you'd see Delight now reset, go top and match this because of this potential play on Viper.
Well, Viper trying to get away from it there with a supercharger. Keen down to 250 HP, but Lehens throws out the handshake, forces the cleanse from Viper.
Yeah, but that's where you want that support to be there. So that's why it caught Pays off guard, because you would assume he's going to go back and match that topside play, because now there's no one on the top end of the map to try and catch the potential for this push in. But with Peanut now moving back up towards the top side, they're okay to still soak the wave as Viper. He'll just be a little late on the reset. Look how scared Pays is in the bottom side.
Yeah,
he's been hovering in that bush for a long while.
He's hanging out, man. He knows that there could definitely be some overloading happening on the map in a lane swap type of game. As mid lane, Chovy getting this wave shoved out, wanted to crash it into the tier 1 here, but Delight is to the side.
And as Pays just reset and went back down bottom side, now they have vision of it, so they also reset and they're going to send Viper back down there into the lane. We'll see if that flash actually ends up getting punished, because Dagda, you mentioned it in Champion Select, but as the game goes later on, that is going to be a very critical flash, and Pays is going to have a very difficult time staying safe with all of this engaged in his face. But even now, after swapping the lanes back and sending Viper right back down here, that is going to be an area of possible attack for HLE. Try and punish Pays on his flash cooldown here while his lane is a little bit more vulnerable.
I'm curious to see how Canyon tries to play this though, because Delight's still level 2, means that it's very difficult to actually play aggressive on this bottom side while that flash is down. So Pays and Lehens can play up, push in this wave, potentially reset and look for the Void Grubs that are spawning in 20 seconds. But there is also an argument to just say, hey, we're going to try and farm it out, just like play it safe, because we don't, with the level advantage for Doran, who's about to take over to 6, having access to those ultimates is actually far more valuable. So I think there's a lot of factors for Gen G to try and look in towards this. And for Hanwha, they would rather just keep Viper in that bottom side, because in a 3v3 with both solo laners hitting level 6, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, and Peanut with his level lead over Canyon, because of the early antics there, goes right over the grubs to start those up on spawn.
Yep, and while he's taking those and there's no contest from the other side, remember, a reminder, you can log into your Riot account on LoLEsports.com and watch Worlds Live to earn exclusive Worlds, emotes, icons, and capsules. So go in there, get your stuff, get some prizes the same way that Peanut is securing those grubs right now. And it looks like Canyon is going on to the other side of the rift to take that Drake. It's the common handshake. You take grubs, I'll take Drake. One neutral objective for either side.
This does mean that you are going to get a very early level 6 Peanut, and Peanut is, as you know, an amazing tank frontline player, an amazing Sejuani player, so him with the early ultimate for Sejuani, I think will be very dangerous for Gen G. We'll see how Peanut is actually able to leverage that, as Canyon is going to have to play a little bit of catch up here on Nocturne to be able to get access to his ultimate for the counter.
Could immediately go bot here. I think that's why he hasn't reset, because look at Pays, still no flash available. This could be the point of contest with the ultimate hit.
I mean, when I was watching this series yesterday between Hanwha and G2, it felt like such a Peanut gap in the early game, constantly making the plays here on the Sejuani. We'll see if he can repeat it up against Gen G. Is hanging around down here, but no opportunity to really do a whole lot against Lehens and Pays. You saw Chovy also potentially going towards the bottom lane, but ended up going back into mid here instead. Still very close gold between the two squads. Nobody really pulling away with a lead thanks to extra wave management or extra rotations that they were managing to find against their opponents, catch them off guard a little bit.
Always fun to see and go over to, you know, the relationships between all of these players on these two teams. Not only was finals a banger, but of course Peanut himself and Delight and Doran, all ex-Gen G members, and you know, trying to pay the visit on bottom lane. But respect given and control ward really paid off there, so they got to say hi and bye.
Right? Like, there's so many interactions between all these players, and they know each other so well, not only just from playing in finals, but being on several teams together. So I think it's always
the Griffin
so
memories.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's why I think it's really interesting. Whenever you see teams like this go up, it just means there's so many layers upon layers of mind games and trickery and everything that's going into this that it always gets so fascinating to watch.
the Korean onion of teams and players constantly unfolding from layer to layer, showing us deeper and deeper connections between these guys. As we still have no kills on the board, 8.5 minutes in, both teams have been fine with this very quiet early game.
Yeah. I mean, people were even calling Hanwha Life like Gen G Orange, you know, and kind of memeing on it. But really, adding the 2 extra world champions really does change the way that a team plays. And everyone's so hype on Viper and Zeka especially. Due to their recent play. Let's see about this one, though. Paze.
Oh, Delight doing a big engage there on Paze. Genji's AD carry ain't getting away from that one. No bailout. Bails you out of that much damage. It's first blood over to Viper.
And that has been the difference. Really big target on Paze back. He's dead, and now no summoner spells again. So the timer continues here. Now you have to really play around. No flash, no cleanse again. It is just going to be a rough game from him, as we kind of already suspected straight from Champ Select.
And hey, Dagda back at Champ Select, you said Delight's probably best engaged support in the world right now, and he immediately goes in through both summoner spells of Paze, sets it up, knows where he's going to go through the cleanse and the flash, makes it easy to get that kill.
Yeah, and I mean, you get to see him on so many different champions, because when he started, it was definitely Rakan is his pick, and he will show up on it, but he's really evolved as a player now to things like the Rel, the Alistar, and having a ton of these extra engaged supports, and he just looks so sick on, and you got to see it there, how mechanically strong he is on these picks, and setting up now for Viper with that 1-0 kill. He's got static shiv. He's going to be such a menace now in just controlling this matchup against Paze.
And Peanut is just so crafty, so intelligent, goes right over there. They get the kill, they get the double summoner spells, and he immediately, you know, invests everything into the shield here for the locket. Early first purchase for him. Second grubs, he's going to head right back over there too. They have their duo lane finishing up with the minion wave, and now that they have a nice low item advantage for Peanut himself, he kind of brushes off some of the damage though.
You do need to try and buy time here because Peanut doesn't have his ultimate up and available, which is why Gen G are trying to play off this timing window to attack. Move down from Hanwha Life though.
I don't know if they can get all of them though, because that was also Varus ultimate used for the little chunk of damage.
Yeah. All right, second Void Grub is about half HP. Peanut's going to step forward, try to take that one. Meanwhile, down to the bottom lane, Doran trying to get away from Keen. He's down to 100 HP while the Grubs are fought for. 4 secured by Hanwha Life, meaning they will get the Void Might spawns.
Exactly. All of it is just depending on at least getting 1 Grub out of the first pack, and then you still have the threat for the second pack of Grubs. Meanwhile, Keen here, the Aurora pick that we were highlighting, also going to be able to get some extra pressure. Pushes in. This should be a turret plate. Very, very close to getting one. Doran's going to say, no turret plate for you. I'm going to take away your minion wave. Even with that juicy, tiny sliver of health away, Keen can't get it quite yet.
Yeah, I wanted to get the potential stun underneath the tower. Doesn't manage to hit. Nicely done by Keen to escape, but it does mean Doran will just reset and move back up to the door as the top side, because its Dragon is now the big protocol. 10 seconds until that one's available. Zeka's good control over the mid lane, but hasn't gone for that reset quite yet. So I think Gen G should be able to get control with Chovy in mid lane, then start to roam down towards this objective. But on the upside, Paze, not really in a position quite yet, but should be fine to contest the wave anyway.
All right, Doran just continuing to mine some plates off this top side tier 1 turret. Canyon still behind in pace in the jungle compared to Peanut here on the Sejuani. And I feel like that's a little bit problematic because when you think back to the Gen G that was dominant like earlier on in the year, you were thinking about Canyon on these AP junglers just power clearing, outpacing, setting this insane tempo where even if you can outplay Gen G, they just still have more money because they farm better, and it's just not the case here anymore.
But he hasn't really had an opportunity to get into any of these lanes because where do you try and focus? You've no real setup in any of your lanes apart from Chovy, and Zeka's been doing fine with Peanut putting pressure on towards sides, and now at the Dragon Pit,
yeah, and he's got his experimental Hex Plate done, so I think we see his first ulti here.
Okay, Delight with a Hex Flash over the wall. Peanut. Glacial Prison onto Lehens, but it ain't going to be a whole lot now. The lights go off. Paranoia goes in. Gen G with a kill on Peanut, and this is exactly what they needed. Zeka tries to use Fate Sealed of the wall, but it's an arrow through his heart. The Samurai falls to the Archer. Gen G take Drake +2, and they ain't done yet. Keen still scrapping here back and forth as Doran and Delight are both forced back. That was a huge moment for the Gen G squad.
Chovy Spirit rushed over the wall into the way of the Fate Seal, so Zeka couldn't get over despite him flashing away. Really good stuff from the Gen G mid laner, and a great fight for Gen G as well.
All right, looks like bottom tower gets teleported on. This is going to be so low, though. Can they?
Yeah, Zeka immediately arrives, but now the turret is dead. Zeka goes in 1v3, trying to get the kill on Lehens, but there's not enough damage. Even with the Yone, even with the strongest champ in mid lane, right now, it's not quite there as the tier 1 turret falls. Peanut now stepping into the river. Normally, I wouldn't even bother talking about Peanut doing that, but after last game, we saw some crazy stuff in the bottom side river, so I got to be careful with those.
Yeah, I mean, they still, Gen G, yeah, they get the advantage in the team fight, get the extra kill here. They get the bottom tower, more gold there. And top side, they're still going to be able to protect, so they teleport immediately back out with Chovy. They kind of rotate their solo laners here. As Keen recalls, Chovy goes to replace him on the minion wave, and they keep their defenses strong.
And the fact now that you're back out on the map first is crucial for the Rift Herald that's just about to spawn. And we're going to get a glimpse at our MasterCard lane economy snapshot. You can see a lot of the gold is actually on Lehens right now, but it is still Gen G are getting like good advantages on the map side. And this is what we're talking about coming through from draft, is Gen G needing to outplay on the map and outplay with their macro. And even though it looked a little ropey at the start, they're starting to get control now.
And the thing is, Gen G's so calm. Even though Canyon was a little bit behind, he funneled all of his money to make sure he could get his experimental hexblade done in advance of the dragon. And so he gets there, still has his full item. They immediately ult onto Peanut. Him plus Pays able to take Peanut down and secure their second dragon. So dragon stacking game plan still on course here for Gen G, plus the extra little bit of gold that they did in advantage as well. And because he's got all that extra ultimate ability haste with his experimental hexblade, his old Nocturne ultimate is ready again, so they go over to next objective, and we'll be able to burn this one down no problem.
That is gone before Hanwha even has a chance to try to move up and do anything about it, but now Delight needs to be a little bit concerned. Keen is going between worlds, but it's not enough. Delight can still just walk away from it.
But the fact he gets to walk away opens up door to go for this pressure on the bot side turret. No TP for Keen or for Chovy, so it should be some damage down, but he did start to roam up towards that mid lane, so I don't think he'll actually be able to get a ton of chunk, and actually even the wave not ready into position, so it doesn't get any work done off the back of that.
Just about 16 minutes into the game, still only 3 kills on the board. Pretty low violence game here in our first one of this best of 3. 26,000 to 26.5 thousand gold, very, very close. Chovy retreating away as Hanwha sends more troops to back up Zeka, make sure he can force down this tier 1 turret, get some more gold in his pockets, unleash the Yone that is on that critical first item power spike.
And Kobe talked about Gen G funneling Canyon for that first item. It feels like now Hanwha are just going to funnel Zeka. They know how strong with 2 items in his back pocket this Yone can be, and a massive threat in fights, and especially when it comes towards side lane threat as well. He can threaten Keen, he can threaten Chovy, so as long as these towers continue to fall, Zeka can carry this game.
And he can also threaten Pays. So we'll see if the target on Pays back still continues as we transition towards the team fights. And Gen G, of course, they also have so many pick options with this comp. It's so nice. Once Nocturne gets rank 2 in the ultimate, you have a lot of ability to cover so many side lane plays. And when you have solo laners that are this mobile with double AP mobile summoners, solo laners here with the Ahri plus the Aurora, then you have a lot of options that make it harder for HLE in some of those. They always have to kind of check, is Canyon going to be hovering bottom or top side? And they really want to have structured battle lines so they can get their combos.
And the other thing that I always think about when I'm looking at Nocturne in a game, especially when you're up against 2 champions that like to play side lanes, that like to split push like a Yone and a Gnar, Paranoia also stops your ability to see the ward and teleport to the ward, so you've got to be there to the objective fight sooner, as now the Herald driven into the tier 1 turret there by Canyon. Dorian has to flash back away, but Peanut's ready for the counter attack here for the Glacial Prism, but a nice follow-up comes in from Delight. Over the top goes the hostile takeover. It's already death for the support of Hanwha Life Esports. Esports, and Gen G are swift to deliver it. Chovy jumps forward with another one of those spirit rushes as Zeka is forced to snap back to his body with a soul unbound. Gen G with the 1-for-nothing. With the enemy tier 1 turret nearly killed, they're going to go down to the Drake. Meanwhile, Doran taking the opportunity, using the TP to go into the top lane and look to dismantle the tier 2 turret.
The darkness crucial there and actually recovering the retreat from Gen G. Zeka was still pushing top and had to teleport into the play, so he wasn't there as that fight kicked off, wasn't there to follow up on a great engage from Delight. But Hanwha, TP topside, they would get the tier 2, but a third dragon for Gen G, one stop away from an Inferno Soul.
It's so cool to watch how both of these teams, regardless of the different outcomes of the team fight, immediately just move on to the next step. Even though Hanwha are like, okay, fine, you know, that was a good flash and disengage from Lehens. You guys got the kill there. We are going to immediately transition to our next objective. We know you're going to be able to get dragon number 3, but even though we lost, we're going to still try and get something out of it and try and salvage some sort of consolation prize. But that was a really nice disengage. You know, you mentioned the Nocturne ultimate, but also Lehens, after he flashes, after the stun wears off, he's able to get his Renata ult off too, and they're able to get their little counter.
I do think, though, Gen G are not only like a step ahead, kind of 2 steps ahead in a lot of these plays, though, because oftentimes what we're seeing is Hanwha want to try and threaten onto objective. You can look at now, Keen has already pushed in that top side, so creating a point of contention on the map. Chovy was doing the same just as we're starting to set up for Dragon, and it feels like Gen G are always quicker off the mark to get towards these lanes, creating pressure for Hanwha, and right now, Hanwha are kind of struggling to keep up. So even though we're saying Zeka in a 1v1 is great, the wave is gone before Zeki even gets there, and Chovy's now drifted to somewhere else, and you're just constantly playing catch-up as Hanwha right now.
And always, when you're looking at who's getting side lanes here, look where Canyon is. It's so efficient for Nocturne when he has the extra range from his ultimate, finishes up his Gromp while Chovy's finishing up the mid-wave. They're covering their side that they still have their split pusher on, even though Hanwha can have members there. They're so confident with Ahri ultimate, plus summoner spells, plus Nocturne even hovering around. Like, you just have all of the options kind of covered off, and you take away the possible moves that HLE want to make even before they make them.
And that's the thing, again, is where we just see that play of Nocturne covering bot to get Chovy into position. Well, Chovy then roams mid, they get the mid tower. And also respect from Pays, because this man is playing incredibly safe on the mid wave. He knows how valuable his flash and cleanse are for these fights. He's not even stepping up to finish off the tower there. He's like, no, the minions will do the work. As long as I stay safe, this game we can win it out as Gen G, just playing at the map stays.
Yeah, so I'm so looking forward to this next big team fight, because HLE, like we said, they've constantly done things to grab money on the map back, even after, okay, you lose a little bit here in one of the fights, or someone, you know, does get picked off. They still have kept enough gold that they can definitely still fight the next big one, and that's really what's going to break it. Like, they even have a couple extra 100 gold here in inventory, and it's in a lot of the right places too, with one of the kills going over to Viper. That Kai'Sa is another Kai'Sa that you have a ton of faith in these team fights. Like, Viper has just been insane, so we'll see what HLE can do on the next one. You have a lot of confidence in their setup. Wait a second, they're gonna have to...
Yeah, Gen G's going after the Baron because they saw Hanwha try to make a play on Chovy down there in the bottom lane. So now they're just going to try to force the Baron instead. Chovy teleporting up to join the remaining 4 players on Gen G. The paranoia is there to stop an appropriate follow-up. The Baron is secured by Gen G, but now they got to try to get everybody else away. Kanan with the flashback over the wall. Hanwha can't do anything. Gen G with the 400 IQ Baron rush, immediately recognizing the opportunity and jumping on it.
At the second they saw all those members down on bot side to look for the tower, Gen G knew they could take it. You have a Blade of the Rune King, Gwinsu's Varus, who will rip through the percentage health of that Baron buff, and it's a perfect call, even using the darkness again as a retreat tool, because you just don't know what's the health on the Baron, or how heavily can we engage. We don't know where Gen G are.
Beautifully done from Gen G. Chovy sees that Sejuani coming after him on that little Farseer's trinket. He says, all right, let's go for it. And everybody else starts up the play. Chovy even teleporting to join the rest of Gen G before going back to the base to heal up the 40% chunk that he took from Zeka in the bottom lane. They knew to full send it. They get everybody out safely. Beautifully done from Gen G now with 45 seconds left on the clock until what will be their Dragon Soul spawns. They've got Baron and control over the Rift.
Yeah, and you were just talking about how them being one step ahead of HLE on these moves is impactful. Like, that was a very big step. They know what your next move is going to be. They try and punish it and are able to actually fully finish off the Baron and then still rotate down to the other side of the map. 20 seconds on this very early Dragon Soul. Gen G have been so clean with it, but critical breaking point is about to approach. Again, HLE have at least kept up enough gold.
Oh, Keen jumping in there immediately with the Between Worlds. If they pick the enemy jungler, no way to contest that Dragon Soul. Oh my God! Unless Delight goes in for a massive 4-man engage. Gen G melts before your eyes. Do not doubt Delight, or you will find yourself in the dirt. A triple kill for Viper, and Hanwha just buried Gen G.
Nice macro, kids. How's this wombo combo taste? That was huge. Delight into Zeka, able to destroy them, and HLE, that also denies the Dragon Soul.
That was beautiful because Peanut panics. He throws everything out and is just like, please, for the love of God, get people off me. But the TP still comes through from Zeka, and a Delight, we called it. This engage into Zeka with the follow-up. The clutch moments for Hanwha have been where they've shown off this summer, and it's showing off once again on the world stage.
And Viper's just free-firing on the Kai'Sa there. Sidesteps the Renata ultimate, able to melt it. Same, honestly, same.
Perfect facial expression.
That's a perfect meme. Another meme for the tournament, baby.
Team fight damage, man. Over 4,000 from Zeka. Nearly the same for Viper on his Kai'Sa. And now Hanwha Life, after it looked like they were about to lose the Dragon Soul, lose their control over the game. Delight, Delight, Delight on the Rel. Absolutely clutch in that moment.
Engage King. I mean, what more can you say? Absolutely beautiful. And I always also love and give like extra bonus credit when you pull off an engage in those scenarios where you already just lost a member. But you know, if we just layer our abilities here, we're going to catch multiple and delete multiple enemy members. So even though we're down Peanut, which is supposed to be like the first line of the team comp, it doesn't matter.
But it was even like a reaction test, because the darkness comes off and he's like, oh, I got it. It was like immediately, it was like you know, you come off, the blindfold comes and you're like, okay, play this one out. What are you going to do?
It was just beautiful layering too, you know, stun into the full crash down, ultimate, Zeka is immediately following up, and now...
Yeah, Canyon, he'll try to use Paranoia defensively, but it's too late. Viper's already unstoppable. Gen G seeing if they might be able to get something back. A handshake on Delight is definitely not enough. As Hanwha Life Esports now with a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds.
Hanwha trying to show it wasn't a flash in the pan and silencing a lot of the doubters. I think Ox probably grinning from ear to ear as he looks again, because this has been a great performance from Hanwha, but we did call this when we saw the draft from Gen G. They needed to be clinical, they needed to not make mistakes, and unfortunately they group up that one time, and now Hanwha just get to use the strength of their engage, their tanky front line, their great DPS in this Yone and Kai'Sa to blitz through what is a very squishy team from Gen G.
Yeah, now they're just a very rich hammer that is going to just force plays.
A gold-plated hammer.
Gold-plated hammer just going to force plays everywhere because they already gave you a taste of the engage, and now they've just got so much extra money on the carries. You know, we're talking about Viper and he's just free-firing and just eating up extra gold. Now, all of a sudden, the Kai'Sa's shot up to 3 items, and things just even get more bad for Gen G. It just really all kind of falls apart now since they are so squishy as a team comp.
And you just said 3, but right after you said it, man,
another
Viper just bought an arm guard, and normally I would call that a half an item. That is the most broken active in League of Legends. That, it might as well be a full item until that thing breaks, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. This dude can now fly in and not give a damn what they shoot back at him.
Yeah, especially with Kai'Sa. You love to see the AD carries that are just jumping into danger, outplaying it at every turn. Let's see, can Gen G do something surprising here though? They've got a lot of like surprise tools. We mentioned earlier the pick potential of Aurora Nocturne, Ahri, you know, things that you want to try and like cobble together, but it's so hard now because your map has just been taken over. And there's not a lot of areas for you to set those plays up. HLE, you can see them very cohesively moving as a team to try and take over Vision and not allow Gen G to get their pick now to try and get back into the game.
Oh, immediate jump, the pick on Chovy. You just see Viper fly across the screen and then the Infernal Pinatas fly out of Chovy. Beautiful pick coming out from Hanwha. Baron is on the map. The enemy jungler dead for 40 seconds. Here's the problem if you're Gen G. Not only is that mid lane pick going to mean that the enemy squad gets Baron, Chovy's only going to respawn right before the Infernal Drake spawns again, and Hanwha is going to continue having control over the entire Rift.
And I want to give a shout out to Pino because he's been playing absolutely insane this game. The picks have been on point. He's dictated the pace of the early game, denying Canyon so many of the angles he would like to attack, and he has just been so good at playing with Delight to set up these plays.
Plus, you see the super deep wards. The deep ward in mid lane is what Peanut saw him on. He was like, okay, Chovy's mid, Peanut can get into position, flash over the wall to make sure they can find their pick. Even on a champion as slippery as Ahri, they instantly deleted him. But now, Gen G, they want another attempt at this Soul.
Okay, Chovy responded in time to be able to make his TP in, as now another TP is about to show up for Hanwha. Doran has rejoined everybody else. Paranoia cast, a charm onto Delight, but he's the only one. Between Worlds has already been used. Doran here in the front line, jumps in from a Mega Gnar, but he ain't gonna find the angle here just yet. Zeka resetting with a Soul Unbound. Keen's the first to drop. Viper's going godlike. Gen G scrambling to fight back, but Zeka's too strong. Viper's too strong. Gen G's running towards the wrong base, and Doran's gonna hit him with the wallop. Couple more auto attacks gets it done. Chovy's about to drop again. Call it a Drake, call it an ace, call it a fight for Hanwha.
Call me the LCK champions. Hanwha showing why they won, why they threatened Gen G, and why they want to join LNG in the quarterfinal stage.
We got 15-second death timers still ticking down for the Gen G team as HLE are on to the Nexus turrets. They will crumble before them, and Hanwha Live Esports take the first game in the LCK Finals rematch.
Finals ain't no fluke, okay? That's just game number one. But Hanwha really just retook control. And of course, player of the game. We don't give those out, but I'm going to give one out now. Delight.
Delight, yeah.
You know, you can honor enemies now as well. I'm pretty sure all of the other Gen G members are like, you know what, Delight? That's also an honor. Great job. Fair enough.
Delight's engaged, got it done, and everybody else just kept it rolling all the way to the enemy nexus. Game number one is done. We're tossing to a break, but we'll be back with more Worlds 2024 real soon. Don't you go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down to fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 tenses. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna probably.
Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. No I'm born on a team, that's train. No I'm on a team.
Let's go.
I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
We have a battle between 2 LCK mid-lane giants in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. This is a rematch of the LCK Finals, and although Gen G and Chovy managed an impressive domestic showing in the LCK, they lost it when it crucially mattered versus Hanwha Life.
Peanut is going to connect the knock-up onto Peanut as he flashes out, ults back in. The Impale is decent, but the Yone's already struck. Chovy's still going to go down. And LoL Esports have changed history, and they will end the reign of Gen G.
Now it is on Chovy's shoulders to show that not only is Gen G the better team, but that he is the better mid laner.
Gen G are in so many different angles, so many different movements. They're hitting them from all sides. It's a sandwich, but I think for TES, it's a rotten one. A double turns into a triple, turns into a finisher, and Gen G with the 10 out of 10 team fight.
2022 world champion Zeka is looking to prove the doubters wrong and show that finals was not a fluke and that the LCK was only a stepping stone for Hanwha Life before taking Worlds.
Perfectly summarized, even though that was recorded before the series, but it is true. Zeka wanting to show
Kobe the Prophet.
Also the
alternative.
that he is better than Chovy, and I think it is so interesting because, all right, this was only one game in the best of, and we saw 5 of them in the LCK finals. But when you look at Gen G, and it happened again in this game, best macro in the world bar none. But HLE just have it. the certain je ne sais quoi, the magic to turn it around on a dime. And I think that Delight Engage shows that once again, and it's going to give Gen.G a headache.
I mean, can we just get to the clip? Can we just watch it one more time? Because this is a situation where this tells you the story of the entire game in a single play, in a single moment, of how clutch this HLE lineup can be.
Yes, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Delight finds the crispest engage you're going to see all day.
Yeah, I mean, this was honestly really well done here by HLE. It's Gen.G who actually gets the initial pick, but as they're chasing, they lose track of the fact that they're stacking up way too much. Delight finds the perfect turnaround engage. Zeka is there with a follow-up. Gen.G is absolutely destroyed. They're routed in this fight.
And I think overall, this fight obviously represents a massive turnaround, but it's important to note that this game overall was really back and forth. At the beginning of the game, you had a lot of pretty advantageous lane situations, a pretty solid lane swap for HLE. And while Gen.G did a fantastic job of leveraging the composition they built with this Aurora and Nocturne to find picks or to shut down some of the playmaking or to create such great facial expressions as the one right there behind me, I want to go back to lane because for the entire year, for this Gen.G roster, they have been lane phase monsters, but this tournament that has not been the case, and this mid lane matchup is perfectly indicative of that. This is the one of the first times we've seen a Yone versus a ranged champion come out ahead in CS.
And against Chovy.
And against Chovy.
Like, he
and
is
Chovy's
the lane guy.
Ahri. Chovy's Ahri, incredible win rate. 30 wins, like 5, maybe this is the 6th or 7th block.
Now 30 and 7.
30 and 7. Incredible. The only other game where we had this kind of discrepancy was Faker up against Jinkato. Like, this is unprecedented for two mid laners of top level players.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Zeka just again proving like you might have forgotten about me because I forgot about myself for most of the year, but I can do this. And I want to jump on something that you said about this game was back and forth, and I want to push back a little bit because technically, yes, right?
Sure.
But Gen.G is doing Gen.G things despite not being as, dominant in the lanes as they want. All the dragons about to be on Soul Point, they get the Baron, they know the moves they're making, they know how to accelerate their gold, and I don't think there's many teams in the entire world, there's probably only 2, maybe 3, that can do what HLE just did versus Gen.G.
I mean, I absolutely agree. I have to give a lot of credit to Doran as well. Like, I was kind of white knighting Doran a little bit at the start because I feel like he gets an unfair amount of hate because he has these, like, kind of fall on your face type moments at times where if he has a bad game, it's a really bad game. But he is such a good top laner. He's very consistent overall. And in this game, he created like a nearly 3,000 gold lead. And when you look down to the final team fights, to me, he was such a difference maker. He's creating so much space for the team, and he was so hard for them to actually burst down when you're looking at, a Varus who has to be very careful about getting engaged on, and then an Ahri and an Aurora who don't really have enough consistent DPS to threaten him. He was pretty much like just a brick wall.
Honestly, it was pretty heroic performances across the board, depending on what fight you looked at. I will say to the HLE fans out there and the Gen.G fans both, it's one game in the finals. Gen.G got the next 2. This ain't a best of 5. It's a best of 3. Like,
might be over.
Job's not done.
No.
HLE need to keep this momentum going. They can't afford to falter. They're notorious for winning a game 1 and then collapsing if they lose a game 2. They felt like they broke that curse in the finals. They felt like they broke that curse in the lower bracket of the LCK playoffs, but they can't fall back on that here.
No, they can't. Gen.G is selecting to go to the blue side. We were quite, I want to say impressed, but also I want to say puzzled in a positive way. What do you say? Surprised in a good way about the choices that they decided to make. Ultimately, it didn't work out, and I got to toss. You have a really important thing.
All I'm going to say is I speak for the collective analysis hive mind when I say maybe there's no counter to Yone and it's time to ban him. It might be time. That's my only thing.
Maybe.
The time was day 1.
The time was yesterday.
Little bit.
I've been thinking it's time to ban Yone since when I saw Yone's champion spotlight, man. Welcome back to Worlds 2024, everybody, and Champion Select powered by Omen and HyperX for game number 2 here in our LCK Finals rematch between Gen.G and HLE. Now, the previous game was looking real good for Gen.G for quite a while, and then Delight showed everybody in the world why Rel's solo queue play rate is about to go up tonight. Let's see how this second one plays out.
That could be you at home. Save the game. game.
Queue up now.
Win the whole game for your team as support. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even think we're going to get to test. Oh, will Gen G ban Yone now? Because they're on blue side. And now it's Hanwha Life's turn on being on red side to ban it. And I think that they very well know, of course, the power of this champ. I don't think they want to give it over to first pick to Gen G. So I would assume that they are not going to give that in trade for really anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the first pick would be in that situation, though, because, like, Yone taken away, probably going to get something like the Sejuani ban, probably coming through here.
Aurora's still up, too.
Aurora, yeah. To be fair, though, I haven't really been overly, like, confident on the Aurora pick. I think it's like, it probably looks really good in scrims where you get to catch someone and pop off, but I feel like in organized team fights it hasn't had quite the same impact. So I am curious to see if it is just, okay, gonna be it again, but I'm still waiting to be blown away by this pick.
Yeah, I mean, if they were willing to not ban Yone on red side and then pick up the Aurora, then they're like definitely still willing to first pick it here on the blue side. Or at the very least, hover it. We'll see about the final lock-in.
They got it. They got it. All right, so it's Aurora first for the side of Gen G. Jax, Smolder, Maokai banned out by their side. Hanwha going to go ahead, take out that Yone like we were talking about, alongside the Nidalee and the Ziggs. You know, Kobe, coming from North America, where Nidalee is just nothing but a bait pick all the time, I have to remember when we get to these international competitions that, oh yeah, you really do have to ban this away from Kanye. Like, this is a real champion now.
Yes, you certainly do. And it is actually going to leave open another Vi combination here. So again, similarly to the previous ones that we saw, it's like you go for an AP, like kill-oriented matchup with Vi. The Ahri, of course, is very popular. They're going to go AP topside first, as Rumble has just been spam-picked even after the nerfs. Seems like nobody cares. On the other side, they actually instantly take away that Ahri possibility and pair it again themselves with the Nocturne.
This could set up for Zeka to go for Sylas. It's always worked relatively well in towards the Ahri, and, well, instead, he's going towards the other pick that he made his name.
That is world champion of 2022, Zeka, to you there.
Put some honor on that.
Yeah, on the Akali. Oh man, this is beautiful. Back at Worlds and back on Akali here after a Yone game. Beautiful stuff. Very, very excited for this second match. And with HLE already having advantage in this series, like I'm feeling so much pressure for Gen G now, and we're not even done with the draft for game 2.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here for me is, although the sides are swapped, Gen G's running it back from game 1, right? Like, you look at the 3 champions that they've picked, we're doing the exact same stuff. Meanwhile, on Hanwha Life, everything's looking a little bit different here.
Yeah, I do like the Renata ban, though, because that was kind of clutch in a lot of games where it was going to be, hey, we can dissuade you from that big dive, which you can already see Hanwha setting up for. So I'm curious if we get the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa ban now coming through on towards Viper just to deny that easy follow-up. And then it becomes a case of what do you want to try and take into that AD carry position when so many of those easy self-reliant champions are removed from the pool.
All right, Renata, Xayah banned away, Ezreal banned away. Remember that Ezreal was also banned last time.
Kind of vibing, actually. Yeah. My jet lag brain started dancing.
Just having a great time, dude. I respect that. You know what? Live your best life. We got some good games. We got some chill beats. We might as well relax.
How else would you want to spend your weekend, you know?
All right, what else we got?
Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Viper's been scary. All right, we take out the Kai'Sa possibilities with the dive. Of course, even with just the Vi, you're already scared about any of the setups for that champ. And by banning out the Kai'Sa, you also kind of break up and lower a little bit the Rel priority. And so you're like, please, Delight, don't just combo us again and win the entire fight. Viper's definitely been a Jhin lover, so we're gonna have some more long range, more CC as well from this champ. A lot of possibilities here actually for HLE for some kind of drawn out team fights.
But also then the counter pick for Delight, which is going to work out fantastically as well. You just saw how good he was in the Rel, but now you get to answer for whatever Lehens wants to go for. Yep. With the Kalista hovered, I'm still imagining something like an Alistair probably for Lehens, and maybe you just gift the Rel across, just saying, hey, I can answer into so many of these knockups having the Alistair, and that repeat send into the Fate's Call just gives so much bounce house potential to Gen G.
And since we're already on the last pick, we know that there's no place for Sylas to fit into the enemy comp if you do pick
say this.
Also, because we're so late in the draft, I also really like the late Jhin picks. You know, Jhin picks when you already see enemy top and jungle picked, so you know there's not going to be like super beefy tanks of Skarner and stuff like that in it. And so you have faith that, you know, the Jhin is going to be able to do plenty of damage, and there is a lot of squishy members on the side of Gen G. That being said, they do at least lock in the Leona here to have their real linchpin on their side to bring together the full engage. And they have so much possibilities again on Gen G. We mentioned their pick potential last time. It gets even bigger here.
And I always like Leona into Jhin as well, because it's so easy for if he opens up the curtain call and you're trying to disengage or anything, you can just throw the solar flare and just, all right, curtain's done.
Spotlight's way too bright. Need to move on.
Well, there is the rel that we were expecting once again for Delight.
Yeah, and I do think it works out perfectly here. You just have follow-up great engage on Peanut with the Vi. You've got two very much dive carry potentials coming through from the Akali with just her ult, but also the threat of the Rumble ultimate on towards a backline with that follow-up. So it's very easy for Hanwha to operate in this sort of composition. And again, Gen G, they kind of need to get out to the bat swinging, because yes, you've got a Leona who can face check this, but it's a very similar composition to what we saw in the last game.
So does that mean, let me ask you this, gentlemen, we'll just be direct about it. Did Hanwha win draft?
I don't think it's that big of a difference. I think this one is going to be gameplay for sure.
Okay. Those are my favorite ones,
because,
to be honest.
Honestly, there is so much pressure on the side of Gen G with the lanes that they have drafted here. And remember, back to the first game, like it was just because Hanwha were able to get the big team fight and full combo on them. Gen G had been able to maneuver objectives really favorably for themselves. And so, yeah, honestly, I have no problem with a lot of the re-picks here for Gen G.
I'm just curious if we do get another lane swap, because it did definitely help in the early stages for Hanwha and just being able to avoid a lot of these terrible matchups, because at the moment you're still looking at 3 pushing lanes for Gen G, which is always a terrifying prospect to give across to this team.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's see if Gen G can take us to a third game. Remember, the original LCK finals, the summer finals that we had just a few weeks ago, did go the distance all the way to game number 5. We'll see if Gen G can take us all the way to the third game here in this one, or if Hanwha is going to be our second team heading to Paris for the quarterfinals, if they can repeat the success that LNG just had with the 2-0. Gen G invading enemy jungle here, gonna force Peanut back. As Lehens and Keen step far forward into the chicken brush. Looks like Hanwha Life not super interested in this.
Yeah, nice full jungle takeover there for Gen G to be able to suss out any early spread play here from HLE, but HLE, ooh, quite gets it. Okay, does find the ward. On World Patch 2, the wards still give a little bit of experience. So nice little boost there for Zeka plus the bottom lane. And the ward left behind on the red buff here by Gen G will suss out that it is going to be bot side start for Peanut. And Vi also, kind of like Nocturne, is almost always going to go for the full clears unless, like our first series of the day, you have a specific matchup that has CC in it that is going to bring you there. It was a beautiful, you know, deviation from normal play to go up there, play off of the Renekton stun and get it, but should just be full clears for both junglers to opposite sides.
The only argument I have against it is if Peanut wants to try and get in towards that top side to maybe burn a flash from Keen and help out Doran, but I mean, you can see at the bottom of your screen how very dominant Gen G has been in this matchup domestically. So Hanwha looking to really upset the apple cart once again here on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, Hanwha put a stop to the early talk of Gen G talking about their golden road even. You know, really big combo breaker here that Hanwha were able to pull off in finals, and they're not stopping. They want to do it at Worlds as well, with already being a game up.
Gentlemen, we're talking about the past right now. I am just so much loving the present because there is no lane swap. That is always a blessing here in a game of Modern League of Legends, as once again, our reminder, Mercedes featured matchup the mid lane, Chovy versus Zeka, the Ahri. Last time around, the Yone reigned supreme, as he has done in most matchups so far in Worlds. This time around, Ahri versus Akali.
And sorry to take you to the past again, Flowers, but that featured matchup does have roots in semifinals of Worlds, and Zeka taking us back here with the Akali as well, back to when he did get the World Championship for himself. Of course, the early stages against Chovy's Ahri are going to be a little bit difficult, getting pushed in a bunch, and the Ahri also going the Grass Spear, stacking that up.
Ooh, Doran with the flash, but Keen immediately flashing back away as Peanut was going top, looking for the angle.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of expecting, to wait for Peanut to come in. You try and look for the slow with the harpoon, and then maybe you can get a flash from Keen and keep Doran's, because then you've got a bit more kill potential from Doran if you do land an electric harpoon on towards Keen. But just flash for flash burn to that top side, and you still got Peanut who's just going to look for the reset now. But I do want to go back towards the conversation, because I think Zeka, 2022, we look and go, oh, well, it was like Akali's and Silas's in the meta, and that's why Zeka really popped off. But he has really grown as a player over this last period, where he has started adding tons more to his champion pool. Like, he looks insane on picks like the Azir. He looked great in the AD carry meta. This guy has come in as an all-rounder now, as just a very, very competent and strong mid laner that you always have to fear.
Hens backing up a little bit here as Delight found that shattering strike on him, but HLE pretty much undeterred down here in the bottom lane Farm Fest.
So nice little pings too. You can always see Genji tracking enemy jungle. Of course, they know it was bot side clear for Peanut, and it was going to be very standard for Vi, but it was perfect timing there. You see the blue ping immediately on Gromp. They know he's going for his re-clear of his second path. So bot lane also knows, hey, it's a possible hover there. So they get pushed in. They don't want to do anything crazy right now to draw any extra attention. And it kind of keeps that semi-timer on enemy jungle so that you know where he's going to go in the future.
The Hens with the engage on Viper, forcing out the cleanse, dropping the ignite on him as well. Viper can walk off without needing to use the flash, but he is pretty hurt now from the aggro of Genji here in this bottom lane. The power of Kalista with any sort of an aggressive support is always scary in these early duels.
I think that also sets up then for them to start to look for a rotation here, because you push in bot, you've just seen it there, they can rotate up towards these early Void Grubs too, and Keen should be able to push out this wave and just nicely continue this objective control that I think Genji really want to get rolling, especially when you can play heavily through all three lanes. Void Grubs become so nice for turret takes, but Delight cause, just gotta step away.
Yep, he's fine.
Meanwhile, the mid lane matchup that we were just looking at, and I like how the analyst has touched on how good Zeka is, especially in the early stages of the melee versus range matchups. Did quite nicely with his CS versus Chovy's Ahri on the Yone, and also was trying to keep up pretty well here on the Akali. A little bit difficult, of course, and taking a slight deficit, but still getting back to lane and into the level 6 point where Akali finally does, have some possibilities of joining some of these fights, where Peanut's actually trying to sneak away one of these grubs real quick.
Yep.
Grabs one without having to use his smite, by the way, which is so key for the first grub pack. I don't know if he'll actually try and go right back and steal one away, but sometimes you can kind of wrap around and steal one away, see if enemy jungler use their smite, but he's not even going to go check. The job is done. You just need one, again, out of the first pack to put the threat of 4 on second pack.
And I think he's just going to move down over towards this dragon. Even though you look at the reset coming through from Viper, they know that Paze has just gone for the reset themselves, so they're just going to match Zeka. Goes aggressive on towards Chovy.
Yeah, using that smoke screen to continue pushing forward, but with Lehens and Delight both joining in. Now Zeka's got to try to be a little bit more careful. Perfect execution to get himself back away to the safety of his own turret. But Akali now with half HP and no flash will not feel confident trying to go down and join this fight for the Drake. So that means Peanut's just got to give it up as Genji walks their troops in and secures this objective.
That is so massive for Genji, and big credit to Lehens for positioning and timing and being there to be able to get Zeka's ult on the Akali plus the flash. means you now don't really have to worry about any of the early burst damage and early possibilities of even getting money to snowball into the Ahri. Plus, you chase them off the objective trade there. They get the extra grub as well as the dragon. Thanks for the leash, Mr. Peanut. But they already got mid-priority first, and mid-priority very, very, very frequently does translate into those neutral objectives. So nicely kind of cascaded from mid lane by Gen G here to once again put themselves into a position to control the dragon stacking.
And Lehens was so impressive yesterday as well, with his ability to be in the right place at the right time, catching out so many members of the enemy team, like wrapping around the back of that Baron pit to set up so many of these early engages and get Gen G into that strong point, but might need to double check himself.
Okay, Lehens trying to get back away from this one. Shattering Strike, not connecting there. Lehens doing a good job staying just slightly above the hitbox.
Learned from the last game.
I love a little perfect sidestep there. Able to avoid as well. So honestly, very nice stuff here again in the opening session for Gen G. As far as the objectives are controlled. Canyon again farming here on the Nocturne, trying to get up to his experimental hexplate as quickly as possible, trying to hit that breakpoint just before the next dragon, and seems to be on pace.
All right, still pretty calm early game, similar to last time around. The team's just not interested in all the PvP angles, instead just farming it up, getting to the point where they feel like they're better suited to find some of those bigger fights, I would suppose. Gen G with a nice early lead, though, about 800 gold or so.
But that's what we are kind of expecting from Gen G coming into this fight. You have 3 pushing lanes, just let them do their thing and start to get these lane advantages, and you can see the CS numbers are coming through for them in every single lane with those advantages. So just take it slow, play for push, play for void grubs, reset, come back out, then use those void grubs to threaten towers, look for your next dragon. Everything on Gen G is already laid out as a very easy roadmap to follow. It is on Hanwha to try and find ways to disrupt that, and that has to be on Pinos. He has this Vi, has the level 6 of it, or the ultimate available. Look for a play on towards Pays, try and burn some of these early summoner spells, and maybe then that gives you that window to take the advantages out of Gen G's hands.
And that's something that we were already talking about in game number 1, is Peanut is definitely the guy who can make those plays happen. He can find those angles, he can find those engages. It's just, can they manage to do it in time to make sure that Gen G doesn't build this lead up into something that's too formidable to make it work out the way they want it to work out, to be able to just have the advantage off of the angle and the extra timing alone of getting that engage that you need. Zeka continuing to farm up here in the mid lane. You really want to see that Akali hit his big first item spike as well, being the melee champion, being the assassin. Very important to not fall behind.
And I really want to highlight all of the vision work that Gen G do. It's such a good setup here for the second pack of grubs, where we know there's going to be emphasis on those grubs. The desync timer there with the dragon, they've got fully warded up behind and leading to it. Plus, they have the mid lane control, so it's just like really nice setup here to again secure a lot of these early objectives for themselves, and they'll easily be able to get to at least 4 for themselves, probably 5, since nobody is heading over for HLE. And HLE, once again, trying to do the cross map instead. Exactly. Don't even want to try and fight you on it. And they'll go for some turret plate money bottom.
It's still Jin though. And even with the demolish that's coming through from Delight, they are very slow at taking these towers. So in the grand scheme of things, you're still happy enough to take this trade as Gen G. And then you can just start to look for, hey, dragon's up in a minute's time. Okay, let's, well, steal away some camps as Canyon, but then reset, back out of the map, threaten a potential tower in mid, and you're always playing on the back foot. Here's Hanwha because of the 3 pushing lanes.
Yeah, especially because later into the game, the extra grub with the Void Might there spawning is really going to help out the double AP splitting with the threat of the Nocturne covering, so they can try and seamlessly transition into that game plan as well much later into the game. Let's see about the setup for that dragon that you mentioned, though, because that is the area that HLE kept their vision in, and they do have the bit deeper of the ward there through jungle. Lehens, though, moving right in, on schedule, ahead of dragon arrival, clears out the critical brush there that has determined so many dragon teamfights. Try and set himself up with a good position to engage.
Hanwha could try and go for some sort of cross map, but I'm kind of keeping my eyes on Delight because it feels like he's going to be the arrow that points the direction that they want to go. You do have already opening up on mid for Viper, but with Peanut on bottom side, it looks like Hanwha aren't really in a position to go for anything. Even Keen resetting as well to deny them any sort of dive potential. But yeah, just Hanwha not really in a position to do anything.
It's an easy second Drake for Gen G. 5 grubs to 1, 2 Drakes to 0. A very, very modest gold lead, but still, everything in the first 12.5 minutes of the game is going their way, still with 0 kills for either side on the board, as Gen G now with a 3-man push in the bottom lane, looking to mine some more plate money away, as Zeka's already in the smoke, but with that defensive cooldown used with Solar Flare finding him, it's such an easy first blood for Gen G. Zeka thought it was enough to stay safe, but it wasn't. Now a flashback over the wall from Peanut, while Doran can't find the kill on Chovy. Hanwha thought they might have seen a counterpunch there, but Gen G gets away from it.
Great job from Lehens to lock down Zeka in that shroud. Peanut steps forward.
Oh, hold on now. Between worlds, Peanut could be in a little bit of trouble, but Viper's coming down to look to help him. Doran with a flame spitter, but instead, it's just another death. This time for Peanut. Delight wants to go in. Lehens finally drops. Viper gets the kill, and the curtains are called. Keen sniped down again. A double kill back over to Viper. Zeka shows up. The cavalry has arrived, and Gen G overstays their welcome.
Gen G got duped. They thought they were the ones with the advantage, trying to push through, seeing if they get just a smidgen more of those kills in their favor. But it's actually Hanwha, whoever turn it around, with some great shots raining down from Viper.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G win the first fighting and come out so ahead, and they even are like, oh great, we got another follow-up pick. But they have to call it just after that, you know. Lehens goes in, and they actually flash away to avoid it. Viper getting a double kill off this could be problematic, but even Zeka, who on the Akali died so early on the tower dive, also gets gold at the end of this super long extended. I love this guy.
Dude, I love his reaction so much.
Zeka still getting some money though at the end of that, and Zeka actually had a ring as well, so a couple extra stacks there on the Dark Seal.
I think as well the fact that Peanut had Sunder Sky completed was huge, because they try to burst him out and he just gets the shield off his passive and the Sunder Skies proc, which makes it really difficult to take him down and just buys that little bit of extra time. But this is still a Gen G favored map, and the Mascot lane economy snapshot showing that Viper with that static shiv very far ahead of Pays, but how much can this Jhin do against the onslaught of Gen G?
All right, here comes the Rift Herald. The Herald alone won't be able to kill the turret, but a Demolish proc plus a charge, that is the end of the road for the Tier 1 turret here in mid lane. First turret taken for the side of Gen G. Hanwha had already secured the one in the bottom lane for themselves. The Hens drifting. Boom! Right into the turret. The last little bit of damage will get it done. Then Zenith Blade back onto Zeka to try to get himself away. Canyon covering his retreat there with a paranoia. Nicely done from Gen G to get a 2-for-1 deal on that Herald summon.
Lehens is such a Chad. Holy! 5-head driving through enemy jungle to get the back door on the bot turret there. Takes it, gets out alive. Extra bonus objective there. Now that's what you call efficiency.
That's how you drive a Rift Herald, man. When they first made this change in the game, we saw so many people wreck the Herald into a wall or drive it a little bit silly. Everybody's got their license now. Everybody knows how to drive this thing, and Lehens might as well be a professional at it. This guy knows how to maneuver that Herald through enemy territory. Gen G, still though, they're only 500 gold ahead, despite the fact that they've had the lead for the longest time in the game because of that counterattack that Hanwha had underneath the Tier 1 turret earlier. It's still so close.
I think the difference though is now Gen G have 2 of those outer towers down, and they get to just use these aggressive lanes now to push Hanwha back further and further on the map, then drift up towards this top side, take the top tower, and then just continuously keep them pushed back. Third Dragon though, now in 45 seconds, will alleviate some pressure where Hanwha can maybe find success of a fight with Lehens.
He's fine. He's chilling. He's Leona. It's all right.
He's a very lonely Leona though, so I got a
lonely
little nervous.
Leona. Well, luckily he's got some buddies now. He can get back to the safety of Chovy right next to him. Hanwha going to take the opportunity, just get this mid lane shoved up. Oh, unlucky for Jhin. Deadly Flourish missed just by a sliver. But, oh well, Doran farming a bottom lane here now on the Rumble as well. Does have his Proto Belt, is level 12, so he has the second level of the ulti. We know that Rumble is a mid-game team fight monster, and I want to see if HLE can find an angle to really get the most out of that.
And Viper himself, even though he used his flash offensively in that bot side play to collect the extra kill, his flash is going to come off cooldown just a couple seconds after Dragon, so it's going to be ready.
Ooh, the deadly flourish there on Canyon forces him to use Paranoia defensively, as now HLE has all 5 players here in the bot side river. They know that Gen G took the first 2 Drakes. They don't want to give them the soul point, not on an Infernal map especially. So now HLE overloading this part of the map means they're going to secure the Drake, and Gen G are saying, fine, take it. They want to go and trade the tier 2 turret back in the mid lane at the same time, but it ain't going to work out so well as the Hens tries to get away, but he's locked up, beat down, finally saved by Pays, who uses that Kalista ultimate to keep his teammate around. Zeka goes in, perfect execution over the wall, but it's not perfect enough. Zeka just barely misses the damage and throws his own life away.
They thought that with the Paranoia down, Hanwha would have an advantage. Gen G tried to trade for mid-turret, but the overextension from Zeka, hoping to get a couple more kills, ends up just gifting one back to Gen G and sets them up for the top lane tower as well.
And those are the benefits of really quickly moving on to the next objective. You know, Gen G are like, all right, fine, we don't have an Nocturne ultimate, we're not going to chase you, we're not going to mess around with you at Dragon. They immediately went mid lane to push on mid lane, and then as soon as the rest of HLE are rotating over, they kite backwards, and even with it getting a little dicey, Len's taking a large amount of damage before the Kalista ult came in, it just even kind of acted as bait there, as they're able to flash over the back of Baron Pit, draw them in, and even come out with an extra kill on top of the top tower that Aurora is able to get.
3-3, 32.6 to 30.7 in the gold. Next Drake not going to spawn for a few more minutes. Baron will be alive in 40, but the game is so close, I don't really see anybody rushing towards it. We talk about Baron rushes and stuff like the previous game where we had a Varus with Bork and Ginsu. Kalista with lethality items and a Jhin just being Jhin. Neither one of those going to do the same level of rushing on a Baron, I don't think.
Yeah, I think this is where all you really want as Gen G is to use the pressure Nocturne creates on the map. You have a push-in boss. You can already see Canyon is just kind of babysitting Chovy a little bit as he gets that lane pushed in, but he's always pressuring both bot and mid, which is opening up then for the pressure on mid to alleviate in towards Keen on top side, and continuously just moving across all these 3 lanes, making it nearly impossible for Hanwha to really contest you. And at that stage then, you get the vision you need in the jungle to then actually pull the trigger with this Nocturne ultimate. Or even if you don't for the next 3 minutes, you still get so much control for the likes of that Dragon or any other objective on the map. So I think the slow and steady will continue for Gen G here.
Gen G with all of those gold leads in every role except for the marksman role. Going back to what I was talking about in game number 1, remember when these guys are so dominant in their league, when they are running the show, it's because they're outpacing everybody. Back in the era of the AP junglers with the AD mids, back in the era it was just turbo farm, turbo farm, turbo farm. They're really good at setting that pace and making it so hard for opponents to keep up with them. It feels like you're drowning. Even if you're even in kills and the fights feel pretty close, these guys are constantly just pushing the needle ever so slightly further and further ahead.
And again, in this game, setting themselves up so ahead in the objective area. Now, someone just needs to message them, hey, don't group up in front of Delight, even if you get a kill.
Remember, Rel is in the game.
Just remember, don't get jumped on there. And as long as you're able to do that and leverage the tools that you guys are talking about, they should be able to have these incremental advantages with the extra leverage of threat of Nocturne ultimate on these side lanes pushing to be able to get small leads here and there to be able to push in and get the positioning that they want. Again, the deeper wards are all theirs. They're the ones with the ward behind Raptor Pit, behind Red Pit here. Even as Delight's trying right now to clear as much as he can, there are still angles here for Gen G. So they can see you coming ahead of time and really set up their plays.
I think even just getting a second item onto Canyon would be super nice as well. With a minute left on towards the next objective, these second item breakpoints are going to make such a big difference, especially when you look at, oh well, Viper now picking up his second item. You Shadow Flame kind of almost there for Zeka, but I'm not entirely sure how much gold he has. But this is where these little moments of small incremental advantages can come back to break the game open for Gen G.
That's what really the gold lead comes down to, right? It's like, okay, you can be X amount of gold ahead, but if it doesn't result in a meaningful item difference, then the fight's still gonna more or less just come down to who's got the execution. Second fully completed item for Keen, you've got the Cosmic Drive, you've got the Leandries. This Aurora can be an absolute menace if she's just allowed to do the damage in the middle of the fight. The range, of course, always being the issue. You gotta make sure you don't get caught out, don't get put in a spot where you can just get exploded.
All right, they're fighting the good fight, trying to clear out some of the extra vision leading up, trying to retake their own territory. It's always dangerous re-moving in, but Delight is able to do it, even finally gets the ward onto the Baron. I mean, for the majority of the year, Gen G was credited as being the best macro team in the entire world, and they're still just continually setting themselves up for success.
And I think his little understandings of how they can get those advantages, even looking at Pei's build, he's gone for this Lethality Callista, which is all for, I get push on mid-wave and I cleared these waves very quickly, but less of a massive threat when it comes towards these team fights. So I think that's why Gen G still need to be a little nervous as they enter in towards this very dark dragon area.
I mean, basically everybody in this game is pretty squishy. We've got some tanky targets, you know, the Leona, the Rel, the Vi, but there's a lot of very, very viable kill targets, even on both teams. So let's look at the setup here once again. Always spot Delight. Lehens chases him out.
Zeka setting up for maybe a pincer attack here. Delight's going to be stunned up at the very start of the fight. He tries to get away, but he's sent into the fear. He's sent into the graveyard. Canyon grabbing the first kill there as now he has to disengage. Hanwha Life have already lost their clutch factor. They have no way to try to approach this fight now.
Yeah, actually so smart. Lehens just runs straight at Delight. They push him out of the brush. Immediate Nocturne ultimate. They immediately jump on him and take away all that possibility of the setup. Beautiful stuff here from Gen G to even get themselves to a soul point pretty quickly into the game, considering they gave up one of the Infernal Dragons and they're not even done.
Ooh, Doran with the flash over the wall to try to escape. But as soon as that summoner spell is down, Aurora's going between worlds and Doran is trying to get all the way back to safety. Peanut down to 100 HP. Pace jumps forward with a beautiful shot from the Pierce to take him down.
Doran didn't realize he was backing on a ward and didn't want to blow that summoner spell early because flash is the only way he can get out of that Aurora ult. And as soon as he does, Keen picks him off and they say, or well, sets up for the pick, and it's actually they turn on to Peanut to actually finish off the jungler from Hanwha instead.
Gen G looking good here in the second game, now on Soul Point in 4 minutes. An Infernal Soul threat on this team could be absolutely harrowing for HLE, but they're having such a difficult time getting close. Gen G getting so much value out of this Nocturne ulti like you're talking about. Every single time there's one of those big moments. And these guys are so good at team fighting, both teams, that just that little bit of extra pause that you have to have because it's so dark, I feel like is making such a difference in HLE not being able to respond to Gen G.
And we've got some, you know, pretty big gold leads now really layering up here on Gen G. Mid and jungle looking quite nice here. Chovy is back on the Ahri, and Chovy has some extra damage to work with. The picks are definitely going to be hard for HLE to avoid, and really if you're looking at the comeback play, it's going to have to be another huge team fight at one of the objectives to get themselves back into this game if they are going to do so, and they don't have a lot of time to do that with.
Right. Deadly Flourish only hits the Lehens, not really that big of a deal. Peanut now jumping in for a little bit more. Pays could get caught out. Popping the cleanse, trying to get away to the blast cone. Pays still alive for now. They're trying to dive into him. They finally get the shutdown, but now Zeka's got to be careful. Equalizer comes down over the top. Chovy trying to escape. Zeka sure he can flip, ain't gonna find the target. Chovy gets away between worlds, coming down here for Gen G. Double go back over to Canyon. It's too dead on Gen G. It's too dead on HLE. And Zeka is trying to get away. Canyon with the flash in for the fear. And Keen won't let him get out. The weirding just puts him into the dirt as a TP puts Gen G right back in a spot for more objectives, more gold, and more of a lead against Hanwha.
Hanwha committed so much to try and make that fight happen, but Gen G more than happy to take it back against them. The TP comes in from the Akali on the bottom side, and Peanut tries to get the connection here until Lehens doesn't quite hit, then goes forward on towards Pays, but Zeka goes over the wall, misses his E, his shuriken flip, so doesn't immediately get back onto to Pays, has to use the perfect execution to get back into the fight, and then just doesn't have a huge amount of damage to try and finish this off. The equalizer does a lot of work, but Keen is able to focus down Delight. Viper is playing catch up this whole fight, trying to see if he can get into position. But with Canyon and Keen there, he just can't really get the damage off he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, the whole plan there was get the ultimate onto Pays and immediately delete him. But as you say, when you break that combo, if you don't hit the E, not going to be able to do it quick enough. And then Gen G punished so quickly. Nice response from them. They even got an objective in addition to chasing down the extra kill.
Gen G, 4,000 gold ahead, 90 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and it just feels like the opportunity for HLE to come back into this game is disappearing minute by minute. Lehen's unafraid to walk up and set that ward down. As you can see, HLE again forced back, trying to defend the tier 2.
Delight trying to hide on the bush there at the back. You can see Chovy was checking it with all of his spells, but doesn't quite hit. But eventually they get the ward down. Delight has to back away. But it's Keen pushing in this top side, spreading Homewalk thin across the map once more. And with Dragon in 50 seconds, you've already got the control you need as Gen G to pick up that soul for yourself. Homewalk desperately needs something. Maybe that Infinity Edge for Viper is enough, but they need so much to work in their favor in this next fight.
Well, let me remind you of a game state just an hour ago where Gen G was poised to essentially lock the game in for themselves. They had a great pick, they were heading towards the soul, and then Delight changed the entire momentum of the game. I feel like if you're Gen G right now, that's got to be in your mind, and they know they need this approach to be clean with 15 seconds left on the timer before that soul spawns.
It's funny because I know that play is going to be reference all tournament long now. Here we go.
You better believe it. But Canyon popping the paranoia. Solar flare lands. They found a lot of damage onto the light. It's hard to find a counterattack like that. And Pays gets the kill. Now he's got to be careful because Peanut and Zeka are ready to take him down. Viper getting away on the top half of the fight at the same time. But Gen G is just cutting through everybody. Keen gets back away across the veil. The shutdown on Viper. And Gen G get it done.
Gen G are out for blood. They're out for vengeance. They killed Delight first every single time now. Wait, Lens is Leona. He's tanky enough. It's fine. Doran wants to get out.
Doran going crazy there looking for Trophy. All right, that's...
He knows the game is slipping away, and so he wants the miracle play. You know, he wants to be able to try and do something crazy to bring it back. But again, Gen G, Nocturne lights out. Leona ult stuns up the Rel. They go immediately onto it. Just Lehen's is like, fine, Delight, you beat us last game, really nicely played, but we are going to take you out.
It's also just Keen on the back line. He puts so much threat onto Viper because everyone is diving forward, but he just locks Viper up. Viper flashes off the wall, he follows over. Dornan is late to going back towards him. And you can see he never gets opened up with the curtain call. That's how that Jin is supposed to operate in this composition. Everyone goes forward, he stays way back in safety and just fires from afar, but it's Keen putting that pressure, disrupting the Hanwha game plan.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of value out of the Aurora pick. Plus, this time around, Gen G, in order to enact this game plan, did not give away the Yone. So the Yone card is also not in the game.
Very important card.
Since they were, since Gen G was on blue side this time around. And it looks like this Baron here should be burned down. HLE, time is really running out for them, so you know their desperation meter is just like through the roof now. We kind of already saw it with the Doran play, but you know, they're just like any sort of play that even looks half good, we should just go for it.
I mean, half is better than the chance that you're going to have just sitting and giving everything over to Gen G at this point, as Keen can immediately just walk back away as soon as he sees HLE trying to defend these brushes, defend this vision. Elder won't spawn for another 4.5 minutes, but for the next 2.5, it's Baron in possession for Gen G.
Yeah, and I think the problem is you're just so far behind as almost everyone apart from Viper on Hanwha that it's impossible to fight back. You're a full item behind on jungle and mid. They're playing with so much confidence, Canyon and Chovy, knowing that they are basically untouchable for a lot of this unless Delight has some miracle play. So for the moment, Hanwha desperate to make something happen, but I just think they're running out of time.
Keen just putting in the work on the tier 3 turret, all alone, all by himself, all uninterrupted. That tier 3 turret's already gone. Canyon's over the wall, ready with a paranoia. Gen G just waiting, biding their time. They know they don't have to force anything. The game favors them so heavily at this point. HLE still just scrambling, trying to defend.
And how frustrating is this got to be as Hanwha? Like this slow, methodical pace from Gen G, where it's a death by 1,000 cuts, and now those cuts continue to rain down as you're underneath the tower.
There it goes. The dive is ready to go in. Delight tries to make the miracle happen, but Gen G are not believers here today. Doran getting dove by Lehens. A little bit more damage would get it done, and finally the burn seals the deal. Gen G, they might have lost Lehens, they might have lost Canyon, but they get the tier 2 turret. They get +1 on the kills in the fight.
Again, even with the tower there, they'll go straight through the front line. Gets a little dicey as they dive really deep, and the tower is still standing for the beginning of that fight. But in the end, still further progressing their march towards the Nexus. Still get the tower, get the extra kills too, and here it is. They actually got them both with the weirding, caught Viper in it too, and so Canyon went into the back of it to try and put the extra pressure onto Viper, and then it gets a little dicey as far as keeping him in, and Lehens tried to follow, and because Lehens is able to have the Ignite there, and actually finishes off the extra kill onto Doran, they are still able to move forward with it.
His coach's expressions are just fantastic.
Yeah, it's really great.
I kind of forget about the game as soon as he pops up, because like, oh, what's going to happen?
It's like, oh, you know it's going to be good. As soon as he's on screen, you're like anticipating, oh, what's it going to be this time?
Whether they're winning or losing, whatever's happening. All right, we've got 10 seconds left on our Red Bull Baron power play here. It's plus 3,500 for Gen G, which is a really solid gain for that objective. And now it's sub 2 minutes until the Elder spawns. I feel like if you're HLE, this is it. It's a Hail Mary play at Elder Dragon. It's the one thing that could bring you back into a spot where you could win the fight if you steal it away or something. Other than that, this one's pretty much zipped up for Gen G.
I mean, we all expect Gen G to finish out this game and to win, but if you are on comms on the side of HLE, I would try and proffer the idea of Peanut go in front of Delight, because Peanut is Vi and you can use your ultimate to actually still get the engage and go immune. Even if they go on you, you can try and immune some of their CC, but Peanut really has to step in front of Delight, I feel like, to be the first layer of it, because fight after fight after fight, Gen G are just taking out the Rel before Rel gets to have any sort of effect. And so even though your chances are very low and you're so far behind, you're out itemized, I think you have to try and like immune the go from Gen G to try and get your own opening.
Sure, but guys, we have a problem. There is a lot that's there.
So what you're telling me is to go for the one that doesn't have an immunity?
Yeah, kill the hens and just fingers crossed. Hopefully it's the best.
All right, Rocket Redemption Leona, that's the target. Okay, that's the name of the game. Well, it is total control over the enemy jungle here for Gen G. They will steal the enemy blue buff as well. They'll sit down all this vision. The Elder's gonna spawn in 30 seconds. You can see the recall for the Rabadon's death cap from Keen, who now teleports back to join up with the rest of the team. Nearly full build Aurora, nearly full build on the Ahri. Keen jumping away there from the deadly flourish. HLE trying to make their approach. Delight's got to be careful. He does not want to eat a bunch of damage before he makes his way in for the hard engage. Another deadly flourish flies out, doesn't get a whole lot. Doran getting chunked by the damage potential of Chovy and Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, the poke is so problematic that it looks like Doran's actually going to recall for his teleport back now. He gets a vision ward on him, so he does cancel it.
Yep. Oh, Lehens immediately with a flash engage going after Viper, but he ain't gonna find the kill that he wants, kill that he needs. Keen with a rampage on Peanut as Gen G are way too strong. 3 for nothing. Viper makes it 4. Zeka tries to escape, and Gen G with a clean fight here at the very end. They do not need an Elder. They don't even need Zeka. They just want him to send a message. Canyon gets back away, and there it is. Lehens ends HLE, and Chovy's pushing the minion wave into the base.
What a game for Lehens too, this one. Gen G, the steamroller, going to even this one up and take game number 2.
All that's left is the structures falling down. I'm so glad our LCK Finals rematch is not just gonna be a clean sweep. Gen G ties us up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to a 3rd game.
You always knew it had to go the distance with these two teams. Finals was the very same, and now we get to showcase exactly what these two teams are capable of.
All right, game number 3 coming y'all's way here real soon, but right now we got to toss to a break real quick first. Don't go anywhere.
Room, but you feel the boom. Gone in the wind when you see me, better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, so fast you can't move. Zoom through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning. Do I have your attention? Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Heart steady racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing. They say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing. Buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing. It's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprint. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. For the whole thing. Instead of stepping, we like big brains. Rose gold for the whole team. Top flight, we do that. It's a mismatch, they running up. Get back, you ain't tough. One punch, they folding up. Life hard, I'll show you some more than just a one and done. Front line till the war's won. Also back tendencies, tend to get their heads spun. Real world problems, they didn't teach in school. Now we playing catch up, gotta keep up. Accelerated courses when you in the field. Mental trauma that we got, I can't wait to heal. I can't wait to seal.
You fight back, and you said it, Dracos. If you watch the finals, you know that HLE won the first one, and then Gen G won 2 in a row. Well, if they do that here,
spoil it.
Guess what? It's over. A little bit of a salty run back, but you know, when it's Gen G, we don't call it a salty run back. We call it absolute genius. And I, for one, am just happy that our LEC faithful who come to the studio every week get to see a quality best of 3 play out in all its glory,
Does it make it less salty if you win?
No.
No?
Yes.
No, it's still salty. I think that the question, but they put them in a position where HLE had to ban the Yone.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if Chovy would have played it.
Checkmate.
But I think the second that they saw that ban, they're like, all right, we'll give it to you. We feel like that might have been the problem, so we'll just go run it back one more time without that particular card in the equation.
Yeah, we have a couple of replays to get through. First off, I want to get to the one where Gen G really took control with a very clean team fight. I think a lot of that was reminiscent of the game before that, but here they also really shut the door.
Yeah, and you can just see the confidence on their engages. At this point in the game, they already have a pretty decent gold lead, but there's so many fights just like this where they're getting so much space out of using the Nocturne ult, out of these proactive engages coming in. The Aurora ult as well, isolating a lot of these key targets. Keen is, in a lot of these fights, single-handedly zoning people away with like the threat of the ultimate, not even the ultimate itself. As long as he has that cooldown, it's so difficult for HLE to play these fights out.
I mean, it just looks so miserable, you know, for Viper on the other side, trying to play the Jhin in these situations, because they were always the one getting engaged on. Someone's always playing the fight in his face.
Azale, you were noticing during the game, right? We saw last game where we had this turnaround team fight by HLE, but also the utilization of Yone specifically, which we've seen in many other games as well. And you kind of wanted to talk about the difference between Yone and Akali of the class of champions in that same situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like you can try to replace Akali with, or try to replace Yone with Akali or Yasuo or a Sylas or something else like that. But the biggest difference is that when you're playing Yone, you do not have to commit yourself to these plays to actually fish for a kill. You can E in, use that, ult forward. You can be chasing someone so far to actually be looking for a kill like this. But in a situation like this, instead of him being able to snap back, he goes over the wall. He's going to actually put himself at risk of getting CC'd, of getting locked down, of getting burst down. And the other main difference is that Yone has so much follow-up CC. So when Rel goes in for a really big engage, Rumble drops the equalizer over the top, and Yone has that follow-up CC. You have the knock-up of your Q3, you have another little CC and knock together with your ulti as well that is holding them in that damage. So it's the safety, it's the follow-up CC, and I think that is really what is setting this champion apart from all the others in the same class.
And when you look at the champions that are so popular right now, the Jhin, the Rumble, I think Kai'Sa as well, these are champions who benefit so much from Yone, and if you swap that out for literally any other mid laner, it diminishes their effectiveness so much. Whether it's the follow-up CC, the damage, the CC to set up for Jhin, there was no poke in this game. Like, you always want something to hit long range with Jhin so that your W, that snare, feels like an actual real tool, and I feel so bad for Viper because once you fall behind against the Aurora Nocturne composition, you're not really playing League of Legends for the rest of the game.
It's difficult. I was holding out for that hero moment, but yeah. So you're saying Zeka is a one-trick Yone? Question mark?
He's got some more tricks.
He's got more tricks. That's just the best trick. It might be everybody's best trick.
It's a good trick.
I know. I'm purposely underselling him because I know he has something in the tank still. But we also want to take a look at our HyperX Reflex replay where Lehens drives the Rift Herald all the way home.
And it's really important to understand Lehens. He lives his life a quarter mile at a time, you know? Nothing else matters. Not his mortgage, not the house, not the family and all their bullshit. For these 10 seconds, Lehens is free. He's living his best life.
Lehens doesn't have friends. He's got family.
Look, and the thing is just, I've been told, shout out to Chronicler, he's like, Lehens is not allowed to drive. He does not have a license. On the team, they're like, no. Anyone else can take it, not you, sir.
Lehens is his own man. But today, he clicks that Herald, he's in there.
We thought it was going to be, you know, the mid lane matchup. We thought that's where we were going to be focused. But no, it's a coming-of-age story for Lehens as he's finally allowed to drive. He reaches out, he finds freedom.
I mean, allegedly, behind the scenes, he's driving a lot as well, right? We always hear these epic tales of him being a mastermind, right, when it comes to in-game decision-making and strategy. We always say it, and everyone always gives the caveat, we hear this. I'm sure it's true, because... Or it's just a misinformation campaign.
We can just make it up. It's true.
You know what? After a play like that, he deserves a little misinformation in his favor. Let's
start the misinformation campaign right now.
Let's lock it in.
Let's take a look at the side selection. I don't know if it's in yet.
Is it true that he also lanes for Chovy?
I've heard he does everything at the same time.
Wow.
I believe... you know, okay, HLE selects blue. That's probably the safest bet of all time. Well, now we're in a position where we finally get to see if Genji will ban the Yone. I think it would be the right choice at the very least, but it does mean potentially leaving open something like the Aurora. Don't know if it fits in terms of what Hanwha Life are really looking to do. Certainly, HLE are in a much better position being on blue side this time around. There is pressure on Genji to at least change up a little bit in terms of the bans.
Okay, it's interesting to me because the situation is so different than it was for the LCK finals, right? Because we still had Tristana was still in the mix. We saw the Yone Corki matchup as well, like all the time. So I'm hoping it goes deep and we see like an exploration of that pool, but we might as well just end up with Sylas as well. Who knows? Are there any lanes that we haven't been mentioning that actually could break this in favor of HLE now that they're on the blue side?
I mean, I think you do have to give credit to Viper because both the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa are banned away. Clearly, there's a lot of respect being paid to him. If they can take him off of one of these champions that really has the potential to solo carry the game, put him on something that has to facilitate someone else, then HLE are really put in a position where they have to have an ironclad draft because Jhin and Ashe are champions who, in the perfect circumstances, are insane in this meta, but otherwise, given the Auris and everything else running around, can feel really, really useless.
Well, and I just feel like Jhin and Kai'Sa are the two that you almost most commonly are always going to be pairing with these heavy dive comps, and we've been seeing so much of these like 4 melee style comps, so I do think it kind of limits your options a little bit as far as the ADs if you want to go down that route. But I definitely am expecting Yone to get banned. My question is, will Ahri be taken away or banned by HLE on blue side? And what would then the shift become in mid lane? Because I think Chovy has been impressive, but less impressive than he has been regionally, especially as far as the laning is concerned. HLE winning out in some of these lanes, actually performing really well in those 1v1s is something that I wasn't expecting. You know, I was expecting Gen G to take this series pretty cleanly, to be honest. Yep. I think Yone, threw a bit of a wrench in the gears, but also HLE is just playing way better.
Yeah, it's interesting now because if we're looking at a Gen G 2-1, you can go like, oh, that first game was only that gunfight by Delight and the Yone, whatever. But I do think you have to give HLE a little bit more credit than that. We're very close to heading out to the casters. Gut check, who's taking it? You say Gen G?
I'm still on Gen G.
I was on HLE after the game 1, but Gen G have just been more consistent across both games. Despite the explosive moments from Yone, despite 1 or 2 engages, Gen G in general have just been in a better position and have been playing the map just that little bit better around early objectives, and it's really paid off. And they've got family. And Lands is allowed to drive now, and that's big. That's very big.
It totally is. We're going to see if he's going to drive this straight into that 2-1, or if HLE is going to repeat their victory from the summer finals. Back over to my favorite.
Oh, shucks. Well, thank you very much, everybody.
My favorite band is the Yone band, actually.
Yeah,
so, well, that's my favorite.
Absolute perfection in the band phase, but it is time for game number 3 of this series. The winner goes on. They secure their spot in quarterfinals. Obviously, the loser's still going to have plenty of chance, and they then become the Grim Reaper for everyone else at 2-1, I feel like, because both of these teams have looked so scary so far.
Yeah, I mean, I like that the analyst test also touched on how, like, the percentage of the game that you see Gen G in control, even though they lost the first game, was still far above HLE, right? Because it was all off of that big comeback fight and then being able to snowball that and turn it into a victory. But Gen G, that leads to this feeling of them having control in the series overall. And we all expect them to, being back on red side now, to make the small adjustment of actually banning out the Yone. And it seems like the way that it is going now, they should have the momentum. They should have the upper hand, but HLE have been able to upset them before, and now it's time to do it once again. There's the Yone.
I'm also curious what happens with things like the Kalista, because we've seen it now a couple of times. Just having so much control over that bot lane has really put Viper and Delight in awkward spots from the get-go. So do you try and get rid of some of that early aggression, or even take it for Viper early himself so that then he can have a bit more control? But there's just so many question marks, because even down to things like the Aurora, more than likely still going to be open. Is that something that Hanwha want to try and facilitate here?
All right, well, we've got the Skarner and Nidalee banned away, targeting the jungle here. Maokai, there's another jungle ban for you. The Yone and Jax banned out by Gen G, and then the Ziggs removed from the pool by HLE. So let's see what they want to go with first here with that Aurora, like you're talking about, still open.
I think it gets slammed here, steal it away. Because if you don't, you know Gen G are going right back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. They're going for the Smolder instead.
I gotta believe it's going to be a Keen Aurora again then. And then you're kind of looking at jungle too. Here, since jungle has actually taken a lot of the bans as well for Canyon.
Yeah, it feels like the Nocturne again. This seems to be the combo that they want to work with, which is throw down the Aurora ult and then just jump on whoever's stuck in it. But now, what do you try and respond here with? Is it going to be the Sejuani, just Peanut going back to basics?
I mean, I really liked the Nocturne for Canyon in the previous game, right? Like, I thought that was huge, the way that they were able to get those advantages with it offensively and defensively. But there you go, Dagda, you're right on the money. They're going back to basics. They're going back to Sejuani for Peanut.
Yeah, and it looks like the Gnar are going to be the answer, and I think this was a good shot. You could have some control in the lane and being able to contest at that range in the matchup, but it also meant when we got into team fights for game number 1, you could have that big engage to follow up a Peanut, or even threaten when Aurora went for these big plays. So now it's just is it a Kalista slam, or do we get something different from Gen G to try and set Pays up for success?
Yeah, a lot of times.
Same again, of course.
A lot of times you'll talk to a solo laner and they'll be like, yeah, you know, I'm fine. I can pick this into the matchup. You know, I can pick the Gnar into the Aurora and it's fine. But the rest of your team are the ones that pay the price later because of the team fighting impact of the champion. And so it's, you know, it's a lot on like Viper to deal with that and Zeka to deal with that. And with him being on the Smolder now, definitely is going to be such a heavy target. But Gen G, they came into this one with a very clear game plan and they are not deviating.
Now, what I'm really curious about for this game, and we'll learn a little bit more about potentially the answer to this question based on the last couple of picks. Last game we were talking about how Gen G had all these dominant lanes, right? They were ahead in every lane in terms of farm, but yet we saw no lane swap. I feel like if you're looking at that Aurora again, if you're looking at a potential problem where you could be behind in multiple lanes, I'm expecting to see it. I don't want to see it, but I'm expecting to see it.
Yeah, I think so as well, and especially since we're probably going to get Jin ban coming through here. Oh, actually going to be the Kai'Sa. Okay, so I thought they'd go for the Jin ban to try and alleviate that from Viper as another kind of threat or setup. I think you end up in a spot where you can go for the same plan of hit the Mega Gnar level 2 as Doran, then TP down and still have your effect where you get to control that and come out with an early lead like we saw in game number 1 for Hanwha, whereas Keen just end up getting a little bit pushed out of the lane in that initial play.
All right, Ashe, Kalista, Ezreal, Kai'Sa, 4 bans, 4 marksmen in the second half of the draft. Let's see what FaZe wants to go with here. Already have the Aurora and Ahri, the AP solo laners, combined with that threat of the Nocturne for the engage and the incredible utility of the Paranoia. Expecting our supports to go for big, heavy engage, just like we've been seeing so far throughout the series as well. And all right, that's what they're going to go ahead and lock in first, put some priority on that Leona.
Now, HLE, like, they could... I mean, I guess they could deviate a little, but they already have the Smolder for mid, too, so honestly, it's probably just going to be straightforward team fight from them.
I think that's why we didn't get the AD carry lock in, because if it was Jin, I think you'd be comfortable send Smolder to the bottom side of the map, and that's why they went for the support pickup first. And then if not, well, then you could slam something like an MF and play with the Leona, play this hyper aggressive lane in the bottom side. So it kind of forces the Smolder in towards the mid lane, and now it's the Varus lock in to try and counteract it. But that's a lot of dive again for this Varus, and we kind of saw FaZe struggle with it in the game number 1, but at least the Renata paired alongside it gives at least a little bit of that pushback.
Right, you're talking about a lot of dive. Renata, one of the greatest anti-dive champions you can have, with the bailout to save the dive target. Hostile takeover, we already know how effective that is. Even the handshake just does wonders at being able to stop that forward motion from the enemy divers.
Yeah, I guess the other option I was kind of considering would be like a Xayah Rakan or something. For them, because then you have the Xayah option for actually dealing with the dive. But since it was red side Gen G, they kept their pick hidden here for the end, and we're gonna have the Twitch range coming in.
First Twitch of the tournament.
You get the sneaky Twitch plays in addition to the map control that Gen G have been able to set themselves up with, and the coverage of a Nocturne does seem even scarier.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The fact that you've got the invisibility of the Twitch and then this long-range engage coming through from the Nocturne, plus even an Ahri, the potential for the invisibility from the Aurora. This is a horrible game to try and play against this comp from Gen G. But I will say it gives less control to Gen G when it comes to the mid lane, and also then, mid lane in that mid game with the AD carry matchup, and even in the lane phase as well. So I think you have a bit of an answer here for Hanwha to play through that bottom side and scale into that late game, whereas they just couldn't get any sort of wiggle room in that last game number 2.
And I gotta say, after seeing the drafts here, I am favoring the Gen G side. Not only do I like the late Twitch here to be able to pull off the sneak plays and the roam plays, but with the nerfed Smolder, like, I really feel like Chovy Ahri is going to have an impact, and they are going to be able to take control early. Canyon, as soon as he gets his level 6 on the Nocturne, it has been play after play for them.
Okay, so I'm looking it up. FaZe has a lifetime professional total of 1 Twitch game.
Yeah, but it was a dub.
It is a win. That is important. 100% win rate Twitch is the pick here in this deciding game for who's going to quarterfinals now and who's got to keep fighting as we move forward in the Swiss stage.
Oh, he's
HLE back on the blue. Oh, he's already there. FaZe just creeping around. All right, nothing to be found.
I thought he'd open up, but they didn't want to give away too much. Now FaZe we'll just kind of wander away from this one. But I do think the downside of Twitch is that you don't have as much push in the lane when you look at comparative, especially the Hail of Blades on this Varus. Looks like it will be Poke Varus that we're going to get as well. So
cooldown on his Q should be up. They could go again.
I don't know how heavily you want to go on this though. I think it is just to try and spot out a potential lane swap again, maybe, but I don't think you want to hyper aggress here. I think it's actually, Gen G were going for the lane swap because, again, I think your lane phase as Twitch just isn't strong at all here.
Just go ahead, give it up, trade that off, play for more of the later stages.
Yeah, I mean, your scaling is so good with Twitch. When you pop your ultimate, your range, very, very useful against what HLE are showing here. So definitely agree with it. Let's see how much they have to give up. Seems like no one is even going to stick around and try and steal away a camp from the enemy side. They're just agreeing, fine, lane swap. Should have even jungle start, both of them just on their own, quote-unquote, own Raptor side of the map, with top side there for Gen G being their control with the duo. And again, they have done the normal supports mid here to get their level 2 top laners with their AD carries.
I do think, though, that the introduction of Smolder into the mix here has kind of put a bit of a timer on towards Gen G. Like, yes, Twitch has great scaling, but I do think this Smolder just pops off so well in the later portion of the game, especially with the lockup in the front line that Hanwha have that Gen G are missing. You need something to go your way early to maybe even set a pace and turn into this assassination Twitch instead. Otherwise, I think in that mega late game, I do favor Hanwha in this situation. And when Gen G were playing so slow, so methodically in the last game, I think they actually need a bit more burst opening in this game.
I don't know. I love Twitch late game. I think I'm just going to fully invest. I'm going all in.
Okay.
Like, Twitch with range late game just feels so... Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, Lehen's walking down here underneath the tier 1 turret, but the teleport will arrive. Keen level 2 here on the Aurora, but man, Keen is in some trouble. He flashes away, tries to use the weirding to keep himself alive. Delight survives the damage of the turret, and that's already a 1-0 for HLE here in the early game. They're about to make it 2. Peanut at least dies to the turret, so there's 1 traded back, but the play goes positive for HLE.
And this is why I was talking about the advantages for Hanwha. This is such a squishy team from Gen G. Even on the rotation down, yes, you've got Lehen's there, but this Aurora offers nothing, and now already a phenomenal start for the Hanwha squad.
My real big question after this is, what is Peanut gonna do now? Because he actually goes down here, and since they did do their own side clear first, Canyon has a bunch of camps to pick up. I mean, we're watching the replay now. It's really nicely done on the first dive to juggle the tower aggro. It's only here in the second one that they give up number 2. Lehen is able to lock up Mr. Peanut under tower, and since he has Ignite late, but I really want to get back to live and see what's done with the jungle camps. Yeah, this is what I'm expecting, because Sejuani cleared his own red side first and then went for the dive immediately. Canyon got to cross over, and Canyon's going to have a very nice lead on jungle here, and especially with a Nocturne, that can cause, again, your whole team to have to pay that price. So while you do get the dive off, and the first kill was without response, getting the second kill, plus it actually gave over some jungle advantages there. Gen G, like, it's not all bad.
Yeah, I think Canyon is the big benefactor for Gen G, but for Hanwha, Viper coming in, Serrated Dirk already completed, gives him a ton of control on this bottom side. The only upside, I think, for Gen G in the spot side matches is you're playing against the Renata. She's not exactly a heavy engaged champ that can look to just hard in on towards a fight, as maybe Lehen's actually looking for one, but I think you're in an okay position to just continue to farm his pays with that lack of engage support.
Nice little bit of a combo damage there between Delight and Viper's piercing arrow. That Serrated Dirk can lead to such an annoying trading pattern in the lane because it's just so easy for him to come out on top. As Doran just doing a little bit of proxy farming, Keen needs to stay underneath the turret, farm up this big wave. Still a nice gold lead for HLE after the dive there in the bottom lane. Chovy versus Zeka back in the mid lane. Zeka is hitting that first break point on the stacking already so far. Pretty easy to hit that one. 25 giving you the AoE on the Qs to continue accelerating the speed of the farming there. Already has the first tier purchased as well after both mid laners have used that first TP, so wants to make sure that he's getting that stacked up as quickly as possible, spamming out all those abilities, making sure that you're constantly moving as quickly as possible towards those larger breakpoints.
With the experience lead for Canyon, we're looking already at the Void Grubs. He can go Krugs over here towards it. And since bottom lane, they've actually kept both Delight and Viper down there for HLE, it really does seem like, well, even though they're actually getting the push, Lehens is already halfway up the river, so Lehens is kind of deciding right now.
I think it's single Void Grub against Canyon 6 as well.
Well, yeah, which way Lehens wants to go. So I think Lehens is doing a good job kind of hovering here. He could go to either. And Canyon jumping on these Void Grubs. He does have his smite ready, so could get his level 6 immediately.
Yup, and there it is. Canyon, level 6, first grub already down, Peanut retreating.
I just love what they did there. You know, Lehens hovering in the river, in the fog of war, as the wave is slowly pushing into them. They're not really concerned about it. Canyon finishes up the Krugs, goes right over to those Grubs. They finish it off, and that's how you really, even though the dive bottom did cost some extra gold, you leverage experience in this game, and his experience early on to just be more impactful than gold a lot of the time.
I mean, when you think about it, a champion leveling up gets, what, 300 to 400 gold in stats? Just having the extra level, boom, you're making up for that difference in gold as long as that champion's involved in the scrap.
I feel like especially for junglers, too, and junglers like Nocturne that can then affect the rest of the map. So we'll see what he does with his first ultimate. Mr. Canyon clearing down his bottom side, so.
I think he wants to go bot lane here.
Yeah. Level 1 Paranoia, not the longest range, but it's long enough. Zenith Blade to lead the engage. Lehens starting it off as Viper still tries to escape. The cleanse ain't gonna do it. The bailout ain't gonna do it. The piercing arrow is not enough. Peanut shows up, but it's too little, it's too late. It's too good for Gen G, who tie up the game 2-2.
Dude, when your jungler is ahead, oh, it feels good. Canyon's there first. Canyon's able to close the distance with his ultimate, and even though Peanut arrives late, that's just level 5 Sejuani. Great. Not really concerned, and so they get the early jump onto Viper, even with the flash, even with the cleanse. Successful move for Gen G, and Canyon able to really leverage and snowball the early stages. But here's another look at the start.
A great engage from the Lehens. The flash Zenith Blade catches out Viper and sets him up, gets the stun as well. And Viper could have tried to use the cleanse there, but instead believed in the handshake going through, and then I think he just couldn't quite get away after that second stun came through from Lehens. And as you say, I mean, level 5 Sejuani is going to do nothing in this situation.
Dude, how sick of a move is Zenith Blade? Still get to go with him with his flash. So he got to go his flash distance, plus the Zenith Blade distance, plus Viper's flash distance.
It's like that part of the Toy Story, you know, where they're all running off the back of the van and they're just holding onto a rope, just following along wherever.
I'm coming too. All right, well, Canyon continues to leverage his jungle advantage into a dragon as well for Gen G. It's been the story all 3 games of objectives for Gen G, and dragons especially for them.
All right, Gen G pushing towards top here, just continuing to try to grab as much plate money as they can. Meanwhile, Canyon, he's got the first Drake, he's got the first 3 grubs, he's got the experience lead, he's got everything Nocturne could ask for here in the early game, having a great showing in this third one of the series. The gold is back to even as Viper and Delight try to maintain control and push. Here in this bottom lane, Zeka still doing a good job, making sure that you DPS the minions equally, farm them all up with the Q, get max stacks, and he's already up to 82 of those.
Chovy now moving down to cover bot lane though. They still want to try and get this rotation for the grubs in a minute's time. You already obviously have Pays up here, but Lehens is moving down. They are fully convinced Halmar are going to go for some sort of dive with Peanut hitting level 6, but everyone from Gen G hiding on the map, waiting for Peanut to show himself.
Yeah, Pays hiding all right, deep in that alcove. He's getting ready for some sneaky plays. We'll see. Once you get the Blade of the Ruin King for the Twitch, then you really become a menace, making everybody worry about your positioning. Every moment that you stay hidden, like this comp from Gen G just puts so much like mental pressure on you.
Yeah.
Everybody worried about the picks.
I feel like there's so many champions we say that about. Yeah, once you get Blade of the Ruin King, you're good, dude. Just get in there.
It's a good first item.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty solid item. If it synergizes with your champion, I feel like that champion's doing pretty good. Anyway, even gold between the teams now. 15 seconds until the second set of the Void Grub spawns. Gen G only needs to take a single grub to get the Void Might spawns, but of course, if you can get all 6, it just feels fantastic. Peanut is the first one up here in that Herald, Baron, Grub, whatever you want to call it, pit. However, Gen G will be sending sending more troops real soon, with Pays farming up underneath the tier 1, as you do have lane control up there for the combo of Delight and Viper. Down in bottom lane, Chovy versus Doran really shouldn't turn into a whole lot, I wouldn't think. Both of these two have unleashed teleports ready to go to join any fight that might break out here in the top side. It's a 4-man move from HLE. They're going to be the first to commit here to this river. If Canyon can steal away even a single grub, that's all they need. He flies into the middle of everybody. The solar flare coming down over the top, but Canyon is already dead. A nice hostile takeover fired back in, but Viper now dies as Pays takes him out. Lehens drops to Doran, and Peanut has to flash back over the wall. Chovy has finally joined, and Doran has to try to get away, but a double kill back over to the Twitch. He is hiding no longer, and Gen G, they'll go 2 for 2 with HLE, but the grubs are still on the menu, and they're looking good for Gen G.
It looks so good to start off with from Hanwha. Delight, a terrific ultimate across the team, buying that space for Viper. And even with the teleport quicker from Doran, it nearly went their way, but Gen G, they outplay on the fight, and it's a double kill for the Twitch.
Twitch, Pays getting so rich off this play, and the reason it looks good at the beginning is because they also started before Pays is even there, a couple of seconds, so that means Canyon down already, and as you say, the Renata ultimate going over the other two, but once Pays does arrive, he just burns the back line, and he annihilates them as everyone's trying to get away. He was able to grab that red buff, and then continually double burn them down, that plus the poison, and now you are in a situation where you have all of the Void Grubs, all 6 of them, plus you got the early Dragon as well. It is, again, just so much objective control for Gen G, plus the huge threat of all the money going into the Twitch, who just funded that Blade of the Ruined King we've been dreading.
And for Doran, I could understand where his head was at, was like, hey, if I go hyper-aggressive on towards Chovy in that bot lane, he can't TP to the fight. I'm about to go mini Gnar. I haven't got that Mega Gnar available for this next fight. And as he TP'd in, he just wasn't as big of a factor as you traditionally would expect from a Gnar in those engages, and Gen G do a really good job. And as you say now, Twitch 3-0. I wanted to see this game blow open early, and Gen G have done exactly that by getting this Twitch so far ahead.
Okay, so the interesting thing I'm looking at here, nearly synced up timers. Whenever we have this state in a game of League of Legends, I'm always so curious as to how the teams are going to play it out. Because Rift Herald's a big one. Everybody always loves fighting over the Herald, but that Drake is going to be spawning just 10 seconds prior. Do you bother committing for the Drake if you know your opponents are going to just zerg the Herald? That's what I want to see.
I do.
Okay.
I'm taking that Drake every day of the week. That is mine. I'm going to keep stacking, because then you think
like a true jungler.
You think about what it's going to do for you in a little bit of the long term, not the immediate future. Like, okay, fine, you know, if a Herald is going to like get you an outer tower or something, but the Drake is going to give you the possibility of drawing the opponents out onto the map, where then you get to use Nocturne, Twitch, Ahri, Aurora for all of this pick potential, Leona even.
Oh, dude.
Like, yeah, look, you can't go anywhere on the map. It's going to be somebody from Gen G jumping out.
Canyon has ult.
No. Yeah, Canyon's about to ult,
though.
It's a good brush.
Yeah, Mega Gnar saves in there. You just cast the wall up, transform immediately on the spot. If that Gnar bar would have been just even slightly shy of it, that is an easy kill for Canyon. But very fortunately for Doran, he gets away from it, stays alive to see another day, as Gen G, again with control of the mid lane, going to push that wave up, rotate into the bot side river, rotate towards the Drake that Kobe's talking about. You want to use to bait them into these open fights. First turret dropping at the same time. You can see the information on the top of your screen as we just now crest the moment where the turret plates are gone. It's a 5-3 plate advantage for HLE, but Gen G pretty much making up for that difference in golden plates by grabbing the first turret 30 seconds before HLE can respond in the top lane with Zeka's Smolder, and now the second Drake goes the way of Gen G as well, with the gold dead even, and Zeka at just past that second breakpoint here, 145, only needed 125 for that second transform, so still stacking forward, and I feel like he's going to need to hit that ASAP to make sure they're staying on pace with this scaling Twitch.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, you know, going with the Sojin for the super cooldown reduction, so you can just try and stack there. As well, HLE, again, we mentioned it last time, but when they are down on the map, they're usually going to just instantly not try and waste time and go for their counterplay on the other side. And they're like, fine, we'll take our consolation prize, we'll get that top tower, we'll keep ourselves competitive in gold at least, we'll try and build ourselves up so that at least we can have the hope of our dream comeback fight. And this time around, you know, it actually might be Delight being at the center of it again, in a sense that you kind of saw at the Grub fight, where it's a kite backwards into some counter engage, and Renata ultimate has the possibility of being huge, but it is really hard to cover all of the angles that this Gen G comp can come at you from, since they can literally come at you from 360 degrees with their mobility and with the invisibility jumps. And so as the map opens up and those outer turrets go down, you really do have to cover 360 degrees with all of your wards, like warding every flank and trying to clean out all the Gen G vision and trying to mark every single champion on the opponent's squad. And so you keep yourself competitive in gold for HLE, and then you try and have that big team fight for yourselves to blow open the game again and show they can do it.
And I think a lot of that relies on having the DPS behind Delight's wave, which is going to be from Zeka in this regard. And he needs to be in the sidelines farming. So I'm curious now if Gen G try to start hitting on towards wherever Zeka is on the map, just putting him behind. You could already see Canyon was sitting down towards that bottom side with Keen, but now with Hanwha opening up on mid with this Rift Herald, everyone in Gen G is coming across, even Pays.
Ooh, Glacial Prison not going to find a whole lot. You can see they threw it out. They wanted to see if they could catch Pays by surprise there because the mom summoned up too. But considering it just barely misses, there's not a whole lot of punish. And that's 2 big spells down for HLE. So don't be expecting them to do a whole lot more until those cooldowns are back.
And that Herald really well defended by Gen G as well. So now you get to go back out onto, hey, we're pushing sides. We're trying to play for these picks, trying to make things very awkward for Hanwha on the map. And with 2.5 minutes until Dragon, there's plenty of moments to get push out, maybe shift over towards that top side, or even again look for these plays on towards the overexposed Smolder, who's just down on this bottom side. Like, even look at where Peanut is on the map. All he wants to do is sit here beside this Smolder to guarantee that Zeka can farm without being under any sort of duress.
And I think there's a lot of pressure on Peanut's shoulder to be the difference maker in this game. You know, frontline for HLE, they have the possibilities to completely disrupt the Gen G game plan. Him and Doran, especially when both of them have their flashes ready, have the possibility to set up their team for success. And you see a lot of their vision invested on the top half of the map with all those control wards. Maybe, you know, there's some sort of like flank route or something there for them to get a little bit of jump towards mid. But currently, Gen G, they just focus on the other side of the map. Again, always way far ahead of objective spawning. They go so deep, set up their vision, try and keep their Dragon priority alive and keep that threat building.
Okay, so Gen G might have Dragon priority in the traditional sense that we think of those words, but Zeka and the rest of HLE's Dragon priority is on these last 30 stacks that they need. He is getting so close to the 225 breakpoint, and I feel like when they hit that, that might be when we get to see HLE punch back a little bit. That might be when we get to start to see what you were talking about earlier with this stronger front line that still has some artillery behind it that could force Gen G into an uncomfortable fight.
But Gen G have done such a good job this series of continuously stacking Drakes to deny those opportunities for Hanwha to like scale or find ways to open up on the map and trade up in favor of getting Zeka this gold. And again, with this is an Inferno Soul. Gen G have high rolled to all hell with the souls they managed to get this day. But it does mean that you have to fight them and you have to come at them. And for Gen G, I think you're pretty happy with that, because look at this Smolder, the second item not even completed. We should have it on reset, but it's also a build that comes on much later because you haven't gone for that Triforce to try and hit that breakpoint in the mid game.
And Pays also already has the Hurricane here, so the Twitch just gets to melt multiple targets from a very safe distance with the ultimate, and kind of leverage the Nocturne vision even more, because you can just be so far out of reach of opponents that you end up getting to free fire in these team fights. And we'll see Gen G once again. Here they go. They set up way ahead of time and see if they can get the advantage. HLE though, looking to fight back. They've got the brute force. They get their mid lane push first before transitioning into River. I would definitely like for Peanut to be with the rest of the squad here though. Yeah, there we go. Get yourself a tankier member on the front line. And here we go.
Pays is still creeping around on the Twitch. Wants to make sure he can get that chance to open up. Keen will be the last one to join the rest of Gen G here in the bot side River. The Gnar separated from the rest of the team. Doran's about to transform back from Mega Gnar. This is not a good state for HLE to try to go in for a fight. They wanted to try to grab Lehens. There's the handshake with Mom over the top, and Zeka gets the first kill. They're trying to go between worlds. Canyon's in the front of everybody, and Pays is free firing. The kills start coming in for both sides. Make it 3 for Pays. 2 of them picked up by Chovy, though, as Peanut and Zeka try to get away. A triple for Chovy, and Peanut's the last man standing. Chovy cleans them up. A quadra kill for the Gen G mid.
Keen is putting the fish in the barrel for Pays and Chovy to knock them down. Gen G wanted one fight, and my God, did they get it.
They certainly did. They get the dragon and they get the smolder. So both dragons flowers, everything taken care of, including 2 turrets afterwards. It's insane how much they get off this. But Pays, I want to highlight around the top, flanks on the Twitch. So even though Lehens is down, as you say, Aurora ultimate groups them up, and Pays opens up from the top side, out of vision of the enemy team. Nocturne ultimate goes off, and Chovy just going free and rampant here on the Ahri, chases them all down, gets the last little bit of the kill here for the quadra on his Ahri. Reset after reset.
I mean, this has to feel good for Gen G. The revenge for the finals in the LCK, but heartbreak coming through from the Hanwha coaches. Just having this moment where you can fight back when it was supposed to be yours, and Hanwha came out and snuck it away from you. Gen G have a lot to prove here against them today.
Yeah, and I like what they've shown. They've committed to this core of Nocturne turning out vision. You know, Canyon being a real strong point person for the double AP carries that they lock in over and over and over again. And I really like the execution as well, as Chovy gets a little bit frisky with the mid lane here.
Well, Viper tried to catch him with the Chains of Corruption since that's already down, and Chovy already had to use the ulti to escape it. He feels fine trying to scrap with the rest of the cooldowns as Canyon and Lehens have to try to get away now. They try to flash out to survive the Glacial Prison. Pays is firing into everybody, but he's finally caught. Zeka kills him. Gen G has overextended, and they are punished for it.
Doran, huge with the Gnar there. He's not going to let that happen again. To go straight for Pays, knocks him in. They get 2. Keen down, Pays down. Hanwha Life not going to go out without a fight.
This Runan's Twitch, though, still got the damage done. That could have potentially been Hanwha turning over towards the Baron, but blinking health bars on Viper, on Delight, on so many of these Hanwha's members means that, yes, it's some kills, but you don't get the objective afterwards.
And look at the timing window here, because it is very close. Pays is there, he is waiting, he wants to open up, he sees all these abilities used, he's like, there's no Sejuani ultimate, and boom, Keem comes in, but Doran says, not on my watch. And they instantly shut them both down. And like you're saying, a couple more autos, boom, the whole team is just destroyed right there. So again, the instant turn to immediately go for both of them. Flash used from Doran, but that was a very worthwhile flash.
The way that it looked, 1 auto kills 2 of them, and then there's not even enough for the remaining 3 guys to fight. It would have been a total wipe. Absolutely clutch to not let Pays get away with that. HLE doing everything they can to try to stay within striking distance in this game that, just like the first 2, Gen G has been in charge of so far.
So our gold difference powered by AWS, seeing the split here and the way the last ones have gone. This one, of course, as you guys keep on mentioning, that possibility of Smolder continuing to stack up. A lot invested there, but a Nocturne ult on him.
Yeah, Canyon has found his target here with Zeka's Smolder. Mom summoned. Maybe it would have been enough to save him just from Nocturne, but not from the backup, too. Keen will be the one to take the kill as Pays also provides additional damage. Gen G now with a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds.
Mom not going to save you from these bullies.
No.
They finish the job there. Smolder down, stops the stacking for now as well. Meanwhile, this map just is so hard for HLE to play, again, because there is so much of a possibility of these Gen G 360-degree flanks coming from anywhere. You really have to have towers to help defend and control wards to help defend your movements. So anybody that's out like that on a side lane, that's a very repeatable thing we just saw, and that's why we keep hyping up this Gen G map play available with this comp.
And when Zeka gets 360 no-scope 30 seconds before Dragon's out, he needs to TP back out onto the map, because otherwise Gen G just get to pull the trigger once more. 8 seconds until Canyon's here. Zeka not out on the map. Even Doran's resetting. He just went mega too, so needed to clear out the way, but it means that coming into this, Hanwha have to buy time before this Gnar can have an impact. No flash available as well to try and threaten Pays.
Okay, so the rapid fire cannon being completed for Zeka, I think is really big. Allows him to try to poke at these guys a little bit before the hard commit comes out for Gen G. But it's so scary since Pays can always be anywhere, everywhere, all at once. Not a good place to have to try to defend against. Canyon getting caught initially there by the Glacial Prison. Loses about half HP, but not close enough to death to force him all the way back.
To buy time, though, for Doran to get that Gnar bar filled up. Wants to try and get on towards the backline. Pays in a very good spot, though, between all these members of Gen G.
Yeah, Lehens wanted to go in there with a Zenith Blade, but he ain't gonna find the angle. Doran ready to transform. Gnar bar charged. Gets charmed, though. Snot Bubble hits Lehens. There goes Mom. A little bit more damage by doing it. Viper grabs the kill. The Drake also secured by HLE. Beautiful start of the fight so far, as Chovy can't get anything else done. No charges left from the Spirit Rush. HLE played that wonderfully.
The poke is beautiful from HLE, and Viper finds the final snipe there to take down Lehens. They get the dragon, they deny a dragon's soul, and they deliver again on this series.
And this is why I think as this game starts to go on, it becomes more and more difficult for Gen G to play. You don't really have a very tanky front line that can immediately go into a Mega Gnar, into Peanut. Delight also being able to buy space means you can play for these backline threats with the Varus poke, the Mom ultimate across the top. It makes it difficult for Gen G to find these openings for Pays if they're not on the objective first.
And you don't get time to just stand around there at the fight, because we saw how much damage the poke is going to do. You're going to lose out, win percentages very quickly with every skill shot that's going to land on you, every little bit of poke damage. So the decisions have to be instantaneous to go for.
Zeka approaching 300 stacks here, gets away from the charm, but Pays has already opened up on Viper. Now you gotta be careful, because Delight is about to die too, and Doran's caught between worlds. Chovy and Canyon ready to follow up as the Gnar can't transform in time. Flashing away with a Sterix Gauge active, throws a boulder right back to him. Peanut still looking for maybe an angle as Mom comes in, but Chovy's gonna be protected by the shield. HLE lose their AD carry, but nothing more.
Hanwha protecting Doran there was crucial, because that would have been Gen G turnover to Baron. May still look for it as a TP comes back in. Zeka needs to teleport back into this equation to make things more even for Hanwha.
The teleport seals the deal. Baron's the target. Gen G already got it down to about half. Doran here on the front line. Baron at 6k HP. HLE piling in. Lehens tries to get away. Doran still at about half HP now as Peanut has to fully escape. Arctic Assault backwards. Baron still aggroed at 3,000. Doran still trying to transform. He needs to go into Mega Gnar. Peanut's behind the wall into the pit, but the Baron's going to be secured by Canyon. Now HLE trapped between a wall and an enemy team. Canyon gets the kill on Doran, and Chovy goes over looking for a little bit more. They want to kill the Smolder, and Zeka pops. They all drop, and it looks like the hopes are done, dead and gone for HLE. Gen G with a home run.
Oh, Canyon clutches the smite, and then Chovy clutches the team fight. Here's another look at how low they get. Poked again inside this Baron pit. Lehens is forced to flash away, and you can see it burning down there, so close to execute range. Baron trying to finish him off too, and then Chovy still full HP on the Ahri. He moves up, and he actually puts so much pressure on the rest of the DPS of Hanwha that Canyon is allowed to stay in on the Baron smite. He secures it, and then Chovy goes in with the rest of his charges to finish it off. What a duo there. Really clutch on the Baron fight, even with all the extra damage that had been received by the rest of Gen G members. They pull it off.
The flash from Canyon was so sick as well, because it gets him out of the pit. Went for Doran. I like that. He just, please tell me I'm seeing this correctly. We did come out on top. But yes, Gen G outplaying in the moment, and now with Baron up a 4,000 Red Bull Baron power play. And a minute and a half until Soul. They just get to keep pushing in these waves, push Hanwha into their own base, and then fall back and collect another prize. And that has to be the nail in the coffin for Hanwha in this series.
I got to respect Hanwha for fighting back, for making this as close as they have. But Gen G just showing the level of coordination. They know they can trust in Canyon to land those smite secures. They can put themselves in these spots where they're unafraid of HLE's challenge. Even though they've got this level 16 Smolder, even though he's got 325 stacks, FaZe's Twitch 6, 1, and 5. Highest kill participation of anyone on the team. Yes, it's only by 1, but it's still first place. He's doing great.
And that's the thing, we focused a lot on like Canyon and Chovy in that fight, but it was FaZe who assassinated Viper, who got him caught out with Canyon to start off that play that set this whole rigmarole in motion. And it's FaZe that has really been stepping up on this Twitch to find those clutch moments. And Hanwha, you can tell they just aren't used to playing against that potential invisible threat, just lurking in the darkness.
FaZe, a rat all along. Able to jump out, make a clutch pick. He's one of us. All right, can they close it though here? Gen G now with massive lead.
Oh, HLE walks way too close to the brush, and there's no way out for Delight with Renata down. That's your big anti-engage mechanism. That's your chance to try to turn it around if Gen G jump on you, and he's out of the picture. It's an easy Infernal Soul, no contest. This goes over to Gen G now, and I feel like Hanwha's chances have nearly completely disappeared.
Yeah, you're talking about nails in the coffin. They've got the nail gun out, and they're just spamming nail after nail after nail. Yep, that's gonna be
new Twitch coming in soon. DIY Twitch.
Another one bites the dust, and another objective here. So, who will next? Who will be the next one picked? It looks right now like Doran's gonna be the next one picked.
Am I allowed to bet? Is it too late?
I think the betting window, no, the betting window is closed on this one. That is it for Doran. 50 seconds on the respawn clock. FaZe just creeping through the mid lane here, invisible, marking that ward that he just saw placed down. Ruin's Hurricane makes it so easy to farm up the wave as well. FaZe now with the completed Mortal Reminder should just shred every single health bar on HLE. They're pushing that top lane with Chovy right now. They still don't have a whole lot of super extra power, I guess, to work with through the Baron. It's already dissipated. The Elder's not going to spawn for another 5 minutes, but they don't really need a mega buff right now. They're ahead 8,000 gold. They've got an Infernal Soul. That's a mega buff on its own, as now the Glacial Prison immediately finds Chovy upon teleport, but the counterattack is there. FaZe is hitting everybody. He flashes, he cleanses, and he ends everybody on HLE. Exactly like we said. FaZe on the Twitch. He came into the game with 100% win rate on it. He's gonna leave the game with 100% win rate on it. Gen G is gonna show HLE that the finals are not the rule, but they are the exception. This squad has controlled the Korean League of Legends scene for a damn long time, and they're showing that they're looking to keep that rolling in Worlds as they punch their ticket to the quarterfinals.
The golden road might have been paused, but Gen G want to make sure Hanwha know that they still deserve to be on top when it comes to the world stage.
Incredible showing from Gen G, getting some revenge against HLE for the LCK finals. Desk, what are we thinking?
We're just as excited as you are. By the way, it is so nice to have you here, Captain Flowers. Kobe, of course, you as well, but I could just hear...
Not Dagda. Sorry. I'm kidding. Yeah, he's been here. Go. I'm sorry.
You're old news, pal.
But my God, what a wonderful microcosm of a game to watch for so many reasons. But I think two of the main reasons were FaZe and Chovy in that crucial team fight that we're going to take a look at immediately, right? And they show exactly what they wanted to do with their comp, and the Twitch is something that FaZe likes a lot, and in this composition, it's beautiful.
And I just think it's so insane how well the Nocturne enables the Twitch, because if you can't spot the Twitch flank, it is so hard to react to it. So it's kind of playing the role of what we would normally see a Kennen play in this situation. I think it's so brilliant and so well played from Gen G.
And while Chovy ultimately gets so many of the kills, Paze deserves a lot of praise because coming out of that final, Paze was the guy who got a lot of criticism. He's frequently under a lot of scrutiny on this team, surrounded by so many legends, but this was a fantastic game in a clutch to bring out the Twitch in a composition that we haven't seen on stage before. And you can see they're feeling it, and it's looked so good. Yeah, 1 or 2 hiccups here or there, but mostly really fantastic use of the Vision Denial Nocturne brought, fantastic use of the Aurora controlling space, and Paze pretty much always where he needed to be.
Yeah, pixel perfect in those team fights, something that we said maybe HLE can get the upper hand if they are at the driving wheel. Wait, is that what you say?
If they're driving.
If they're driving. But they couldn't. Dracos, you brought it up as well, right? That in a best of 5 that we saw last, it was HLE dropping the first one with Genji, winning the 2 thereafter.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, the end. This is the end of the road for that match for HLE.
They are countered by the best of 3. Now, the way that Zeka talked about it, he called it a jinx. I hope they don't feel like they're re-jinxed on like winning game 1 and then immediately collapsing. I hope that this is not shaking the mental at all for this team, because I still feel like they played incredibly well. This is over the course of the year, again, I think it's important to highlight that usually Genji are monstering every lane. That was not the case in the series, has not been the case at Worlds. They're still mortal, it's safe to say.
HLE is not out yet, but it's Genji that's in the quarterfinals, and Paze is standing by with Laura in the Verizon post-game interview. And G-Set!
And welcome back to the stage as Genji advance to quarterfinals, and I have Paze with me to talk about this victory. And Ji-Sun, of course. Songi 축하드립니다. Thank you so much for joining me, Paze. First thing first, Twitch. We haven't seen this champion since 2020. Tell me about you picking it, especially without an enchanter by your side.
가장 먼저 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 제일 여쭤보고 싶은 게 바로 트위치 픽인데요. 20년도 이후로 처음 월즈에 등장했습니다. 유틸포도 없이 트위치를 등장시킨 그 배경이 무엇인가요?
일단 요즘 메타에서 라인전이 별로 안 중요하다 생각해가지고 스왑이 있어가지고 그래서 그냥 밸류 챔프를 찾다가 뭐 요즘 그냥 한타 조합이 게임을 이기는 데 있어서 되게 중요한 것 같아서 트위치를 하게 되었습니다.
We came to a conclusion that because of the lane swap strategy, laning phase doesn't mean anything. So we figured that we should go with the late game value pick and we should comp around the team fights, and Twitch was the answer.
Smart thinking and great strategy here from your side. Also taking revenge on Hanwha Life Esports after what they did to you in finals. Still a close series, but what was the difference maker this time around?
또 그 결승전에 화끈한 좀 통쾌한 복수를 가져오셨는데 굉장히 접전이긴 했습니다. 이번 경기는 어느 점이 잘 풀려서 승리로 마무리 지을 수 있었나요?
일단 1세트를 지긴 했는데 저희가 좀 방심 안 하고 끝까지 집중력을 챙기면 그냥 이길 수 있다고 생각을 해가지고 다시 마음 다잡고 팀원들과 역전하려고 했던 것 같고, 그리고 뭐 저희가 한타 조합을 잘 짜고 그에 맞게 또 한타를 잘 해가지고 오늘 승리를 하게 되었던 것 같습니다.
Although we lost the first game, we were pretty confident that as long as we keep our focus, we'll be able to win. So we wanted to make sure that we're refocusing for the follow-up games in order to make a comeback. And also, we were comping around the team fights. We were outplaying the team fights as well, so we managed to get the win.
I am happy that you felt confidence, because if someone backstage was stressed, it has to be your coaching staff. The fans were vibing, everyone was vibing here, but you made your coaches really stressed throughout the entire series. What do you think they're going to tell you when you see them backstage? How are you guys going to review this?
선수분들은 침착하게 다시 잘하면 이길 거란 확신이 있었다고 하셨지만 사실은 지금 이번 시리즈를 통해서 헬퍼 코치님이 엄청난 대스타가 되셨어요. 이제 경기를 지켜보면서 너무 리얼하게 같이 울다 웃다가 리액션을 잘 해주셔서 모두 그 마음에 공감을 했거든요. 혹시 코치님들께 하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실까요?
일단 헬퍼 코치님이 평소에도 뭐 장난칠 때나 그럴 때 리액션이 너무 좋아가지고 저희 팀원들끼리 놀리긴 하는데 일단 잘 받아주셔서 너무 감사하고, 그리고 코치 감독님들께 너무 감사하다고 전하고 싶습니다.
I mean, in real life, we always just pick on him, even though he's our coach, because his reactions is chef's kiss. So I want to say thank you for being so nice and always like being on the receiving end. And also, I just want to say thank you to all of my coaching staff.
Shout out to Helper. Must not be easy, but you guys make it to quarterfinals as one of the favorites, if not the favorites in the tournament phase. How are these expectations around Genji waiting on you?
이제 8강을 진출하셨고 아직도 많은 분들이 우승 후보로 꼽고 계십니다. 이제 젠지에게 어느 모습을 또 좀 기대해봐도 될까요?
일단 계속 기대해 주실 만큼 또 기대를 하면 저희가 부응을 할 테니까 기대해 주시면 좋을 것 같고 작년에 아쉽게 8강에서 그쳤는데 이번에는 저희가 바라보고 있는 더 높은 목표를 달성하는 모습을 팬분들께 보여주고 싶고 그래서 열심히 하겠습니다.
If you guys can keep your expectation high, we will also make sure to meet those expectations. So thank you for your attention and support. And last year, unfortunately, we had to stop our world's journey at quarterfinals. But this year, we're aiming for something even much greater. So please keep supporting us.
Looking forward to Genji in the next stage. That's all for us here. Thank you so much, 감사합니다. Thank you so much. Just an amazing job as always. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for another interview tomorrow.
Yes, many more interviews. That was wonderful. Sometimes Pace, I know that Laura sometimes says that he has some interviews where he's thinking for a long time, but I think the adrenaline carried him through this one. He was obviously very, very happy.
I mean, how could you not be?
How could
Again,
you not?
I just really want to celebrate the Twitch. He's had a lot of good games so far this tournament. Genji as a whole are on a roll, and Paze is certainly a big part of that.
And I mean, they got revenge for the LCK finals, right? You know, so you get to have that. You get to be the first team, you know, from your region through to quarterfinals as well.
Yeah, and Azale, you actually noticed something in the team fights and the Nocturne. Tell us what you noticed.
So it's one of the cool things when you are playing with Lethality Varus, you can go Edge of Night, and so Edge of Night actually does block the Nocturne vision that gets taken away. So this is from Zeka's point of view. Look how hard it is to play this fight. So what needs to happen is like you need someone else to take over the shot calling. So now we're gonna watch it back actually from the Varus's point of view. So when Nocturne ults, you'll see he loses his spell shield, but he keeps the vision. So from this position then, Viper needs to be the one that actually takes over the shot calling in the team fights and basically drives the car. Like, he needs to tell them, okay, they're coming forward. Okay, back up, finish the dragon, look for a fight, pull back, kite. He needs to give all the directions. So in this spot, he can still see the Leona, he hits the ulti, he gets the kill, he sets them up for success from this position, and it's one of these small interactions that you can really get so much from if you take the maximum advantage that can be there.
And I think this is a situation where if HLE had found one or two more fights where, you know, you saw Dorne be able to leap forward and catch out Paze, like they could have been in a position to actually win this game. Of course, in this context, it didn't matter a lot, but when you're looking at these compositions with Nocturne, and I expect we'll see more of them based on the success today, it's a really important interaction to keep in mind. And I'll be honest, not every AD carry that we have at Worlds is going to be up to the task of making these in-the-moment calls. That's a big burden to put on anyone's shoulder and a really, really cool thing that we're going to be keeping track of.
Now it's making me wonder because I was like, okay, Varus, is that really the best option here? But
you can do Kalista.
Yeah, Paze played the Kalista the game before.
Yeah.
So.
It's there are some options into it, but it is, of course, we saw it's not like a fail-safe forever, right? And it was incredibly oppressive.
Twitch Aurora, Chovian Ari, still very lethal.
Twitch as he pentakills you.
Yeah, you'll know he's killing you. That's
pretty
nice.
Annoying. I do love it because this was a great best of 3 to watch. I'm just gonna say there were some really cool picks. There's the Nocturne for Canyon 3 times in a row and kind of different combination, and I think kind of, I don't know, the Exodia one and the last one where it all worked out was so cool to see for Hanwha Life. Of course, they are not out of this tournament. This is only their first loss, so they will move on to the 2 and 1 pool to be playing later. So as we close out the day, it's Genji that makes it to the quarterfinal, and LNG rather. LNG, breathe, shocks, did definitely make it to the quarterfinals as well. And since we didn't have that much time before because we moved on to the second series, I think that is incredibly impressive. You know, that you come out of a region where it's incredibly stacked. People have high hopes for the LPL, but you gotta say specifically for BLG as being kind of that flag bearer for the LPL region in terms of the hopes of taking it to Worlds, but Scout and the team just do it with a 3-0.
Exactly. I mean, they're able to get through. And not only that, but they took down the flag bearer, and now they're the ones carrying it. They're the ones waving that LPL flag as they go through the quarterfinals. First team to get there, 3-0 to do it. You took out BLG, one of the teams that I think a lot of people were saying was going to win Worlds, even above a lot of the LCK teams. And then they looked very, very good here against DK as well. So this team is going to be terrifying in the knockout stage. They weren't a Worlds favorite coming into Worlds, but it's rarely the number one teams that actually win the tournament. It's always seeming to be some sort of team that is a little bit outside the conversation and then fits the meta, really adapts to it super well. And thus far, it's kind of looking like LNG.
Or a second seed from the LCS.
There you go.
Possible.
Possible.
Now say it for LEC too.
The first seed of the LEC.
Yeah.
Hey, the good thing
we need hope. Feed us hope, please. We need it so badly.
You know what the good thing is? The silver lining here? G2 already played HLE. They don't have to play them again in Swiss. And now they also don't have to play Genji.
So now you can get a really easy draw like BLG.
Yeah, you know.
It's not funny.
It's no problem at all.
And after what happened last year with NRG, there are no easy draws.
And then in the 1 and 2 match, it's going to be even better because then you can play the loser of T1 BLG, which is also really easy.
Yeah, it's just...
The draws are all great here. There's so many.
Sunshine.
I don't like being between the two of you. This is too much stress.
Speaking of walking on sunshine, you thought we were done with the best of ones? You
Think again.
Incorrect. Tomorrow we have
Nice try.
4 of them. This is, of course, our 1-and-1 pool. TES versus Fnatic kicks it off first. No, I'm not on the desk. You do not have to despair. BLG versus T1, then PSG versus Fly, and Weibo versus G2. What are you thinking?
I'm really excited for the LCS match just because this is the rematch from MSI. PSG knocked FlyQuest out of MSI. That was very embarrassing for them. You know, they were the first team to ever, in any international event from NA, get knocked out in play-ins, and that I think was, you know, something that really kind of hurt the pride of FlyQuest. A lot of the young players there also did not play to their expectations, you know, so they really want to be able to get some revenge here. It's a match that they were really hoping they would get, and they have an opportunity. But PCS has been slaying LCS. They knocked us out in MSI play-ins. They knocked 100 Thieves out at Worlds play-ins. If they beat FlyQuest again, it's just like, all right, okay.
All right, and also the rematch versus MDK did not look hot for MDK. So I don't think
he's really good.
Yeah, I think the first best of 3 was false data. I'm not taking anything away from MDK, but PSG had not the right meta read. They, you know, it didn't feel like it was them. They have leveled up. Maybe they are again that Korean killer. Who knows? But they're going up against FlyQuest first. Well, for our European brethren, that's myself. What am I saying? My European brethren.
Yeah.
Fnatic versus TES. I've seen this a couple of times before. At MSI, I saw it actually.
I'm really nervous. Fnatic, I need you to come in
Yes,
strong.
good.
Strong mental.
Come on.
Bidda, strong mental.
Strong mental.
Boys, you can do it. If you collapse, we know what that looks like. Don't do that. Let's do the thing where we like
do the winning.
Do the winning thing,
Yeah.
which is an oversimplification, but I need something simple and straightforward. And maybe you do too. You know, we could all.
Yone. It's looked good.
Yone looks great. More Yone.
Incredible.
And G2, I'll say the same. I said at the beginning of the Swiss stage, you know, if you have these lofty aspirations, it's put up or shut up. You gotta beat Weibo. You gotta. That's just it. And if you have any aspirations, there is no other way but beating them. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but this is really the final hour for you
also
to start
just
showing what you've practiced
It is a glorious opportunity to be able to get a win versus an LCK or an LPL team in a best of 1. That is a very doable task and has been throughout the history of Worlds. When we get to best of 3, much, much more difficult. So get the wins in the best of 1s while you can, please.
And the only match we haven't touched on is BLG T1, which is just insane.
It's a shame it's a best of 1.
It's a best of 1, and one of these teams is going to be 1 and 2. And one of those teams, you know, it's like you're either 1 BO3 from getting knocked out of Worlds. If that happens to either team, that's a massive upset. And the other side of that coin is that you are going to be a killer in those bottom matches because you're going to be going down to BO3. One of these teams will be 1 and 2, and then 2 teams are going to have to run into them, assuming they qualify through, in the BO3s.
I don't want to think about that. I like to live in the present.
It is scary down there.
I like to live in the present where things are still possible that I like.
I really liked that idea until I realized mostly it would be our teams in that bracket.
We're the ones
I was
down
like,
there,
how cool is it that T1 or BLG just get to dream crush their way through the rest of Swiss? Wow,
like, wait, those are my dreams.
That's so sick. Like, yeah, those are our
Those
dreams.
are my dreams.
Those are our dreams.
Don't do that to my dreams. Do that to your dreams.
Someone else.
I need those dreams.
We actually have a bracket graphic. Would have been nice whilst you were trying to explain everything, but I'll pull it up now for you, Zale. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, see,
here we
there
go.
we are. I mean, we have obviously the 0 and 2 matches. Those teams already are do or die. But the 1 and 1 teams, you know, half of those are going to be dropping down. And just, again, BLG T1 is terrifying. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and we get a draw again at the end of Monday, so that's cool. For best of 1s tomorrow. Next draw will be Monday, October 7th. That's after the final series concludes. We're going to make sure that everything's...
And it's all best of 3s after tomorrow. It's just those are the last 4 best of 1s, then it's all best of 3s. So losing a single game no longer will feel as bad.
As bad.
Oh, it'll feel bad.
It will. But as long as you don't lose 2 consecutively, you're really good for a decent amount of the tournament.
Nope, you're still going to be stressed.
Thank you, Isaac.
No problem.
Yapping. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. CEST as we have been. That is 8 a.m. Eastern US. Bye-bye.
Bye.
there, Grubs. Can they finish the last one? Oh, no, they will not. Run, King, and run. Zeka with the solo. Means he's totally unafraid of any sort of a counterattack. Hung now just also continuing to try to chase. This Scout got knocked back over the wall. He misses the abscond and ducked, but Void Seeker. Problems for DK. Beautiful engage coming out from Hung as LNG follows up. DK just collapsed, and LNG hit him right in the ribcage. Aiming, trying to get away. They need to lock him up, beat him down. Wei finds the kill on Aiming, and DK is looking like a graveyard right now. LNG barreling down mid lane, and this is exactly what they needed. Zeka tries to use Fate Seal of the wall, but it's an arrow through his heart. No way to contest that Dragon. Oh my God! Unless Delay goes in for a massive 4-man engage. Judgy melts before your eyes. Doran is trying to get all the way back to safety. Peanut down to 100 HP. Pace jumps forward. Canyon gets the kill on Doran, and Chovy goes over looking for a little bit more. They want to kill the Smolder, and Zeka pops, and it looks like the hopes are done, dead and gone for HLE. Gen G with a home run.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death. For the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No. Yeah, easy.
Play the ting now. What you saying, cuz? Play the track, play the track, play the track. Fuck the neighbors, blood, turn it up. What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me? It's a coup d'etat. Better put them off because motives corrupt. Is that you? Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. Cause I eat it up. Don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Faced with it, I never.